it's more into the money part of it.
Okay.
But then I saw that if I tried to go expand into cocaine or heroin, like my uncle, he moved millions of dollars worth of heroin. If I started getting involved with that, then it gets very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. It's a whole other world I don't want to be part of. So I didn't go into hard drugs or anything like that. That's the death sentence.
But by the time you were 16 and moving, like you said, about a pound a week, like I know that's like a ton. That is like a
Not if you sell them in
full-on-
61-ounce bags. It's not really.
Was it highly profitable?
Day. Balance of Power every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes.
Allah.
And archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed. Welcome to the European Market Open. A minute to go until the start of cash equity trading. I'm Tom McKenzie in London, and here are your top stories. China imports plunge as concerns grow about the nation's economy. But Asia stocks, they rise after export growth tops estimates. And as we await tomorrow's US CPI data, Fed reports highlight growing credit risks and funding concerns, with demand for business loans weakening. Plus, Credit Suisse CEO Ulrich Körner will join the UBS Group executive board as the Swiss lender announces a broad management overhaul following the takeover. Let's check in on these futures then. We'll get meal details, of course, on the Credit Suisse UBS story just in the next few minutes. Across these futures pointing lower by about 0.1%. You saw a little modest upside, particularly for the Nasdaq yesterday. European markets closing modestly in the green. The UK was closed for a bank holiday. We'll check in on the FTSE 100. We flagged the fact that loan data, the demand for loans out of the US falling to the lowest level since around 2009. We look ahead to CPI tomorrow. The likes of Marko Kolanovic over at JP Morgan say there is worse to come for these equity markets in the second half of the year. The risks are not yet being fully priced into these markets, is the line from Kolanovic. You're flat across the FTSE 100 after the close yesterday. Of course, no trading in the UK for that bank holiday. The Spanish IBEX currently down 0.1%, dropping, 13 points. Over in France, the CAC 40 is off by a little bit more, down 0.3%. Ollie Rehn over at, Philip Lane, I should say, over at the ECB, the chief economist there, saying that the momentum around inflation from the Eurozone continues. He does, though, see disinflation in the second half of the year. Of course, the ECB moderating their rate hikes by 25 basis points in their last move. Let's switch it over and see how things are shaping up cross-asset then. The CPI print, the data point of the week for the US, that tomorrow. Futures stateside then pointing to losses of about 0.1%. Interesting that Kolanovic also pointed to the narrowness of the rally that we've seen so far for the S&P, the narrowest run-up that we've seen since about the 1990s, that posing a risk, at least in his mind. Euro-dollar 109, not all the movement for the single currency. The 2-year, you're seeing a little bit of money moving back into US Treasuries, just at the margin, 2 basis point, 3 basis point move there, 397 on the 2-year at the front end. Brent, $76 a barrel, currently down 0.8%. We've had Saudi Aramco earnings coming through. We're going to break down the oil story for you in the second half of this show. Now, let's get back to some calls around the Fed then. Goldman Sachs strategists have joined those at Barclays in advising customers that the Fed will be less aggressive in cutting interest rates this year than markets are pricing. Let's bring in Paul Dobson, then Bloomberg's executive editor for Asia markets. Paul, what do you make then of the calls from Goldman Sachs and Barclays that it's time to fade the pricing of those cuts coming through from the Fed? At least around the swaps traders, they're pricing in about 70 basis points of cuts by the year end.
Yeah, interesting timing, isn't it, for them to come out and say that now? We've obviously just had the Fed meeting, what might be the last hike of the cycle. We heard from Powell, he's still pretty resolute in the need to keep interest rates higher for longer. And we've had some more stiffening in terms of the jobs data as well. So, the investment banks are essentially telling us to believe the Fed, which is something that the markets have not been doing for a very long time. We've been priced, as you said, about 2 cuts and then some
Boxen er så
already
sterk, jeg sier meg, har ikke det?
but we've been priced more aggressively than that already earlier in this year. So, that is the big debate for everything. And really the framing for the entire market at the moment is how soon will the Fed need to cut? How aggressive would it need to be on that as well? I think, and for that, the CPI data that we're going to get tomorrow from the US is going to be really crucial in helping to formulate those views.
Yeah, that debate is very much live, isn't it? The debt ceiling also front and centre for us today, Paul, with a meeting that's going to be happening, we expect, in the White House. We have some sound from Bill Gross, of course, the former CIO at PIMCO, and this was his view. Let's take a listen.
I think it's ridiculous. But, it's always resolved, and not that it's 100% chance, but I think it gets resolved. I would suggest for those that are less concerned, similar to myself, that they buy a 1 month, 2 month Treasury bill at a much higher rate than they get with a longer term Treasury bill.
That's the call then from Bill Gross. Buy short-dated T-bills. This will ultimately be resolved. Paul, what is your assessment of the market risks from this event?
Yeah, well, as Bill Gross said, it's not 100% guaranteed that it will be resolved. And that's what everybody has to bear in mind, right? And the longer that the standoff continues, we're going to learn a lot about how entrenched those positions are later today, most likely. The longer that standoff continues, the more of a risk it becomes. And for certain types of investors, it's just not possible to hold on to those bills with that risk out there, which is why it creates that kind of disconnect or that disjointed structure across the curve for the short-term interest rates. And, so for somebody like Bill Gross, who's able to have that flexibility, able to take on that extra little bit of risk, and even if it doesn't get resolved, knows that at some point the US will honor its debts pretty much certainly. It's not too much of a risk for him to take it on, but there are kind of other investment classes where that's not possible. It creates that opportunity for those that want to take the risk. I think more importantly for global markets at the moment, still fairly complacent on the whole thing. Okay, so we've seen some raising of gold prices. Maybe there's some hedging and some uncertainty there, and a little bit of weakness in the dollar, maybe relative to yield spreads. But at the moment, nothing too dramatically priced in to global markets. The closer we get to that deadline, the more that tension might start to build, the more we'll see implied volatility start to rise, and the more that people will start to worry. And as Bill Gross would say, we've been through this before, we've seen this movie before. Why would you think that it will turn out any differently this time? Well, if it's not 100% guaranteed, then there's always that risk that there will be an accident.
And you're seeing a little bit of complacency. Gold, as you say, above 2,000 per troy.
Her er pluss med 2 lapper nå.
At least your views, Paul, your sense in terms of the currency impacts of some of these risks. Euro dollar at 109. Do you have a view on the single currency? How are markets thinking about the FX effects?
Yeah, so not talking necessarily about the debt ceiling.
Jeg synes Daxen er så inn I helvete sterk.
I think that the
short
trade for the last few months has been long euro dollar, but it just hasn't been able to cross that threshold and get to those new highs to push beyond the sort of 111 zone for euro dollar. And what would it take? Either lower US interest rates, higher European yields, or somewhere in between. I think the ECB slowing the pace but trying to sound hawkish still, didn't do the euro any favors in that respect. What it really
Jeg kan ikke scalpe. Jeg kan ikke scalpe, så jeg må bare sitte. Jeg kan ikke scalpe før jeg bytter broker.
To outlast the Fed's pace. They're starting to fall off as well, so people are a little bit less certain on that. Meanwhile, the economy on both sides of the Atlantic is sort of mixed in terms of the data that we're seeing at the moment. So there's plenty of reasons to start to lose interest in this, or maybe look elsewhere, maybe start to express it in different ways. Have a look at the yen, which could be more interesting if you're looking across G3FX for where there might be more momentum at the moment. We're seeing a little bit stuck euro dollar. I'm sure when we do break out of it, finally it will be a big move in one way or the other, but it's very difficult to tell which direction that's going to be right now.
Meanwhile, China lead mainland markets, Hong Kong selling off today as well. Is this all about the export-import data, Paul?
Yeah, no, I don't think not all about it, although that's certainly a matter for some concern. And certainly the unevenness of the Chinese recovery has been a reason that people are, hesitant. It certainly isn't that kind of recovery that brings the rest of the world along with it, that really helps the neighboring countries around China. That's not what we're seeing this time. It's not manufacturing driven. And we know that the global demand picture isn't that rosy, so China can't just export like crazy and make up for its growth that way. So there is that cause for doubt. But we've also seen some very strange things going on under the surface in the past couple of days. A big rally in banks yesterday, a big rally spreading to some securities companies and other state-owned enterprises. At the start of today, we were even saying in our stories earlier, a lot of warnings out there. Beware of frothiness, beware of excessive moves. And lo and behold, everything snapped back this afternoon as well. So whatever that was, that sort of pop and fizzle and slide again, we're back to more normal levels, but it's kind of, like a balloon getting blown up and let out again at the moment. Another raspberry blown over the Chinese stock markets.
You're tying in the balloon there with a little bit of controversy around the geopolitics. Really excellent analysis and context, of course. Paul Dobson, across all of these market themes that are front and centre for us this morning. Thank you. We have some breaking lines for Saudi Aramco, which, of course, came out with its earnings a little over 30 minutes ago or so. But the importance was the dividend announcement. Saudi Aramco rising around 7%, a little over 7%. After that dividend announcement then, that was a special
pluss med nesten 3 lapper nå.
In terms of what came through, performance-linked dividends and the report around the earnings, of course, from that oil major. We're going to be more on this story in the second half of this show with an analyst in the oil space, the implications, particularly around its capex spending and looking ahead to OPEC plus as well. We also have some lines coming through from the ECB, the European Central Bank. Rate hiking may not be finished in July. That is coming through from the member of the European Central Bank, the governing board member, Kazaks. A couple of other comments coming through from him then. Bets on spring 2024 ECB cuts are significantly premature. Kazaks also saying it's
Men jeg tror det stuper mer. Ja, det skulle skjedd I går, dette.
Hike or pause as the Fed cuts. Checking in on euro dollar for you, 109, still down about 0.1%. Not a lot of movement on the back of that, but that's the redhead. The ECB rate hiking may not be finished in July. The warning there from Kazaks. Let's get to the
Det som litt spesielt at Tyskland så sterk. Det sterk hver dag, så det ganske galskap å shorte her. Men shorte Tyskland på nesten all-time high, da, så det litt
on consulting firms. According to state media, Beijing is tightening foreign access to sensitive information amid growing tensions with the US. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Jill Desis then. Jill, the clampdown on data access, to what extent is this indicative of broader concerns?
Men jeg hadde tatt gevinst nå på shorten, men hvis jeg hadde vært på en annen broker, så hadde jeg gjort det på nytt. I går så tappte jeg på at det gikk ut inn på samme kurs. Det ødelegger litt.
Whether it's public or private clampdown on data access in China, it's certainly indicative of a growing issue that we've seen. I mean, just look in recent weeks, we saw the domestic data provider Wind restrict access to information for overseas clients. We've also seen, at least from the government side, a crackdown investigation into U.S. consultancy Bain & Company and its operations in China. So certainly that spells some kind of indication that there's this broader chilling effect, more investigations, more requirements for restrictions there. But we've also seen, I think just over the last year or so,
jeg må bytte fra Meta I dag.
data access within China. Now, you can't necessarily
Ødelegger alle
say,
tradesene mine.
when it comes to some of those private firms, what exactly their motivation is for restricting data, whether it's, advertent, sort of overt measures taken by the government to say, don't release this information, or whether there's private concerns there. We can't necessarily say still. I mean, if you look across the country in terms of academic...
Selv om jeg har masse penger. Hvis jeg skal gjøre det på nytt, så taper jeg 500 spenn hver jævla gang, så jeg må bare sitte rolig.
The WHO has told China about trying to cooperate more on COVID data over the last couple of years. We're not getting as much sort of insight into China's own COVID data there. So it's really sort of a broad measure of different types of data points that are making it very difficult to have insight into what's happening in China.
Indeed. Jill Desis, thank you, out of Hong Kong on this anti-spy crackdown implicating, of course, or at least impacting both domestic firms and foreign firms as well. Broader implications there, longer term, arguably about the appetite to invest in China from those foreign firms. Coming up, UBS has announced a reshuffle of its leadership After the emergency takeover of Credit Suisse, who stays and who goes? We have the details next. This is Bloomberg.
You're so intimately linked to the future of the UK. What are you seeing when you go to branches and in the country?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of anxiety at the moment. I think the
Låt bra nå, Prosecco.
has been and is continuing to be very strong. So I think we're seeing the economy recover. But with rising interest rates, with inflation, those are things that peoples and families and businesses haven't had to deal with for 10 years. So a lot of business owners today haven't had to operate in that environment. So it's causing quite a lot of anxiety, which means for us, because we're up and down the country in branches and offices, we can spend a lot of time talking to businesses and helping them plan and deal
Jeg
with
negativ til markedet.
It's very different, and it's not something people have had to operate in for a long time.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Golf's popularity is surging. That's been great for the LPGA. And CFO Kathy Milthorpe is focused on maintaining that drive.
The ability to be able to compete at the highest level and earn purses that are commensurate with their male counterparts is a mission that we're driving towards every day.
Watch Chief Future Officer Wednesday on Bloomberg.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture down.
Is the OK is getting ready to make a decision.
This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the Open. We are 15 minutes into the European trading day. Losses of around 0.2% across the benchmark. Futures in the US also now pointing lower. S&P E-minis down by 0.2 as well as the Nasdaq futures. Euro dollar currently 110. We are 109, I should say, close to 110. We had a line coming through from the hawkish member of the ECB's governing board, Kazak's, warning that we should not assume that the ECB will be done with its hiking in July. Meanwhile, you have the likes of Barclays and Goldman Sachs saying we should be fading the pricing in of cuts, basically pushing back against the idea that we're going to get significant cuts from the Fed by the end of the year. Let's get back to the banking crisis, or at least the banking situation in Europe. It's not a crisis. We're talking, of course, about the merger and the continuing details around UBS and Credit Suisse. UBS is appointing Todd Tuckner as Chief Financial Officer, replacing Sarah Youngwood, as part of the management overhaul following the takeover of Credit Suisse. When the deal closes, the bank says Credit Suisse CEO Ulrich Gerner will become a member of the UBS executive board. So some name changes, or at least some shuffling on the decks there of UBS, bringing on board and reshaping some of the management team, giving us a flavour as to what happens in the weeks and months ahead as, of course, UBS works to absorb this bank. Tom Metcalf, of course, from our finance.
Jeg dekka shorten på USA. Jeg går mer short dags nå.
Yeah, I think there's two things. First of all, that Tuckner being brought in to replace Youngwood as CFO.
Men Dagsen er sterk, ass. Den har vært det hver dag.
Hearing from Sergio Emotti all along. It's a very complex deal, and they'll be looking for sort of almost UBS lifers to take it forward. So that move makes quite a lot of sense, right? You've had Tuckner at UBS, I think, since the early 2000s, so he knows that business inside out, and presumably they're looking just for that real grip on the kind of the way UBS works. And then on the other side of the coin, it's interesting, keeping the Credit Suisse CEO around. That again makes a lot of sense. Who knows the business better than him? Presumably no one. So you can kind of see the thought process behind that. And then the other thing that jumped out for me from the statement was Iqbal Khan
Jeg shorta nå sammen med deg Prosecco.
There as head of wealth, but one of the big power players in UBS, and that kind of sets up the business going forward in terms of who are the movers and shakers.
Yeah, a really big power player, isn't he, in terms of the wealth management part of the business. Did we get any more details in terms of timeline for this merger, this acquisition? Any more details in terms of parts of the business they may be looking to spin off or sell off, or was this all about name changes?
So there's no great news specifics. I mean, I think the message is the same. They're trying to do this as quickly as they can. We've had warnings in the last few weeks. Credit Suisse is seeing an exodus of staff. So, it's in UBS's interest to get this settled, add a bit of stability, and, hopefully kind of set the ship on the right course. So that was one thing. And then on the spin-offs and stuff, probably the best line in there was about the Swiss unit. As we know, they're basically saying we're considering all options. So, it brings up, might there be an IPO, might the Swiss business, as we know UBS wants to do, be kept as it is, basically, but effectively no real new guidance.
Okay, all options still available for the Swiss unit of Credit Suisse, which of course is seen as something of a prize for the UBS team. Tom Metcalf, thank you very much indeed for the latest in terms of some of the management changes at the top of the tree there at UBS as it takes on Credit Suisse and what it tells us about that project going forward. For the team at UBS, thank you, Tom Metcalf from our finance team. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash now with Sarah Warhol. Sarah.
Thank you, Tom. China's export growth slowed last month while imports plummeted, adding to pressures on its economic recovery. According to official data, imports dropped almost 8% in the year to April, much worse than the median projection of 0.2% decline. Exports grew 8.5% over the same period, partly due to a favourable comparison with last year, when much of the country was under lockdown. Bloomberg's learned that Goldman Sachs has agreed to pay $215 million to a long-running class action lawsuit that accused it of systemically underpaying women. According to a joint statement with the plaintiff's lawyers, the bank struck a deal with the group, which represented about 2,800 women alleging discrimination in pay and promotions. The deal to settle the dispute comes weeks before a trial was due to begin. PayPal shares fell in extended trading after the company lowered its adjusted operating margin forecast. The payments giant says it now expects the margin to grow about 100 basis points this year, lower than its earliest forecast of 125 basis points. The weak guidance overshadowed PayPal's first quarter earnings beat and its higher full-year profit forecast. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Sarah Halls, and this is Bloomberg. Tom.
Sarah Halls in Dubai, thank you. We're getting live pictures now of the Russian president on the Victory Day parade, the World War II Victory Day parade that is going ahead in Red Square. There you can see the live pictures from, of course, the Russian capital. Amid, of course, security concerns. We had that drone attack that happened, of course, on the 3rd of May. The Russians blaming that on the Ukrainians. The drone attack targeting the Kremlin. The Ukrainians, of course, have pushed back and denied that they had any involvement. The Russian president will be speaking. You can see taking a pause there. And this for and in Putin's Russia is, of course, a major event. But we do know a number of parades across the country have been scaled back or cancelled because of security concerns. And this, of course, coming at a time when Russian troops are bracing for a potential spring offensive from Ukraine from Ukrainian forces. So we'll keep across these live pictures and the speech from the Russian President Vladimir Putin, which is expected imminently. Right, coming up, Turkey's main opposition leader accuses President Erdogan of covering up the country's finances. The importance ahead of the elections, of course. That story is next. This is Bloomberg.
Kan du svare han, Frank, eller? Nei, du har jo snakket med han. Du har sagt du har holdt en dialog med han hele tiden. Du kan ikke bare si og bare snarere i morgen. Har du avtalt med at du skal svare han i dag, eller ikke?
Solar energy, wind power, battery-operated cars.
Ja, men hvorfor sender han en melding av det da? Jo, men han sendte jo melding på
Its new impact fund raised more than $15 billion, and Flat says it could have raised more. The fund has two targets: companies that need to dramatically curb greenhouse gas emissions, like power providers, and those that are in a position to dominate in clean energy. Brookfield hired former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney to strengthen its environmental, social, and governance investing. In March, Australian utility AGL Energy shot down Brookfield's takeover offer. The firm had aimed to accelerate AGL's transition to net zero emissions by over a decade. Carney signaled that this was no problem. He says Brookfield is reviewing at least 50 potential transactions across a range of industries.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question its industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays. Markets countdown in Europe. From the financial centers of the world, Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
Welcome back to the Open. 23 minutes into the European trading day. Losses of a little under 0.2% across the European benchmark. As we look ahead, of course, to CPI, that print out on Wednesday out of the US. Talking the US futures currently down about 0.1%. On the S&P E-minis here in Europe, top of the list in terms of your sectors, travel and leisure getting 0.4%. Bottom of the state is real estate. And we can dive into a couple of the individual names where property is in focus, particularly in Sweden. SBB then, the Swedish real estate and developer, they're cutting, or at least postponing its dividend. This after its ratings were cut by S&P yesterday. The stock slumped about 20% yesterday. Currently, SBB, as you can see, down a little over 5%. Saudi Aramco coming in with a very different story when it comes to the dividends. An additional dividend, so boosting that share price, currently 3.7% gain there. That coming out after its earnings. And Daimler Truck, this was a beat in terms of the earnings picture on the back of improved supply chains and demand for the first quarter. But the stock down 3.6% for Daimler Truck. Now to geopolitics and the politics of Turkey and the economy there. Turkey's main opposition leader has accused President Erdogan and the government of covering up the true state of the economy and the country's finances. This ahead of key elections later this week.
Hello.
Joining me now is Bloomberg's Turkey
Hello.
Bureau Chief, Ona Ant. Ona, what do we know then about these accusations?
Erdogan's key challenger, Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, spoke to Bloomberg a couple of days ago in an interview, and he basically said that he believes the Turkish government is concealing the truth about the economy. It's a very broad accusation, but at the heart of it is a very simple argument. It's the fact that he believes the government, well, official numbers on economy, be it inflation or budget deficit, cannot be trusted until his team takes a hard look at it after Sunday's election, should he defeat Erdogan and becomes Turkey's next president. He's also frustrated about the Turkish stock market. He says it has turned into a place where small investors are robbed of their savings, and he's also pledging a probe into the stock market, again, should he get elected as Turkey's next president on this Sunday.
And it is, of course, the parliamentary election this Sunday, as you said. What is in focus then for the voters, Ona?
Well, it's both parliamentary and presidential elections, and for Turkey's 64 million voters, I think the elections are more about economy than anything else. The country is going through its worst cost of living crisis in at least a generation, definitely the largest one since Erdogan came to power just over 2 decades ago. Inflation topped 85% nationwide last year before it cooled down a little bit on base effects. But many people blame the surge in consumer prices on one thing and one thing only, and that's Erdogan's unorthodox ideas on economy.
Okay, Bloomberg's Ona Ant, thank you very much indeed with the preview. Coming up, Saudi Aramco shares jump after it announces a new performance-based dividend. We get the details next.
Tidlig på.
This is Bloomberg.
Nei, men det går helt fint. Nei, jeg sitter og trader her. Trader. Sitter og følger med. Ja. Eller revisor. Revisor. Ja. Nei, det er ikke så mye skjønning egentlig, for det er bare en oversikt over de som skal signere. Og der er total aksjer som ikke er registrert på deg.
From the world of politics
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
to the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power, live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join host Anne-Marie Hordern
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
and Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee
The
Langs
door was open for regulators to do more, and that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
as they deliver news
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
That really blew some minds.
insight
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
and analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure. With two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle. It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers
Right.
that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back to the Open. We are 30 minutes into the European trading day, and here are your top stories. China imports plunge as concerns grow about the nation's economy. But Asia stocks rise after export growth tops estimates. And as we await tomorrow's US CPI data, the Fed reports highlight growing credit risks and funding concerns, with demand for business loans weakening. Plus, Credit Suisse CEO Ulrich Körner will join the UBS Group Executive Board as the Swiss lender announces a broad management overhaul following the takeover. We check in on these markets then 30 minutes into the trading session. Comments from one of the hawks at the ECB saying, Mr. Kazak saying, do not bet on the ECB necessarily pausing in terms of its rate trajectory and further hikes come July. Across the European benchmark, you're seeing losses of 0.3%, continuing to get a trickle through of earnings, of course, and the read across around the recession risks coming from the US and what role China has to play in that. That surprising drop in imports, the extent to which China is going to be propelling this global economy really put into question with the trade data that's come out this morning. European benchmark currently down 0.2%. The DAX in Germany is unchanged. Here in the FTSE, we're reopening after that bank holiday of yesterday, currently flat, just down by 1 point. Across your sectors, let's flip it over. The last time I looked, it was real estate that was doing the heavy bleed at the bottom of the list, and there it is, down 1.5%. SBB a real estate company in Sweden. Really interesting in terms of the plight of Swedish real estate, whether or not it's a canary in the coal mine for the broader real estate market across Europe. Currently, that's the drag there across that sector, down 1.5%. They've scrapped or at least postponed and suspended their dividend on the challenges there. Top of the list, travel and leisure up 0.5%. Autos and parts also squeaking out some gains, up 0.3%. Let's get back to the oil and energy story and the centrality of Saudi Aramco, with the shares there jumping after that company said it will pay a performance-linked dividend, potentially boosting payouts for the Saudi government by billions of dollars. This comes as the world's largest energy company reported operating profit that missed estimates. For more, I'm joined by Crystal Energy founder and CEO, Carol Nakle. Carol, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Your take then on the earnings that came in with a miss, but the dividend that is propelling this stock price this morning.
Good morning. Well, the results kind of were expected because we saw a decline on a year-on-year quarterly basis by 19% in the earnings, but in the net income, which is almost the same as a decline that we saw in oil prices over the same period by comparison. So in that respect, this did not come as a surprise. Still, despite the decline, these are pretty robust and interesting results that outshadow the rest of the industry and many other industries. So we should not see the decline as a weakness. It's a weakness in oil prices, but still financially, Aramco is pretty healthy. In terms of dividends, of course, their main shareholder remains the Saudi government. They reported a budget deficit in the first quarter of this year, and therefore additional dividends, whether you call them performer-based or just normal dividends, is something to be welcomed by the Saudi government.
Helps fill out those coffers, doesn't it, at arguably a bit of a challenging time for the Saudi government. You talk about the robust results then. The stock is trading at a premium to its peers. Is it still justified?
I think so. We're talking about here the largest oil producing and oil exporting company in the world. It's not just in terms of volume, but also the cost of production. So, and look, oil prices, even though they have softened significantly compared to last year, for example, they are still in pretty healthy levels. A little bit less than what the Saudi government needs to balance its budget, but they are not low. So in this respect, yes, it is financially a robust company. And don't forget their low-cost production and their low carbon intensity, which means they are not going to go anywhere anytime soon, despite the climate change agenda.
Did we get any clarity in terms of their capex plans, whether that's upstream or downstream? Do they still have the liquidity then? It sounds like they do, to continue spending. Any sense in terms of what that means for production going forward for Saudi Aramco?
Absolutely. And don't forget that they announced very ambitious capital expenditures, and which is going to be the highest in the company's history, because they have the target of expanding production capacity to 13 million barrels a day by 2027. That is for oil. But also Saudi Arabia wants to become a net exporter of natural gas by 2030, and they want to double their gas production. So also they are going big on that, and they are expanding downstream with their petrochemicals. So they do have the money to support these kind of plans. And as I said earlier, they are in a strong and healthy financial situation.
Brent trading at $76 a barrel in the session today, down 1%. We can probably tie that to the data coming out of China, Carol, and we want to get your views on that shortly. But given that we've seen downside, 40%? Oil prices come off about 40% since June of last year. Are we looking at kind of sub $70 oil, or do we hold at these kind of levels?
Look, you can expect prices to go in any direction, right? Because the main factors for this year are, and it's the same thing as last year, being the economic outlook. But many put lots of expectations, high expectations on Chinese recovery, post-COVID, abandonment of COVID zero policies. However, we're seeing that the Chinese recovery is happening much slower than previously expected, and that is adding to the gloomy sentiment prevailing in markets. But don't forget, it's not just about the demand. The demand is an important factor and actually much less understood than supply. But we also forget that supply responds to higher prices that we saw last year, and more supply is coming to the market. So there's no shortage of supply. And with OPEC cutting production, OPEC plus cutting production, voluntary last year and this year in April, surprise voluntary cuts announced.
What
this
kind of
year
level
in
do you have to
April
take profit?
also build spare capacity. When you have significant spare capacity in the market, that also
I'm
creates
quite short,
a mood
but
of
I would like
détente,
to have it down here.
relaxation, or a sense of comfort in the market that puts downward pressure on prices.
But the DAX is really, really strong.
We
So
have that OPEC Plus meeting. It's now penciled in for early June, Carol. Do you expect them to cut again?
I mean, you can't rule anything out, but the problem is that you end up in this vicious circle. The more you cut, the more spare capacity you build. Now, that is good to achieve market stability, especially in the light of continuous geopolitical tension, which can still create spikes in the market, but that at the same time creates more safety margin in the
I'm
market
short from
and
up here.
avoids this kind of upward pressure on prices. Because last year we were reminded over and over again that prices would continue to be in the three-digit area. People were pointing at the thin spare capacity, but with OPEC plus cutting production, we're going to see that spare capacity being rebuilt, and that can put downward pressure on prices, everything else being the same, of course.
Okay, Crystal Energy founder and CEO Carol Nakali there on the Saudi Aramco results and a little view in
Shorting more
how
now.
things may shape up around pricing for oil more broadly in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you. Coming up, security concerns cast a shadow then on Victory Day celebrations in Russia. We bring you the latest from Moscow. That story is next. This is Bloomberg.
Kjøper ikke, shorter.
I've always been a person who's just been attracted to hair. I like to sit and think and theorize how I can manifest these visions that I have for braiding, and how I can take something that may seem like it's a line drawing in my mind and apply that to someone's scalp.
We are the only culture that has hair that grows out of our head the way that it does. Anyone from the African diaspora is born with this amazingly curly hair that can be shaped into a variety of different ways of expression.
I want Black people to love themselves for how they naturally appear, and also to appreciate the cultural practices such as braiding that our ancestors have practiced for centuries.
Our studios in New York and San Francisco. Our expert hosts of the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch. Plus, the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
From New York City,
From London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo.
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening. Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
Prosecco kjøper mer US-dollar mot euro.
I don't think there's enough real growth.
Hvorfor tror du euroen vil styrke seg?
Expectation for actually GDP growth is just above 1% for this year, but pretty much a flat 2024. And that is concerning.
The UK is showing tremendous resilience. It's
a very stable position for us in the UK bank at the moment.
In Australia, we're taking a bit longer to get back to the inflation target than is the case in some other countries.
What we see in Europe, we basically
Kun
qualify
teknisk.
economically as look-through, yeah? So we don't see a recession coming. We basically see some growth, even if it can be a bit sluggish.
Okay, bad news for the UK from this week's MLive Pulse survey focused on the world's wealthiest economies ahead of a G7 finance ministers meeting this week. To dive deeper into the survey, let's bring in Bloomberg senior reporter John Stepek. John, what did the survey tell us then about sentiment, investor sentiment towards...
Tyskland er jævlig sterk, ass. Jeg er short, men faen I helvete, fall da.
Sentiments in the gutter. So we asked basically which G7 economy would see the worst decline in standard 11 this year.
Down.
The UK was by far and away the highest.
Wheel of fire.
In terms of real wages. So they expect real wages in the UK to drop further than anywhere else.
Ja, till
I think one of the
kjøttfri
interesting
barnehager.
things about this is the UK
Hva
is
skjer
actually
med verden, egentlig?
significantly better than was believed to be the case like just 9 months ago. I mean, 9 months ago, everyone was saying we're going to be in a recession. The Bank of England was talking about how it would actually be the longest recession in pretty much living memory. And actually we've got to this point, kind of middle of 2023, and there's no sign of recession at all. We've got kind of slightly mediocre growth. Real wages are falling. You know, wage rises are much lower than inflation is. But overall, it's nowhere near as bad as it was just 9 months ago. So it's interesting that the sense of gloom just hasn't gone away. The cost of living crisis is clearly very, very much front of mind. And I suppose we saw that reflected in the local election results last week as well. There's a real sense of discontent.
And we hear from, to your point around the stronger than expected data, what, unemployment is still kind of sub 4%, something like that for the UK? Noel Quinn, head of HSBC, saying he's pretty confident about the UK's prospects. What is it telling us? Is that sentiment impacting investor flows into the UK?
Oh, I think absolutely. I mean, there's still been money flooding out of the UK. And whenever we asked the readers, we sort of trapped them in the room and said, you can invest
Fin inngang og shorte. Den litt sent nå da.
Residential housing.
Jeg short her oppe.
People will be either appalled or very pleased to hear that no one went for residential housing.
Men Dagsen jævla sterk.
Prices are, probably still going to come down this year. But the FTSE 100 was the most popular one. And what that kind of says to me is that UK assets to invest in. And they chose
Fri
it's
barnehage.
not invested in the UK, it's exposed to overseas markets. So that is, again, it sort of reflects the overall
Kjøttfri barnehage, hva
The
skjer
other
nå?
interesting thing actually was though that professionals also
Hannkjønn, hunnkjønn, det-kjønn, altså hva faen?
private investors. Although again, that's kind of double-edged. It either reflects the fact that they think that, well, at least you get a yield on a gilt. So, it's better getting that than nothing. And also perhaps reflects the fact that maybe they think interest rates will come down, which could be because they think inflation's going to drop, but also it might be because they think there's going to be a recession before the end of the year.
Well, let's see. We expect another hike this week, don't we, from the BOE?
Well, absolutely.
Give us the light on the horizon then. Is there any glimmers of hope, John?
Well, I mean, I suppose there's 2 points to make. One is that this is just a survey. Much as I have the utmost respect and love for my readers, they might get things wrong like everyone else. And this actual level of gloom might reflect that there's an opportunity in an unloved market like the UK. The second thing would be the inflation rate is going to fall hard this month when we get the next CPI figures in for April. That's purely because of base effects, but it will drop the rate to between about 7 and 8%, and that will look a lot better than the double-digit inflation we've got just now. So if nothing else, it might make people start thinking maybe there is a kind of light at the end of this tunnel.
We all have a lot of love and respect for your readers, John.
Well,
John Stepek, thank you very much indeed, of course, with a wonderful newsletter and our senior reporter, of course, working through that MLive survey on the doldrums of the UK, but maybe a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, as pitched there by John. Right, let's get the Bloomberg First Word News now with Sarah Hall. Sarah.
Thank you, Tom. China's export growth slowed last month, while imports plummeted, adding to pressures on its economic recovery. According to official data, imports dropped almost 8% in the year to April, much worse than the median projection of a 0.2% decline. Exports grew 8.5% over the same period, partly due to a favourable comparison with last year, when much of the country was under lockdown. Canada has expelled a Chinese diplomat in a move that risks a backlash from Beijing. The Canadian Finance Ministry says it's ordered Zhao Wei to leave, accusing him of interfering in the country's internal affairs. According to Canadian media, Zhao had been looking into penalising conservative lawmaker Michael Chong over his positions on Beijing. China has launched a nationwide anti-spy crackdown on consulting firms. According to state media, Beijing is tightening foreign access to sensitive information amid growing tensions with the US. It says a local branch of consulting firm Cap Vision has already been searched, with a number of other foreign firms also investigated in recent weeks. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Sarah Halls, and this is Bloomberg. Tom.
Sarah Halls in Dubai, thank you. Now let's get to what's happening on the ground in Moscow. President Putin has spoken at today's Victory Day parade in Moscow's Red Square. The annual event commemorates victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. The Russian president claimed, quote, "A real war has been unleashed against his country," a reference to the war in Ukraine. Joining me now is Bloomberg's senior government and politics reporter, Bill Ferris. Bill, what is your assessment of what we've been hearing then from Vladimir Putin in this speech? What stands out?
Well, it was a very brief speech on this holiday. As you mentioned, he said that a war has been unleashed on Russia. He said Russia is under attack.
Welcome back to
by
Piers Morgan.
Western.
The county politician in Indiana, in the United States, is making headlines this week by, well, exploring his identity.
A councilman is coming out as transgender and a woman of color. Delaware County Councilman Ryan Webb announced that he now identifies as an Indian American woman.
Ja, jeg har sett den.
Since that announcement, he's received some support, but a lot of backlash. Many calling him childish, despicable, even calling for things like execution.
Yeah, that's always how the woke left responds, isn't it? You must execute him. Now, he issued a statement after the furore. Ryan Webb said, after much consideration, I've decided to come out and finally feel comfortable announcing my true, authentic self. This is Ryan Webb. He said, it is with great relief that I announce to everyone that I identify as a woman, not just any woman, but as a woman of colour as well. I guess this will make me gay lesbian as well, since I'm attracted to women. Whew, that felt good to finally get that out there and start living my life as my true self. Well, Ms. Webb's statement has not been met with the empathy and gushing support normally extended by the woke community. Some have even demanded that he resign. They resign.
Feel that he has basically made a hate speech in this post on April 11th. And I feel that he should resign. And if he doesn't, I would look at county council to talk to legal and see what they can do about removing him, because he has created some hate and discord and divide with the transgender population here in Muncie.
He must be executed, he must be cancelled, he must be fired. It's the usual predictable response to what was obviously a joke, but it was a smart joke, because actually what it did was expose the farce of limitless self-identity. I myself identified on International Women's Day as a black lesbian. Why shouldn't I be able to? If you can identify as anything you want. Esther's cackle when I said that went around the world. Well, Ryan Webb joins me now, alongside Talk TV's Nicola Thorpe and Esther Cracker, as I just said. Well, Ryan, thank you for joining me. So I did chuckle because I had a similar thing myself, which you may or may not have heard about, when I did a similar stunt. But you were making the same point, I think, which is, if we really want to have a world where anyone can identify as anything, well, why shouldn't you be able to identify as a woman of colour?
Well, Piers, you're absolutely right, and I appreciate it. I want to thank you for bringing me on the show. And as a fellow lesbian woman of color, I feel we have a deep connection here. But you're right; they've laid the groundwork. They set it
As a
up for
fellow lesbian of color.
just by simply declaring it, and that's what we're doing here. And turns out that they don't really feel as strongly about that and believe it in their soul as they would make you believe, because I wasn't really as accepted in the beginning as you would think someone of my stature would be.
Yeah, and the reaction was unbelievably vicious. People calling for you to be executed. Of course, they wanted you fired. Of course, they wanted you cancelled. And all entirely predictable, because it's fine for them on the other side of this debate to identify as whatever they want. But the moment you dare to identify as what you decided you wanted to be for that day, all hell breaks loose. It's the double standard.
Well, predictably, the political left, they always implode on their own ideology. I've made a statement that I'm just holding up the mirror to them, and they're doing all the damage themselves. I've just stepped back.
Jeg har sett den, Thriller.
With their own words and their own actions, they're just dismantling their entire ideology that they've worked very hard to build up to this point. And in my opinion, they've turned the clock back 2 or 3 years. Just a few days ago, all you had to do, if you wanted to self-identify as anyone as you choose, is just declare it. And it was a universal truth that had to be accepted. But now the truth is clear that that's not the case. Now I'm being told you have to do hormone treatments. You have to start dressing the part. You have to wear the makeup. You have to change your identification. So, they've turned the clock back on their own movement a few years. And it's disappointing to see them give up so quickly on something that they said they believe in so strongly.
You know what, Ron? I had to chuckle watching genuine news reports having to report this legitimately, because how else could they do it without obviously disrespecting you, without respecting your right to self-identity, which it just made me laugh. Ryan, I appreciate you joining me for Piers Morgan Uncensored. Thank you. What are you currently identifying as?
I'm currently, at the same time, I'm still identifying as a woman of color. And I've said in a few other times, these journeys are often complex. And, sometimes we never know where they're going to take us. We could end up right back where we started. I'm just riding the wave, and wherever it takes me, that's where I'll be.
Well, I wish you all the very best with your journey, Ryan. And thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you.
All right. It's a good laugh. And watching the news reports was hilarious. But Nicola, I can see you fulminating as you were listening to this. But why? Because just as I was doing, all he's really saying is, look, if we genuinely are moving to limitless self-identity, this is where it can go. We are, though.
We're not moving to limit
We are.
self-identity. There's male, female, non-binary. That's it. There's 3.
That's not it. BBC teaches there are 100 genders.
Genders is different. Genders is different. We're talking.
What sex is non-binary?
But somewhere between male and female.
It's not, though, is it? That's not non-binary.
There are over 100 gender identities.
No, okay.
Non-binary is not.
There are.
Non-binary is not biological sex.
The BBC and various other outlets have said, I hear the 72 genders quite often. That's just 72 different ways of describing something. You could also argue there's only 3 colours: red, yellow, and blue. But a mixture of all those make multitudes of colours. It's the same thing with gender.
Fy faen, noen nedsnødd dame.
How do you feel about an American cyclist, Austin Killett, becoming the first transgender athlete to win a women's professional?
Ja, bra, Prosecco. Jeg får ikke vært med.
This has caused complete outrage, and apparently the vast majority, you can see, towering over the female competitors.
But who's to say that height necessarily gives you an advantage?
Clearly,
but a lot of people will say,
because like all these trans athletes, when you look at how they competed as males, they didn't compete with anything like the success. So clearly they have a physical, biological advantage purely from having gone through puberty. It is indisputable. So anyone who tries, the moment I hear anyone on this side of the trans activist argument, I support trans rights to fairness and equality, but the moment I hear anyone on that side of the argument trying to defend what's happening in sport, in women's sport, they lose me. Because you're denying biological facts.
But do you know how many trans athletes that have competed in the Olympics? One.
Okay, so here's what you do with the Olympics. Let's remove any specific gender from Olympic qualification.
Okay.
What do you think would happen?
Well, that's...
What would happen?
What would happen?
Yeah.
Is that...
How many women would compete in the Olympics if it was gender neutral?
Probably just as many women would compete, but on certain sports,
No, they wouldn't qualify. No women would qualify.
Okay.
Apart from equestrian and shooting, I think. Everything else.
You're taking it.
Nicola, here's my point. There is a reason we separate the sexes in sport.
Absolutely, yes, because men, generally speaking, are stronger and
unfair.
Because it's unfair on women.
Wouldn't win any medals.
Because it's unfair on women.
So why is it fair for people who are biological males to put their hand up and say I'm a woman and compete against biological females?
Because you're being disingenuous.
It's cheating.
They don't have to just put their hands up and say I'm a woman. They have to transition for 2 years.
Oh.
For 2 years, they have to be on hormone replacement therapy.
Can I ask a question about that? Because I feel, how is this in line with the anti-doping legislation? Because on one hand, you have people like Serena Williams who actually failed a drug test for taking too much aspirin, but you're allowing biological males to pump their bodies full of all sorts of hormones, so their testosterone levels, which is not all women are, by the way, we're much more than just testosterone.
Exactly, I agree with you.
To be within a certain range. Why are they?
Well, Austin Killett won't be having periods every month, which will affect training, for example.
I don't have periods every month.
Well, that you're unique. I'm sorry. Most
No, a lot of women don't appear as any month if you're on your coil.
Right.
That's
But a lot of
you
sportswomen have
define-
told me that is rarely mentioned as one of the reasons why it's also incredibly unfair. You just have to see Austin Phillips towering over the biological
He finished
female.
a minute
But let's
and
talk
30
about what's his
seconds
name.
clear of his
Ryan
competition.
Webb. You know, Piers,
Yeah.
Ryan Webb is not being genuine, and that's why the people on the left, such as
What
myself,
is the standard of genuine?
No, he's genuinely sending up the hypocrisy.
Hello.
He's sending up the hypocrisy, as you were saying, you know, I want to identify as a black lesbian,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. Okay, so nobody is saying that you can identify as a different race or you can identify as...
Even though it's more logical.
Why can't
because
you?
race actually is a spectrum.
Exactly.
Sex isn't.
I actually had my DNA done, and I discovered I had no English DNA whatsoever, mainly Celt, so it was like Scottish, Irish, a lot of Irish.
But then this is genuine.
No, but hang on, I'm 6% Middle Eastern.
Yes.
So am I an Arab?
Yeah.
6% of you is.
So I could identify as Arabic.
Yeah, but ultimately you are...
And yet you would say, and most Arabic people would say, what are you talking about? You're not. You're born in England, you're a white guy, you're not Arabic, right? However, it's more complicated, far more complicated than biological sex.
Yeah, biological sex. Like, can you define for me then, what is a biological, or what is a man?
Yeah, it's an adult male.
And what is an adult male?
And an adult male is an adult male. It's a biological
Sex chromosomes, pretty easy to define.
chromosome fact-based thing.
But what makes
it's like I asked the Prime Minister of Australia.
chromosomes.
I asked the Prime Minister of Australia, what is a woman? And he replied,
Well,
it's an
exactly,
adult
and everything that
female.
comes with
This is
that.
not difficult.
But what defines a man?
Huh?
The chromosomes. Take
What do
any
they
cell
have?
in a male's body.
And what are the male
you can
chromosomes?
Let's play with the Prime Minister of
You can
Australia. Here we are,
identify
look.
very easily.
What is a woman, Prime Minister?
An adult female.
How difficult was that to answer?
Not too hard.
He was just on Time magazine's 100 most influential list, named by Justin Trudeau the wokest human being in the history of planet Earth as the champion of progressive
I understand.
politics around the world. Even he understands what a woman is.
Yes.
You know what's happened to him today all around Australia? Absolutely buried with abuse from the trans activist mob who say what he said there was transphobic. Transphobic for saying a woman is an adult female. It's nuts.
Jordan Peterson, you've said that men need to, quote, grow the hell up. Tell me why.
Well, because there's nothing uglier than an old infant. There's nothing good about it. People who don't grow up don't find the sort of meaning in their life that sustains them through difficult times, and they are certain to encounter difficult times. And they're left bitter and resentful and without purpose and adrift and hostile and resentful and vengeful and arrogant and deceitful and of no use to themselves and of no use to anyone else and no partner for a woman, and there's nothing in it that's good.
So you say, I mean, that sounds pretty bad. You're saying
It's
there's a
bad.
crisis of masculinity. I mean, what do you do about it?
You help people understand why it's necessary and important for them to grow.
Necessary important to grow beards. Kvinne. Dagsen tar imot her hele tida, så man kan i teorien gjøre noen trades her, altså. Fy faen. Det var liksom en mann, liksom. Sprøtt.
And globalist elites. That has been the pitch he's made to his countrymen since early in this conflict. And of course, there's been a lot of restrictions on media reporting within Russia. So that is really a message that many Russians, that's the only message many Russians have heard since the very beginning here. It was a subdued holiday in many cities and regions of Russia. These annual festivities were canceled for national security reasons. And of course, just a week ago, there were these drones that appeared to have been exploded near the Kremlin. So all of that overshadowing what is traditionally kind of a very nationalist day for President Putin. The parades are continuing, of course, but it does have it has a different.
Nei, jeg gjør ikke så veldig mye. Jeg er short her og tatt litt gevinst, men jeg går ikke long. Jeg gjør ingenting. Jeg må ha mer bevegelse. Jeg må ut av den der metatraderne. Jeg har spredd på alt for høy spredd, så jeg må bare... Jeg må ha litt lange drag.
Yeah, at least 24 cities and regions all the way out to Siberia have canceled celebrations today. Some are saying just for security reasons.
Jeg gjør ikke så mye. Kan du ikke bare drite meta? Jo, men jeg må ut. Det som at jeg må ha pengene ut fra meta og inn på TD. Og det tar 2 dager.
You've also had some car bombs in recent weeks or recent months that have targeted bloggers, like that. Ukraine has denied involvement in those, but there have been security concerns that have been bringing the war a little bit closer.
Da kan jeg skalpe på 3 pips.
And what is the situation, Bill, on the ground in Ukraine? We're hearing a lot about the potential spring offensive.
Kan du gjøre det på support hvis jeg ringer dem?
In the coming weeks, do we have any more of a steer on how things are likely to develop on the ground in Ukraine?
Well, just a few months ago, we were talking about an expected Russian offensive. That never really materialized. The Ukrainians have been replenished over the winter and the early spring by their Western allies. Now the expectation is that Ukraine will be launching an offensive to try to retake some of this territory that Russia took in those early days and weeks of the war back in early 2022.
Okay, Bloomberg's Bill Ferry's on those commemorations, that event, and the speech by Vladimir Putin in Red Square in Moscow. You can continue to see those live pictures, of course. Now, coming up, President Biden and congressional leaders meet today to try to break the deadlock on the US debt ceiling. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually defy the label consultant because sometimes consultant seems to.
Jeg må gå pluss med 18 pips for å gå 0, så derfor så får jeg ikke scalpa.
Look at what Accenture does. We're really different than the traditional version.
Jeg visste ikke det som var deg.
We're really about relevance.
Jeg har ikke tålmodighet til å vente i 2 dager.
Driving our business.
What about a consulting project? In my example, I'm the CEO, I have a problem, I call you up, I say, solve my problem or give me a solution.
We don't operate as big companies permanently in crisis mode. And so when you think about like how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, you know, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
Får gått over til TD. Ja, jeg skrev til dem nå. Så hvis de går over det internt, da det litt enklere for meg. For sånn er det nå da, så må jeg gå Bare nå på dagsen så er jeg 9 i pips, så jeg må ha 18 pips for å gå 0. Jeg må ha en helt sånn bevegelse for å gå 0.
Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
Welcome back to the Open. 53 minutes into the European trading day, and the sentiment is turning a little bit more negative across these European equities, down 0.3%. You have a couple of sectors that are in the green, travel and leisure, but not by much, 0.3%. At the bottom of the list, real estate, thanks to what's happening in Sweden, currently down close to 2%. Energy, utilities also taking a hit, and futures in the US, the S&P even is pointing lower by 0.2%. The debt ceiling in focus for us today, and that is a part of the risk that the markets are trying to grapple with. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has said that he will not come to Joe Biden's rescue on the debt limit by breaking a partisan deadlock. The president and congressional leaders are scheduled to meet today as a catastrophic US default potentially looms on the horizon. Joining us for the details and a preview of that meeting is Bloomberg's Bruce Einhorn. Bruce, what is Mitch McConnell saying then about the chances of a deal?
Well, what Mitch McConnell is saying is that
Ja, fan, han klickar.
it's not going to go through him, which makes sense given that the real action is on the Republican side in the House because that's where the Republicans have control. So Mitch McConnell is saying that President Biden has to make a deal with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. In an interview with Bloomberg News, McConnell said that he's talked to the president privately and said just that Mitch McConnell himself doesn't have anything up his sleeve. He doesn't have any solution here. It's going to be something that the president and the speaker are going to have to work on. That said, there's one bit of good news that came out of the interview with Mitch McConnell. He did say that he does not think that there's going to be a default. In fact, he said that the important thing to say is there will be no default. It will not happen ever, won't happen this time. So pretty emphatic that the two sides will eventually come to some sort of a solution. What that solution might be, he's not letting on.
Is one of the solutions potentially, Bruce, and to what extent is this being discussed in the halls of power in Washington, one of the solutions potentially a kind of muddying of the waters, a fudge, a short-term agreement to at least kind of kick this into the long grass?
Yes, actually, that is something that is being considered. It's been talked about increasingly over the last week or so. Most recently, Republican Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana told Bloomberg yesterday that this is something that he's open to as well, having a short-term extension of the debt ceiling, which would at least give the two sides more time to work on a deal. Of course, a short-term extension doesn't really accomplish too much if the two sides are still unwilling to budge, but at least it gives them more time, because one of the big issues at the moment is that most people thought that the X date when there would really have to be a deal or else the U.S. would go into default would come sometime over the summer, maybe even into the fall. When Janet Yellen announced recently that it could come as early as June 1st, that really caught a lot of people by surprise. And so the possibility of having an extension, which would at least give more time to work something out, is something that a lot of people are.
Nå sendte de en mail, så får vi se at de fikser det da.
Okay, Bruce Einhorn with the look ahead to that really important meeting later today.
Hvordan PG slutter i dag? Jeg håper det faller masse. Jeg solgte masse i går.
Is early and it's up next as markets turn lower here in Europe, down 0.3% futures in the US. The S&P E-minis down 0.2%. This is Bloomberg.
Suppose somebody is watching and says, I want to be Ari Emanuel when I grow up. What should somebody do to get into the talent agency business or the business you're in?
Well, it's hopefully what I've taught my kids. You got to be intellectually curious. You got to be, you got to show up. And you know this like I know this. I got on a lot of planes. You just, even though that voice in your head is saying, oh God, I'm so tired, I don't want to do this. You got to show up. You got to be charmingly relentless. You have to build emotional endurance because there's no straight line to success. It's kind of all over the place and you have to just be able to...
Jeg har solgt en masse PGS i går. 1/3.
And then I think one of the things that I do every week is I try to create serendipity.
Det kommer litt an på hva som skjer i USA i dag, men jeg tror vi skal få en rød dag. Og så kommer CPI-tallene, som er jævla viktig.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Paris. Here's what's coming up on today's program. U.S. Treasury yields rise over growing credit risks, funding concerns, and heightened fears of default if Congress fails to raise the debt ceiling on time. Credit Suisse Chief Executive Ulrich Körner will join the UBS Group Executive Board as a Swiss lender, announces a broad management overhaul following the takeover. Plus, China imports
Du svarte med en gang på TV, jo. Faen, det var imponerende, ass.
After export growth tops estimates. So you've guessed us, we're here in the French capital, in Paris, for the Bloomberg Future of Finance Paris Forum. Now, business leaders and policymakers are here to explore the future of Paris as a financial center, and of course, the sustainability issues and tech innovations that are reshaping finance. We'll bring you interviews with chief executives, including the Chief Executive Officer of BNP Paribas, also Stéphane Bounja, Euronext Chief Executive. Now, investors, of course, will be a very close eye, of course, watching U.S. President Joe Biden and congressional leaders.
Fytti faen. Det var faen meg kjapt, ass. Da kan jeg begynne å trene ordentlig, da. De sier at grunnen er... Grunnen er... Det spread som MT4 av...
I would suggest for those that are less concerned, similar to myself, that they
variable og på trederen fikst. Det er derfor. Jeg skjønner hva det er. I understood.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's managing editor for credit, Dana El-Battaj. Dana, thank you for joining us. So how big of a deal for global markets is the U.S. debt ceiling debate? It's huge, but are they really...
Det var overraskende bra, så det var ikke noe nett, for å si det sånn.
You're right, it's absolutely huge, but PIMCO is just the latest voice to basically come out and say how ridiculous the debate really is. At the end of the day, is the U.S. actually going to default? The chances of that happening are super slim. And as he points out, there's an unbelievable buying opportunity here. We're talking about yields that we haven't seen, I mean, in a very long time, sometimes ever. We're talking about an extra 250 basis points that you can easily make within the next 4 weeks. I mean, that is quite a significant buying opportunity here. So yeah, I understand that it's a big deal. I realize everyone is looking at it, but the odds of a default seem to be significantly low. Of course, those could be famous last words.
Yeah, I think we also spoke to Philip Hildebrand a couple of weeks ago from BlackRock, and he says, look, there's slim chances that something turns ugly, but if it's ugly, it could be Armageddon. What does the Fed's latest senior loan officer opinion survey show?
It seems to suggest that it is quite low. But again, I mean, I think ultimately what people are really looking at is U.S. CPI data, which is actually coming out tomorrow. If you take a look at the market today, it seems quite tame. That's mostly because at the end of the day, what people are most concerned with isn't necessarily this, it's mostly whether or not the US is going to continue increasing rates, which is what we will probably see with the US data tomorrow.
Dana, thank you so much. Bloomberg's managing editor for credit, Dana El-Battaji. So we'll have plenty more, of course, on the debt ceiling. Joining us is also Freya Beamish, Chief Economist and Head of Macro Research at TS Lombard. Freya, always good to speak to you, especially to cool off our hot-headed market moves. When you look at the debt ceiling, like what kind of positioning should we do right now? Should we prepare for it and hope for the best, or is it very unlikely that we will come to anything too ugly?
I mean, again, it can be famous last words, but we are working off of the assumption that something will happen probably at the last minute, which is kind of, we're approaching that period. So yeah, we're working off of that assumption. That said, over the summer, there are a few kind of headwinds and pitfalls for equities to get through. Of course, the debt ceiling being one of them. But I think more importantly is the sort of the point that we're reaching in the cycle, which is essentially that we're moving from the stage where inflation is driven by sort of all of the shocks that have fed through the system from COVID through to the energy, to actually to the wage-driven part of the cycle, as is sort of right and proper for this stage of the cycle. But that's much more of a difficult thing for equities to stomach, and that's why we're sort of cautious on equities in the near term. But sort of looking beyond that, we do think markets have broadly speaking got it right in terms of the direction and the kind of the magnitude of the Fed funds rate. And it is a very forecast recession that we are still kind of holding out for. So we're looking for equities to sort of recover reasonably well, especially when you look at the central bank impulse, which has already turned in favor of asset prices, having been very much against asset prices through 22.
Yeah, overall, what kind of asset prices will we be left with post-recession? So are there longer-term legacy issues for inflation and higher returns?
Yeah, so I think markets are very much, I'm glad you asked that, because markets are very much getting things reasonably well right this year. But looking beyond that, that's where we have big concerns of over mispricing of asset prices. So this year we think that there will be a recession, but markets are sort of getting it wrong as to what the causes of that recession are. It's about breaking the speed limit. There's a recession because the rapidity of the increase in interest rates has just been so rapid.
Jeg må close the trades mine for at de skal flytte over. Faen.
Can't stomach that. But the economy can stomach the level of rates right now over a longer term basis and can potentially stomach higher yields over a longer term basis. The same with inflation. That inflation could come down quite precipitously this year, and markets are kind of getting that right, especially if you include shelter and the lagged effects of previous price movements. But it's again about the causes of that. The causes of that decline in inflation are about COVID distortions coming out.
Sånn, det er helt ute.
It's not about the secular trends in inflation, which we think are picking up. And there's a whole host of kind of factors that feed into that. But if you want a kind of a big picture idea as to where that comes from, you can think about the imbalances that we see in the economy right now compared with the imbalances that we saw contrasted with the imbalances that we saw in the wake of the global financial crisis. In the wake of the global financial crisis,
Freya,
it was
so we
very
also
much
had We also had some really disappointing news out of China, and I don't know if you put that into context of what you're explaining beautifully about a credit crunch, but also a lot of the loans may be disappearing in the US. Could we have a perfect storm emerge all at once?
Faen, jeg har vært short hele tiden, og så må jeg dekke meg nå før jeg går faller, for jeg må være på.
Some more kind of global recessionary dynamics once you get through the kind of the reopening in China. So when we talk about the kind of the excess of debt in the global financial crisis, post-global financial crisis in the US, where that excess of debt is now is very much in China. So the US had an asset cycle over the 2010s. They built a whole bunch of what I would call hollow financial assets over the course of the 2010s. And that's much more of an inflation problem that is causing central banks to have to squeeze out inflation. Where the problem is in China is on the debt side of the balance sheet, and that's much more of a demand deflationary story. So when you get the reopening story right now, yes, by all means, that means faster growth, much more services-led fast growth, which is why it's not showing up in the imports in the first half of the year. But in the second half of the year, there's nothing to sustain that, and there's the whole legacy of that debt imbalance to work out on the balance sheet side of things. So there's the potential for the US to go into recession and China to slow quite precipitously towards the end of the year as well, and that puts you much more into kind of global recessionary dynamics.
And what are the spillover effects actually of this China slowdown to neighboring countries and the rest of the world?
So while the spillover effects of reopening are not particularly significant for the rest of the world, because it's all about services and it's the first sort of cyclical pickup that's been led by the consumer sector as a result of this pent-up demand, the effects of the slowdown, the secular slowdown, are much more important. So the likes of the euro area, the likes of the export-dependent EMs, are very much tied into that kind of deflationary force that's emanating from China, whereas the likes of the US and the UK are much more exposed to the more inflationary imbalances that are there in those economies when you look at that excess of financial wealth compared with the capacity of the economy to provide for the demand that excess of wealth generates. So we have these kind of deep-seated mismatches between demand and supply that have to be worked out in the likes of the US and the UK, and to an extent the euro area, but the euro area is much more exposed to the slowdown in China.
Freya, are you surprised? And I know this goes also into something that you mentioned with lending of, coming from banks in the US and the credit crunch that could potentially get worse. But it seems to have pretty much been contained, the fallout from, some of the stress that we're seeing in the US banks. Again, famous last words, or do you think a lot of those worries are behind us?
So I think with regards to small and kind of medium-sized banks in the US,
okay,
the mechanism by which that would turn into a more serious
faen, ass, nå faller den driten når jeg skulle gjort
and there
det.
is a destruction of deposits in the economy as a result of QT and the mismatch
Yes! Da får jeg trade ordentlig.
By banks and money market.
Nå skal jeg vise dere trading nå.
So that aggregate story is still there, but in terms of how that manifests and whether that actually tips off the kind of the key the tipping point for small banks and regional banks, that would force them to sell down their held to maturity assets, and that particular mechanism has now been disabled by the Fed offering its new kind of term funding program, which means that instead of having to sell those assets and recognize the quite large losses that are embedded in the balance sheet, they can just go to this new facility at the Fed. So that sort of cauterized the systemic nature of this again, could be famous last words, but of this part of the crisis. But where we are kind of more worried about kind of illiquid assets more broadly in the economy, comes back to this idea of there being sort of hollow financial wealth that has essentially been created by the combination of large deficits through the 2010s and then again in the pandemic period, with the expansion of the central bank balance sheet, which is a perfect concoction to create this kind of financial wealth that doesn't really have a home in the real economy. In fact, it's created
Her er penger allerede. Oh, yes! Her er penger allerede. Nå slipper dere å vente i fuckings 100 år for å gå pluss, liksom. Er det mulig? Nå skal jeg scalpe sånn her allerede sett før.
In the financial world or through increasing prices in the real economy.
Oh yes, nå har vi penger allerede der.
Be a combination of both of those things. So that tells you that there's this sort of underlying inflationary force in the real economy, but also this kind of propensity towards there being a denouement between the level of financial asset prices and the real economy, the likelihood there's going to be higher inflation, higher yields, deterioration of the geopolitical environment, the energy transition, and all these things bringing them back into line.
Thank you, Freya, which is why you say actually could emerge, the US certainly, and also the UK, out of this recession to higher yields. Freya Beamish there, as always, wonderful analysis, Chief Economist and Head of Macro Research at TS Lombard. Now, coming up, we look at the banks. UBS has announced a reshuffle of its leadership after the emergency takeover of Credit Suisse. Who stays and who goes? We'll have all of the details next, and this is Bloomberg.
Her er det penger som faen. Her er det penger som faen. Vurderer å ta gevinst snart. Så fort går det.
You're so intimately linked to the future of the UK. What are you seeing when you go to branches and in the country?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of anxiety at the moment. I think the recovery from the pandemic has been and is continuing to be very strong. So I think we're seeing the economy recover. But with rising interest rates, with inflation, those are things that peoples and families and businesses have had to deal with for 10 years. So a lot of business owners today haven't had to operate in that environment. So it's causing quite a lot of anxiety, which means for us, because we're up and down the country in branches and offices, we can spend a lot of time talking to businesses and helping them plan and deal with it. But it's very different, and it's not something people have had to operate in for a long time.
Fy faen, det her er en natt og dag.
Covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Du har en stoploss på 20 points.
UBS actually appointing Todd Tuckner as chief financial officer. Of course, he replaced.
Nå snakker vi. Nå skal jeg faen meg trade opp, skal doble pengene mine. Nå kan jeg gå ut og inn på ikke noe. Bare bam. Fy faen, Jones, du er meg en artig fyr, du.
Will also become a member of the UBS executive board. Not something that many were actually expecting, although we had found out that there were possible conversations heading in those directions. So for more
Nå på det lille jeg gjorde nå, så jeg hentet jeg 1000 spenn på det lille jeg gjorde nå. Hadde det vært på den der metatrader-driten, så hadde jeg jo da gjort det.
I think you're right. I think it's a surprise that Kroner has stepped across. He's a veteran. He's had 10 years at both banks. He left in the reshuffle of 2019, Francine. Bear that in mind. He left during an Armati shuffle. I think what you have here is a very clear delivery for continuity. People who Armati has confidence in, and people who've been loyal to the UBS machine. And I've worked with Armati through turbulent times of turning UBS itself around. Let's just look at some of those changes, Francine. If you're a veteran and you know what you're doing within UBS, you've been rewarded, you remain on this board. I find it interesting that Rob Karofsky, who he's only been there since 2014, I say only, but he will lead the investment bank solely. And then the Dauphin, as I call him, which is Iqbal Khan, I'm sure that won't go down well at home in Switzerland, but he remains sole president of the wealth management. So this is about continuity. But I think when it comes to Kroner, of course, this is about the transition from what remains within Credit Suisse to come across for a phased period and a pivotal point in time. And there's some pretty significant female leads here as well, Francine. Just to give you some context, Michelle Berraud, she is head of transition and integration, 23-year veteran at UBS. So you could say herself and Armati are very closely aligned. Francine.
Manus, when you look at, of course, how, again, this is an integration that we're hoping legally, I think, will be done in the next couple of months. But then we also heard from the chairman of UBS that this will take maybe 3-4 years. It's extremely complex. Is it too soon to try and figure out, because this happened 6 weeks ago, is it too soon to figure out how it's going so far?
I think it probably is. It's presumptive. And I mean, one thing which Amati was very clear about when we sat down, and listen to the tone in his voice. I'm glad you've met a few people that know how to run a Swiss bank, Manus. Maybe you'd like to introduce them to me. Facts, not emotion, will run the thinking of Amati. And if you look at the complexion of this, as you say, a war cabinet, almost a group of individuals, men and women, who will quite literally take this organization by the neck and reinvent who they are and what they are. To that extent, this is about creating a group of people who know one another very well, who know how to do the job. And I think where we are, Francine, with this right now, it's too soon to say what it is. 100 people have gone in there. We know the advanced posse, the advanced team are looking under the hood. I think when we get to the end of July on the next set of numbers, the market is going to want to know something really quite significant about what bad assets you're going to tank. And here's the thing, the structure will have 5 core parts: wealth, investment banking, personal corporate banking, investment banking, and you got it. It's back at the top of the charts. Non-core bank, and that will be headed by Beatrice
Yes!
Gimerez.
Nå har faen meg tjent 3 lapper.
Right, it's back in the top 5 on the billboard.
Det bra.
The bad bank is back, and that is how quickly and aggressively that will be run down. The assets, as you and I have talked about several times, and the parts of the bank, Credit Suisse, that Amati et al. Do not want.
Yeah, and I know we both know Beatrice, a force to be reckoned with, I think, is how many people would describe her. Thank you so much, Manus Crania, there with the very latest on UBS. Coming up, we'll have plenty more on some of the big corporate stories we're following. Saudi Aramco says it's well positioned to cope with fluctuating prices, and this is despite slightly disappointing first quarter sales. We'll have the details next, and this is Bloomberg.
Shorte mer her nå. Snart, tror jeg. Jeg håper det skal dette skikkelig. Ta gevinst, så går jeg på ny short. Hallo. Halla. Noen news? Nei, det skulle kommet ned I går. På alt. På makronyhetene, Asia, alt. Så kommer det CPI-tall I morgen. Ja, det bare det der. Det ikke noe grunn. Det ikke noe annen grunn. Gå på ny short. Hæ? Ja, men jeg solgte det så godt.
Solar energy, wind power, battery-operated cars. The transition from old to new platforms has investors placing bets on which technologies will come out on top. Bruce Flatt's Brookfield Asset Management sees they cause massive opportunities. Its new impact.
Men gitt beskjed til Nordea da, så nå forklarte de hva det var for noe. Jeg måtte forklare dem hva en funded-konto var for noe.
Companies that need to dramatically curb greenhouse gas emissions, like power providers, and those that are in a position to dominate in clean energy. Brookfield hired former Bank of England Governor Mark Carney to strengthen its environmental, social, and governance investing. In March, Australian utility AGL Energy shut down Brookfield's takeover offer.
Ja, man sier så får det annerledes på det. De gjør det bare for at de beholder cash for at rentene, de tjener på rentene. Så det bare formet. Nei. De vil jo helst at du skal bare ha pengene. Bare få det vekk. Ut med det. Gjør det. Greit det. Ha det.
Finance, economics, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Paris. We look today at the future of finance from Paris. But before we do any of that, and we also get to the earnings out of Aramco, let's check on the markets. And a bit of a wobble is probably how I would describe it. It's not technical.
A bit of a wobble.
It does feel that way.
Technically, a bit of a wobble.
So European stocks, U.S. equity futures edging lower. Investors again assessing the impact of slowing imports by China on its economic recovery. A lot of questions mark on what that looks like in the next 3 and 6
Ja,
months.
jeg short nå, trader. Det var litt deilig å kunne gå short på TD. Nå har jeg spredd på bare et par pips. Smukk, smukk, smukk!
The lowest in nearly 5 years after the company announced plans to postpone a dividend, but also cancel a rights issue intended to shore up its finances. Onto another corporate, and Aramco says it will pay a performance-linked dividend, potentially boosting payouts for the Saudi Arabian government by billions of dollars. Now, this also comes as the world's largest energy company reports a miss on the first quarter operating profits. So to round up all of the numbers, let's get straight to Bloomberg's energy and commodities leader. He's Paul Wallace. Paul, great to speak to you. So will this dividend announcement actually mean more money for shareholders, not least the Saudi government?
Hi, Francine. It certainly looks that way. We've already started to get some numbers coming through and forecasts coming through from analysts, and we've got Bloomberg Economics saying that this could boost the dividend, which already stands at about $76 billion, by $20 billion or more. RBC Capital Markets is predicting $12 billion to $18 billion of additional payouts from the company. So this is looking like a pretty good move, a pretty big move from Aramco.
Ja, jeg hentet den par tusen. Jeg bytter her, så nå kan jeg trade med opp 2 lapper nå. Nå kan jeg trade med uten på samme kurs, og hvis jeg tar feil, så blir det bare det lille der. Hadde det vært noen andre, så hadde det vært 150.
Well, it will certainly,
Det er stor kanskje. Så nå kan jeg scalpe som faen. Så det er for meg jeg visste ikke at det var sånn. Den skriver til meg her at det er på grunn av fikst. Jeg sendte mail til den. Jeg bare, hva faen er det her for noe? Fikst betyr at det er
Paul, thanks so much. Paul Wallace in Dubai. Now, coming up, we'll have, of course, a deep dive into finance. This is Bloomberg.
Observation closure. Det er ikke den her neste. MT4 er variable. Jeg bare oppsetter fixed rate and cloud rate, så den er variabel. Det er derfor det var så... Jeg skjønte ikke den spredden, altså. Hva faen? For det er jo metatradere... Nei, det er jo TD360 jeg bruker. Jeg skjønte ikke hvorfor det var så jævla dårlig spredd. Og nå kan jeg gå ut inn på samme kurs, så det er litt deilig. Short-knurken. Så nå shortet jeg. Nå har jeg penger allerede, med en gang. Det hadde ikke gått på den andre. Nå hadde jeg vært i minus på den andre. Så nå har jeg penger. Så her. Allerede liksom. Ta gunst. Ute. Så fort kan jeg gjøre det her nå. Med andre så hadde ikke det gått. Så måtte jeg være med hele veien ned. Så måtte jeg sitte rolig. Og så det hadde ikke gått igjen.
I've always been a person who's just been attracted to hair. I like to sit and think and theorize how I can manifest these visions that I have for braiding and how I can take something that may seem like it's a line drawing in my mind and apply that to someone's scalp.
We are the only culture that has hair that grows out of our head the way that it does. Anyone from the African diaspora is born with this amazingly curly hair that can be shaped into a variety of different ways of expression.
I want Black people to love themselves for how they naturally appear and also to appreciate
Skal vi tømme alt utenfor, eller?
such as braiding that our ancestors have practiced.
Men hvis vi tømmer det på ute i Lier, så er det gratis. På søpla der. Da må vi få adressen til noen i Lier. Faen kan det være?
Live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
To stykker mer?
We got a little bit of talking.
Oh, det er ikke
Missing
noe.
the power of Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
Ja,
This is
nå
so
går
exhausting.
shorten
This is
en
so
rett inn, ikke?
all-encompassing. Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
Se meg pen, så får dere røstelig. Han bor i Lier.
BSO Now is
Har du dratt til Hyggesett?
for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston
Ja.
Pops performances.
Ja, for nå heter det nesten kylling for å få... Tusen hjertelig SUXOR. Ok, da går vi ny short. Setter en tight stopplås. Kjører bare... Sånn der. Det kan bounce opp her, men jeg synes det er ganske negativt. Det skulle falt i dag. Så den trenen, ikke sant? Det som er fett her nå, så bare vise oss gjør det. Der. Setter en stopplås sånn.
U.S. Treasury yields rise over growing credit risks, funding concerns, and heightened fears of default if Congress fails to raise the debt ceiling on time.
Ja.
Credit
Det er
Suisse
fair.
chief
Da er det det
executive
der.
Rick Kerner will join the UBS group executive
Da er bare ligger
as
den
the
igjen.
lender announces a broad management overhaul following the takeover. Plus,
Kommer til
China
å doble
imports
kontoen i dag.
plunge as concerns grow about the nation's economy. Asian
Nei, det er ikke
stocks rise
metatrader.
as export growth tops estimates.
Metatrader, så tar det mye lenger tid. Nå kan jeg gå ut inn på en dollar. Liksom.
Early edition of Francine Lacqua here in Paris. Now, also joining us in Paris a little bit later on is, of course, JP Morgan with their capital markets forum. Business leaders have offered a gloomy
Ja, jeg må være der
assessment
klokka
of
12,
place in the league
så jeg må dra sikkert om...
centers. Now, Jan Duplessis, chair of the Financial Reporting Council, even blames this on a series of factors, including lower CO pay, and a reluctance to embrace change. Meanwhile,
Ser du, nå er penger allerede.
co-founders
Ta
actually
gevinst.
told the Times
Ser du hvor fort det går, eller? Fy faen!
Now, ahead of their
Fy faen, dette er sånn våkne opp i en gullpotte!
Of course, of London, what's in the pipeline with one of the most powerful bankers in
Skjønner
London.
du?
This is Viswas Raghavan, JP Morgan's...
Det jeg drev med i går var galskap.
Live, of course, from their chief executive officer event in London. Viz, always great to speak to you because you always make me smarter on the ins and outs of...
Jeg er short, tar gevinst på shorten hvis det ikke bryter ned nå. Den bør bryte ned, men jeg tar gevinst på halve shorten. Nei, det er jeg ikke. Jeg skal se om jeg faller videre nå.
Morning, Francine. So look, I think I would put the factors surrounding London into two buckets. You know, the controllable and the uncontrollable. If I look at the uncontrollable bucket, I mean, clearly there are geopolitical shifts.
Ja, jeg kan få den opp på Discorden, for den andre den der driten var i London, det her er jo ikke London. Ta gevinst. Bang. Applaus. Skjønner du nå? Skjønner jeg bygger nå, eller? Og så sitter jeg fortsatt inne med de her. Det er sånn pole position. Hvis det faller videre, så har jeg den. Den må bryte her. Den må bryte.
And clearly there is Brexit. So clearly Brexit has kind of cannibalized the listing pool. A lot of European companies are now listing on European exchanges. So there are a bucket of factors which are put in that kind of uncontrollable bucket. But within the kind of increasing the attractiveness kind of quotient in the controllable bucket, clearly London has historically, you know, been a great money center. The rule of law, quality of regulation, I think that's a huge plus. The FCA's reforms, proposed reforms around regulation, the Edinburgh reforms. I think what is being considered is kind of making sure that we don't gold-plate it and keep the attractiveness kind of alive. And then clearly the pool of talent, the international multicultural talent that needs to continue. And also, most importantly, if London continues to be a magnet for entrepreneurs who create jobs, who create wealth for themselves, for their employees, that kind of magnetism and the attractiveness of London continues,
Kan kjøre en longen her, som bounce opp dit, hvis ikke han bryter ned nå.
could be positive.
Functional ser helt møtt.
That those controllable factors we are on top of that.
Jeg var short over natta, vet.
Yeah, and at the same time, there's been a lot of pushback, for example, because of the CMA's, decision on Activision Microsoft. So, are you worried that we're going to have a less favorable regulation that will take business away from London? What does that mean for JP Morgan?
I mean, look, I wouldn't read too much into the CMA's decision on Microsoft. I think you have to evaluate these on a case-by-case basis.
Ja, det går bra når jeg kan gjøre det jeg er god på. Da går det bra.
The UK happened to be first. It could have been the EU Markets Authority, or it could have been the US kind of regulators. So you cannot infer too much or extrapolate from just kind of the Microsoft decision, and really there are a lot of other factors that go into it. I think that the key is really all the factors that made London kind of a magnet and a hub for global capital, that global money center, the advantage of the time zone, that attraction of top talent. We got to keep doing all of that while making sure that it is a very kind of a proactive and an environment that fosters entrepreneurship and really kind of look to the green economy, technology, life sciences, really as a magnet. Because also what we cannot underestimate is when you look at valuations, especially from a US perspective, there is a valuation uplift to be had from compared from a London domicile to kind of redomiciling to the US, and some companies have trod that route. So I think that is something which companies really are considering and evaluating all of the time.
But Viz, so for you, for example, since Brexit, do you have to duplicate costs because you have to have a hub also in Europe, and how sustainable is that?
I think there is an element of duplication, but from a listing point of view, remember, as a board, as a CEO, as a management team, and for the shareholders, the key is to access as many pools of liquidity as possible, so that your stock, your equity story, your investment thesis is getting the widest audience. You're getting an active following, so and really kind of benefiting in terms of valuation. So the key drivers there are really having as broad a following for your investment thesis, for your equity story, and getting the kind of the valuation uplift. In terms of whether it is two exchanges, if there is an increase in cost, whether there is duplication, I think it is really around the fringes. I think the key here is having a broad following, and that you are really kind of trading at the multiple that you deserve, and that your stock and your story justifies.
In terms of business, Viz, when are you expecting the pipeline to pick up, deal making to pick up, and if not returning to maybe more normal levels, certainly better trends that we're seeing now?
You know what? I think I am really half full on that. If you look at investment banking, kind of the fee pool, before COVID, the global fee pool was around 80 billion or thereabouts per year. And through 2021, 2021, that fee pool, absolutely catapulted to around $135 billion. And that was really fueled by a lot of liquidity in the market. There was...
Jeg har tatt gevinster under helveis her. Jeg driver og bygger opp en short her nå. Det litt sånn skummelt, for jeg sitter liksom midt i... Det må liksom komme litt lenger her, altså.
And what you saw through 2022 was that fee pool shrink, so we're back at around kind of the mid 75 billion or thereabouts. And when you look at the pipeline, we've seen a bout of successful IPOs both sides of the Atlantic. The debt markets are selectively opening up, and the M&A market really, I think it has got it's showing signs of life. So it is not going to go back to the kind of the glorious 2021 type volumes, but it is not as bleak either. There is value, and there is also a kind of a meeting of minds between buyer and seller, and there is a kind of a valuation kind of matching that is slowly taking shape. So the glass seems more half full than half empty, and for the right names, for the right stories, the capital markets are wide open.
Are private markets a way in for banks, or are they too dangerous just because of the lack of liquidity and where we are in the cycle and the possibility of coming?
I mean, look, I think when you talk about banks, what we saw around kind of SVB and Signature and First Republic, it's a bit idiosyncratic.
Ja, men Daxen jævla sterk trader. Den farlig å shorte, ass. Den dritfarlig å shorte.
Kind of mismatched situations. if you take broad banking, you know, there are
Den er
generally, you know,
dritfarlig å
whether it's in the
shorte.
United States or in Europe,
Jeg shorter masse her nede nå. Jeg shorta her oppe i stad, tok gevinst. Og så driver jeg shorten. Nå er jeg jævlig usikker om jeg skal tørre.
Credit conditions are tightening. There is selectivity. There is selectivity. You know, liquidity generally in the market is a lot more selective. There is a flight to quality, but that is to be expected given where we are in the economic cycle. That is kind of, you know, quite natural. But overall, I would say, you know, if you look at the you know, the broad kind of market, you know, you are seeing a general kind of tightening, and investors, boardrooms are naturally cautious given the economic prognosis.
If it's just one final question on the rollout of Chase, how's that going elsewhere? So outside the UK, are you still planning the Germany launch, and what happens after Germany?
So look, I mean, Chase in the UK is really going extremely well. We have way over 1 million customers, and we're doing really well on deposits. And as you know, we've been hiring in Berlin. I cannot comment on what the next kind of phase of expansion looks like, but the reasoning behind you know, hiring folks in Berlin is really kind of to make that kind of the center.
La oss håpe på fall og lagtreder, for det er grisesterkt.
But overall, a fantastic start, and really. It has been a kind of a great story in terms of, you know, the number of jobs we've created in the UK. We've hired, you know, more than 1,000 people now, so it's been a fantastic start to Chase.
Viz, thank you so much. Viz was Raghavandar, EMEA Chief Executive Officer at JP Morgan, joining us for an exclusive conversation on banking and Paris and the UK.
On banking and Paris.
Coming up, we touch on this week's MLive Pulse survey, asking which developed economy will suffer the most in 2023. Spoiler alert, it's not looking great for the
Ja, det er mulig jeg må kjøre en liten hedge her, en longen opp, men kan det fort pleies opp hit. Og det kan det nå, for det er så liten spredd.
Suppose somebody is watching and says, I want to be Ari Emanuel when I grow up. What should somebody do to get into the talent agency business or the business you're in?
Well, it's hopefully what I've taught my kids. You got to be intellectually curious. You got to be, you got to show up. And you know this like I know this. I got on a lot of planes. You just, yeah, even though that voice in your head is saying, oh God, I'm so tired, I don't want to do this. You got to show up. You got to be charmingly relentless. You have to build emotional endurance, because there's no straight line to success. It's kind of all over the place, and you have to just be able to work through those things. And then I think one of the things that I do every week is I try to create serendipity.
From the world of politics to the world of business, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Anne-Marie Hordern and Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
I don't think there's enough real growth for everything to work.
Our expectation for actually GDP growth is just above 1% for this year, but pretty much a flat 2024. and that is concerning.
The UK is showing tremendous resilience. It's a very stable position for us in the UK bank at the moment.
In Australia, we're taking a bit longer to get back to the inflation target than is the case in some other countries.
What we see in Europe, we basically qualify it economically as look-through, yeah? So we don't see a recession coming. We basically see some growth, even if it can be a bit sluggish.
Well, this week's MLive Pulse survey focused on the world's biggest economies ahead of the G7 finance ministers meeting this week. Now, the other thing, of course, we're focusing on is what happens to living standards in the UK. Now, to go through all of the results is our Bloomberg senior reporter, John Stepek. John, good morning. You're great at putting all these things together and making us look good or not. But actually, for the Brits, it's just not looking great, full stop. Or is it?
There's a bit of a spoiler alert there, Fran. But yeah, so we asked this question of our readers. Which country do you think is going to see the biggest drop in living standards, as in the biggest fall in real wages? And by far, the most votes went to the UK. Roughly 60% said it's the UK, with Italy being a distant second. Now, I mean, it's interesting because obviously the UK is actually doing an awful lot better than anyone expected 9 months ago. Back then, everyone was saying we'd be in a recession. Bank of England was saying it'd be the longest recession essentially in living memory. And as it turns out, we're not in recession and growth is not great, but it's not awful. However, it's very clear that the cost of living crisis is still front of mind. And I think we probably saw that reflected in the local election results last week.
So what does this mean for investment implications, John? How do readers feel about
investment in the
UK?
Well, again, the interesting thing there is, so we locked the readers in a room and said, you have to invest in a UK asset. So the FTSE 100, FTSE 250, gilts, or UK houses. Anyone who wants to buy a house right now will probably be pleased to hear that no one wanted to invest in UK residential property. But the most popular investment was the FTSE 100. Now, what's interesting about that, of course, is that the FTSE 100 is not really a UK investment. It's certainly not an investment in the UK economy. It's an investment in global companies that happen to be listed in the UK. And so it reflects the same grumpy sentiment that we saw in the first question.
John, thank you so much, as always, for all of the analysis. Bloomberg senior reporter and Money Distilled newsletter author. It's a really good newsletter, so I urge everyone to go and
Det ganske sjukt på Dagsnytt her, liksom på all-time high.
Joining us this morning on the MLive survey. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash with Sarah Halls. Hi, Sarah.
Thank you, Fran. Aramco will introduce an additional dividend, potentially boosting payouts for Saudi Arabia's government by billions of dollars. It comes at a time when weaker oil prices are pushing the kingdom's budget into a deficit. Dividend will be between 50 and 70% of the company's annual free cash flow. China's export growth slowed last month, while imports plummeted, adding to pressures on its economic recovery. According to official data, imports dropped almost 8% in the year to April, much worse than the median projection of a 0.2% decline. Exports grew 8.5% over the same period, partly due to a favourable comparison with last year, when much of the country was under lockdown. PayPal shares fell in extended trading after the company lowered its adjusted operating margin forecast. The payments giant says it now expects the margin to grow by about 100 basis points this year, lower than its earlier forecast of 125 basis points. The weak guidance overshadowed PayPal's first quarter earnings beat and its higher full-year profit forecast.
Dere kan se ut som vi må krype til korset i dag også. Det går jo faen ikke ned.
In over 120 countries. I'm Sarah Halls, and this is Bloomberg. Fran.
Det går jo ikke ned.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Now, Goldman Sachs is to pay $250 million to settle a gender pay case.
Slutt å forstyrre meg, den narkoman.
2,800 women who filed a class action lawsuit claiming there were systematically...
Bare fordi du ikke har et liv, og jeg sitter og kreder det.
Det er sånn du griser når jeg kommer inn.
Ja, det er bare mat.
Du kommer og går i nye.
Hva da? Har du hivet dritten i kjøleskapet?
I kjøleskapet?
Hvem som dritt var det? Hvilken dritt var det?
Tell us a little bit more about the case.
Hvilken dritt var det? Riktig. Takk for at du ryddet dritten ut. Takk for at du ryddet dritten ut. Det stinker her. Nei, det fordi du her.
If you recall, Christina Chen Oster, who was the key plaintiff here, she first filed in 2005, and she could go to court only in 2010, and it took her another 8 years to get more, about 1,400 more associates and VPs added on to that complaint, and that number has now grown to 2,800.
Så du kan koble deg til helvete uten meg.
Ja. Der er du.
Hvor? Der! Du skal bare hive meg på øya, så skal du ikke være der.
Jeg skal kjøpe øy. Der er Lucifer.
Så jeg får lov til å være på øya. Det er det du sier, jeg får lov til å være på øya. Det var veldig snilt av deg.
So, Ruth, I was going to ask, what will go into next?
Det er sykt, altså. Herregud, det går bare oppover.
So the money, if you know, 215 million looks like a lot, but put it in context.
Nå er jeg null igjen. Alt jeg tjente så er null igjen. Det er mulig.
Goldman Sachs, and who broke this story as well, was saying that in November 2022, there was a partner who had sued Goldman, and they did a confidential settlement for 12 million. I think the bigger thing to keep in mind is they're saying they'll get an independent expert in, they'll look at their promotions process, they'll look at pay for the next 3 years, and that in terms of institutionally changing these organizations, keep in mind that 6 of the biggest US banks, only one of them has had a female CEO.
Det her vil ikke nedtreder, så vi får bare vite surepler, så må vi gå langt.
A win effect than just the money that we're talking about here.
Ruth, thank you so much. Our London bureau chief there, Ruth David, is now coming.
That's ubåt. Det grisesterkt.
Putin fans the flames of nationalism and looks to rally more support behind the war in Ukraine and his Victory Day remarks.
Jeg går litt langer nå, jeg gir ikke bare følge med på mønstret her. Det var litt sånn i går også. Hallo. Hallo. Ja, jeg drar nå snart. Ja, det går fint. Jeg tar en Andreas, skal vi se, jeg kommer når jeg kommer. Ja, kommer, litt da. Yes, han kommer. Nei, jeg gir meg ikke. Tar en ny short her nå. Jeg kan ikke se noen grunn til at dette skal gå særlig mer oppover.
You're so intimately linked to the future of the UK. What are you seeing when you go to branches and in the country?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of anxiety at the moment. I think the recovery from the pandemic has been and is continuing to be very strong. So I think we're seeing the economy recover. But with rising interest rates, with inflation, those are things that
jeg skjønner ikke at det skal gå opp. Jeg må stikke til Tønsberg. Jeg er short. Tatt stopplås. Jeg gir faen. Nå går jeg penger. Men det er veldig, veldig sterkt også. Det er veldig, veldig sterkt. Jævla sterkt. Alt av USA kommer ned. Alt kommer ned. Tyskland er på all-time high med det verste makroen siden andre verdenskrig. Det er litt spesielt. Det er litt spesielt, folkens, at vi er... Ja, nå går jeg penger. Det var enda godt. Fuck it. Short litt mer, jeg. Jeg gir meg ikke. Makro sier at vi skal ned. Gå ned nå, da.
level and earn purses that are commensurate with their male counterparts is a mission that we're driving towards every day.
Watch Chief Future Officer Wednesday on Bloomberg.
Skjorta mer. Jeg har penger på det nå. Forskjellen på meg og de jævla gurene på TikTok, de gjør faen ikke en dritt. Jeg er med dere og kriger! Må jeg penger på alt. Jeg har bare den der som er minus. Fuck den der. Ok, stikk til Tønsberg. Skal bli fri. Kommer tilbake om 2 timer. Skal jeg bare la den være, eller? Så får dere se om jeg taper eller tjener. Det er lotto.
EMEA News Director Roz Matheson. Roz, you always make us smarter on these very complex issues that has to do with geopolitics and foreign policy. How has the big parade differed from previous years?
Well, mainly it differed in size. What we saw was a lot of troops marching up and down, but we only saw one tank,
Ja, jeg har stopplåt. Men nå er jeg ikke noe stresset, for nå har jeg så jævla tight jeg har så jævla tight sånn spread nå, så nå går det bra, liksom. Nå kan jeg gå ut inn på samme kurs. Nå blir jeg rik. Nå er null stress.
In other parts of Russia, really to kind of collate what he had to put on display in the Red Square this morning. So what we saw is a really slimmed down display in terms of the machinery that was there. Certainly we saw the usual troops marching by and so on. A lot of patriotic comments from the Russian president in his short address at the start. But if anything, what it highlights is the toll that this war has taken on Russia's military establishment.
So what are your main key takeaways, Ross, from Putin's comments? I mean, he says it's not Russia's fault, and that's basically to rally support from his people.
Well, that's right, and that's the narrative he's been adopting for a while now, which is that Russia is fundamentally under attack from the West, and therefore this war is about that. It's really a change in narrative from the early days of the conflict when he was talking about reclaiming territory that he said was fundamentally Russian. So now he's casting it very much for a domestic audience that Russia is under siege.
Short of a day low,
this is about NATO, this is about the US, this is about all these countries who are really seeking to contain Russia and push it back. And that's really, really aimed at the domestic audience inside Russia, of course. You know, more than a year into his war, he's still on the back foot on the ground in Ukraine. No great signs of tangible progress there. So he really needs to rally the Russian people by saying, you know, you have to join forces with me here because it's us against the rest of the world. And that really is a repeat of the narrative we've seen of late from him.
Okay, boys. Jeg er med dere hele veien. Jeg er shorta til pipa. Boom! Ok, da lar jeg den være, og så kan dere være med og trede. Ja. Jeg er i penger som faen nå. Men så er spørsmålet... Jeg har gått og ventet på det faller nå i 2 dager. Skal jeg være fornøyd med det lille fallet der? Jeg tror det kan falle mye mer. Eller skal jeg være smart og ta gevinst? Jeg tror det kan falle noe grønnjævlig. Det er ingen grunn til at DAXen skal opp. Det er ikke noe makro som skal opp. Det er ingenting. Det er trøbbel i Europa. Det er høyere inflasjon. Det er nervøsitet på boligmarkedet. Tyskland er nazister. Ja, alt er gærent. Det er en jævla nazi-børs. Fuck Tyskland.
Aside from Manchester,
The only areas that are really leading the way are Cambridge, Reading and Milton Keynes, indicating the good news for the rest of the UK might stop there. With Prime Minister Rishi Sunak facing the prospect of a general election as soon as next year, the pressure's now on for him to find ways to spread wealth outside of London to some of those more neglected areas. In Chancellor Jeremy Hunt's budget, he unveiled plans for 12 new low-tax investment zones around the UK and £760 million of spending on infrastructure and regeneration. Manchester's one of the oldest devolved areas in England, and there are signs that that's really beginning to pay off. What's on Jeremy Hunt's plate now is whether he can spread that success to other regions.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges.
Britain's next.
It was going to keep rate World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture does.
The BOK is getting ready to make a decision.
Clearly, the risk is that inflation is going to prove a lot more sticky than people are currently expecting.
I don't think there's much of a chance to get back to 2% absent a severe deflation. It's a 3 to 4% environment going forward for me.
I'm not sure that rate hikes actually causes inflation to go down. I think the Fed should, and central banks in general, should be using more tools, not just the rate hike tool.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition with Anna Edwards and Kriti Gupta.
It's 10 a.m. in London, 5 a.m. in New York, and 5 p.m. in Hong Kong. Our top stories today. US banks reported tighter standards and weaker demands for loans in the first quarter. That was before some of the recent stress in the banking sector emerged. UBS is overhauling its top management team following the takeover of Credit Suisse. The CFO is being replaced, and Credit Suisse CEO Ulrich Körner will join the UBS executive board. And a crucial meeting at the White House today over the debt limit stalemate. Senator Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he's not coming to President Biden's rescue with some secret plan. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London with Kriti Gupta in New York. Kriti, it is very good to see you on the programme. And of course, we have a big focus on the US debt limit this week and the extent to which any political solution can be found there as we work our way towards the data point, which has got to be US inflation tomorrow.
It absolutely is, Anna. A pleasure to be with you always. It's all about Washington. And the idea here that's not just about the inflation numbers that we are going to get, but also to your point, that debt ceiling story. Interesting, all eyes on Washington right now. But if you look at what the market's doing, Anna, the answer is not a ton. Take a look at futures right now, only down 0.3%, not seeing real momentum, real conviction. And even as the market does sell off, you see a lot more action on the micro front than the macro. Even the two-year yield kind of shrugging his shoulders a little bit because, look, Anna, this can go
Nazi! Nazi! Tyskland går til helvete. Så der, ja. Dr.botox. Du fikk jo rett til slutt, da. Fytti faen. Jeg er short. Jeg er short. Herfra. Nei. Jeg tar med. Nei, det er stopplåsene mine. Jeg er short herfra.
Really quickly turning into a recession. Commodities are really where that's going to show. It's going to be the very first pain point. And right now,
Jævla tyske drittbørs, ass.
Started ringing those alarm bells. How much of that is a question of demand and supply?
Er jo så sterkt. Nå har jeg tjent penger.
Right, let's have a look with that in mind.
Nå må jeg stikke. Jeg skal til Tønsberg. Ha det.
Chrissy, so that's a feature of the European story today. Let's have a look at what's going on the equity markets, though. Negativity, fairly gloomy red picture across these European equity markets this morning. Down by 0.6% catches my eye over in the Paris market. And broadly speaking, across Europe, we are pretty risk on. Most sectors in negative territory. And in fact, sentiment seems to have deteriorated as we've gone through the first couple of hours of the European trading day. Let me pull out one stock for you that really represents some of the tensions we're seeing in the real estate sector. And as rates have gone higher in Europe, the Swedish property market has been held up as an early example of what can happen in terms of the tensions in the property market. And I will not at all attempt to say the full name in Swedish of this business. I do apologise to Swedish viewers, but I can't just go there. SBB is what it's often known as. And this is a business that operates in the commercial real estate sector. And they've had to pause their dividend. This on the back of a downgrade to their debt yesterday. That came from the ratings agency S&P. So as a result of that, a lot of eyes on SBB. Will this be something of a canary in the coal mine for the tensions that we see in the Swedish property sector and elsewhere? How much could that spread? Now, this is Pearson. This is a publishing business. It's been really under pressure of late. We've seen a couple of days where this stock has really come under pressure as a result of what rivals have been saying or the market suspects will happen in the face of artificial intelligence and generative AI in particular. Now, the company has confirmed its guidance today and said it is working to work a generative AI into its business model. So as a result, Pearson goes higher by 2.6%. We had an interview with Martins Kazaks over at the ECB, and that's really interesting when you think about how long the ECB will keep hiking rates for, even if the Fed is on pause, and we'll see if that comes to pass. But the euro is down 0.2%, despite the fact that Martins Kazaks says that the ECB can keep hiking, even if not just that the Fed pauses, but even if the Fed cuts. That's his view. And this is Brent crude, Chrissy. You were mentioning WTI. It is down by 0.8%. Brent crude 76. We started last week at around $80 a barrel. We got nervous about the global growth story, and we dropped down to around $73 a barrel, it seems. Then for the last couple of days, we have seen some movement to the upside as a result of concerns around wildfires in Canada and what that does to supply. But right now, it's been a very volatile picture.
Certainly a lot to keep an eye on, both on the macro and the micro front. But let's get back to the macro here. The Federal Reserve saying U.S. banks reported tighter standards and weaker demand for loans in the first quarter. Bloomberg's Danny Berger joins us now with the detail on this Fed survey. Look, Danny, we never pay attention to the SPLOOS report, and yet here we are, all eyes on them yesterday. What did we find out?
Pretty, come on, you gotta pay attention to the SLUs always. Look, part of what we saw was this big debate unfurling. Just how bad was it? One camp saying, look, it was already really tight before SVB, or it was getting tighter, so what's a bit of incremental tightness? But we did see a net 46% of banks have further tightening. So that's an additional amount of what we saw after last quarter. So it does just show that conditions remain tight, and the longer they do so, the more borrowers will be hit. Cameron Christ also has a really good read on this too, that it's not necessarily just about these tighter conditions, it's about the demand picture. That has just completely evaporated. It is a dynamic that's more commiserate with a recession. So again, that supply and demand dynamic really is what we should be focusing on here.
Yeah, really interesting, isn't it? Because on the demand side, some voices, Goldman Sachs, I think, were calling for that number on the supply side to jump to 60% or so. We didn't see that, but we did see, as you say, this drop-off in demand for credit. Now, what about other measures of credit tension in the U.S. economy? We've heard from the Fed, haven't we? A financial stability report.
Yeah, financial stability report. I did think you were going to go to Goolsbee yesterday, who said he was getting vibes of tighter credit. He did say the word vibes. That's not me editorializing.
Not sure how we measure that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and you'd hope the Fed would measure more than just vibes. But yes, there was the financial stability report. Maybe this is kind of vibes too, because they say, look, given the economic outlook, given concerns about credit deterioration, concerns about funding liquidity, that perhaps we will see a contraction in the supply of credit to the economy. Now, to be clear, this is not a forecast. They're simply just laying out their biggest risks. So they're not saying, okay, this definitely will happen. They also highlighted a few other things, some structural vulnerabilities in short-term markets, be that stable coins, be that money market funds. Also some concerns when it comes to office real estate, saying that it stepped up the monitoring of CRE loan performance and banks with some of that commercial real estate exposure.
Okay, Danny, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Danny Berger with the latest on the credit focus that we keep stateside, of course, and that's certainly part of the conversation this morning. Let's get to other measures of tension within credit markets. And SBB, one of Sweden's biggest commercial landlords, plans to halt payments of its dividend after suffering a ratings cut. Now, the ratings cut came yesterday in session, but the new information overnight was the cut in the dividend. Joining us now is Anton Weilen in Stockholm, who can give us details of what happened here and why, because this is a story that's getting quite a lot of international attention, Anton.
Yes, so shares are down today and was already down a lot yesterday after its credit rating, this company which holds a lot of public properties and residential homes too, it was downgraded to junk by S&P. And this really puts focus on the issues for Swedish real estate firms which holds a lot of bond debt maturing this year. They have some $41 billion of bond debt maturing within 5 years, and a quarter of that is due this year.
So Anton, for the reasons you just stated, kind of seen as a bellwether or some sort of canary in the coal mine for not just Swedish real estate, but the European property sector broadly. But put this into some context for us. When it comes to Swedish real estate specifically, just how bad is it? Is this an isolated incident?
Well, the thing with Swedish property firms is that they have taken on a lot of debt to grow quickly in the past years when rates were low. The problem is that debt is short and with floating interest rates, so they're particularly sensitive to rising rates. And what happens now is that bond market is too expensive to finance on, and they will seek bank funding, but banks in Sweden are already exposed to this industry. So other options are halting dividends, as we saw last night, also selling assets. One issue with this is what will happen to property valuations if we see fire sales. So alternatives are quite few for Swedish property firms at the moment.
Anton, thank you very much. Anton Weilen in Stockholm for us on that developing story around SBB, and it sort of taps into broader concerns globally around commercial real estate, other parts of the real estate sector in focus as well, as rates have been rising so quickly, of course. Now, sticking with financial services news, UBS is overhauling its top management team following the takeover of Credit Suisse. Marion Halftermeyer joins us, Bloomberg finance reporter in Zurich, with the details. Tell us what stands out to you in terms of the management changes. I suppose the CEO of Credit Suisse staying on is quite a big deal.
It is a big deal. What stands out most to me is that Sergio Matti, the new UBS CEO, is really sticking to personnel that he knows well from his time running the bank 2 years ago. So we see a lot of executive changes this morning, and they are all UBS personnel from internal. And then Uli Kerner, if you'll remember, the Credit Suisse CEO, was actually a former executive of UBS as well. So he's really sticking to people who he knows he doesn't have to get up to speed with, who he can trust, and who can probably jump very quickly into making this integration work.
Well, talk to us a little bit about the Credit Suisse side as well, because not only is there a shakeup on the UBS side, but Zoltan Pozsar, a heavily followed strategist, exiting the firm. What do we know about that?
So we've seen a lot of high-profile people leave Credit Suisse before the merger and in the wake of the merger. He is yet another high-profile name. We had Michael Strobeck, one of the lead strategists for the chief investment offices of Credit Suisse, also leave recently. So that's not great. That means UBS isn't able to retain some of these key, really high-profile people that would have made this merger and this franchise even better.
Marion, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Marion Halftermeyer in Zurich. I'm very pleased we got to fix the microphone there as well. But we got the gist of what Marion was telling us. Really interesting story to watch as that develops, as the integration comes into force. Now, coming up on the programme, Aramco introduces an additional dividend. We will dive into the oil giant's first quarter results next, what that means for the business, for oil markets and for the Saudi state. And Ruqaiya Ibrahim joins us, Daily Insight strategist at BCA Research. So much to talk about around the debt ceiling, around the Fed narrative, when does she expect the Fed to move, and in which direction on rates. We'll get to that shortly. Plus, Washington tries to break the debt ceiling impasse today. We will speak with Greg Valliere, Chief US Policy Strategist at AGF Investments. This is Bloomberg.
We're investing in a lot of different capabilities and features that makes the in-store shopping experience that much easier, that much more compelling, whether it's price check, browsing inventory in this store, so that we can really make that experience as convenient and as simple as possible.
Convenient, simple, that's sort of what people have needed in the age of COVID. Is that here to stay, or do we go back when finally we all hope that the pandemic will be behind us in some way? Do our changing shopping habits go back again?
What's really interesting about retail in my 20-plus experience is that convenience never reverts itself. Now, the form of convenience has shifted, whereas, say, in 2000 to 2010, a lot of convenience was driven by more stores nearby. Now it's stores in addition to digital. There's nothing closer than the phone in your hand.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Anna Edwards in London. Now keeping you up to date with news from around the world, here's the first word. Vladimir Putin vowed to pursue his invasion of Ukraine, accusing the Kremlin's enemies of seeking to dismember Russia. Putin spoke at the start of the annual military parade celebrating the Soviet victory in World War II. He said that a real war has been unleashed against the motherland. Goldman Sachs will pay $215 million to settle a long-running class action lawsuit on underpaying women. The case involved about 2,800 female associates and vice presidents. It was closely watched in an industry where women have long said that complaining of unfair treatment can derail careers. In China, more pressure on an economic recovery that's already been called into question. Export growth slowed last month to 8.5%, which beat expectations. Meanwhile, imports plummeted almost 8%. Economists warn that the strong export figures aren't likely to last forever. Shipments are expected to drop this year. And in the UK, mortgage rates have started to head higher again, reversing a downward trend. The big six mortgage lenders increased rates slightly on the average two-year fixed-rate mortgage last week. It now stands at 4.65%. The cost of a mortgage is likely to climb higher if the Bank of England keeps raising rates to fight inflation. Now, Anna, that seems to be the core of the issue around the world when it comes to the property sector, but extra tough for citizens of the UK who are already dealing with a cost of living crisis.
Right, I mean, and what we saw here, of course, was that these rates jumped around the time of that October so-called mini-budget, and then they dropped back down again. They sort of normalised after that, and we had a change of management, as we know, here in the UK. But then that still meets a rising tide of interest rates globally, and not least from the Bank of England. So rates still generally seem to be ticking higher, or at least have returned to doing so. Coming up on the programme, we'll get back to that Aramco story as it introduces that additional dividend. We'll dive into what that means for the Saudi government, for the oil giants' business, and much beyond. This is Bloomberg.
Business Week Radio. Live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority. In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
We indeed have a rally.
We're talking a lot of dividends. We're talking income.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London with Kriti Gupta in New York. Now, the PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross says rather than buying or selling banks, investors are better off selling volatility of regional lenders. Gross spoke on Bloomberg yesterday.
You know, we've got a situation where there's value, but we've also got a situation where investors are still leery based upon deposits and the lack of deposits.
And so talk to us why then we're talking about an ETF. Obviously, if you look at the regional bank landscape as a whole, there's been some specific names that have really seen the brunt of the action. PacWest in particular over the past week has been extremely volatile. So if you're looking at this situation evolving, does it make more sense to go into something like KRE that tracks all of these names versus trying to pick one?
Well, I think for the conservative investor, it does. The diversification is a positive, and KRE is not as volatile as some of the ones that you mentioned. That's not what I've done. As a matter of fact, I think buying the stocks or shorting the stocks is really not the way to go from here. I think what you want to do is sell the volatility in this particular sector. The volatility on many of these stocks is extraordinary. On PacWest, it's 300 normalized, which I know is technical, but is extremely high volatility, and the same thing on many other stocks. I've been selling volatility on Western Alliance, it's WLAL, and on Zion. Both of those volatilities are much higher than normal, higher than 100, and you know, should the market simply stabilize, which is what I'm talking about, what I'm thinking at these lower levels, then a 2-week or a month and a half option, what I call a strangle, you know, selling a put, selling a call at 10% above and 10% below, you know, they provide a very, very potentially profitable investment as opposed to simply buying the stock or selling the stock.
Well, PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross there with some pretty interesting recommendations, not necessarily buying and selling the shares, but selling the volatility of the banks instead. And speaking of volatility, shares of Aramco jumped after the company said it would introduce an additional dividend, potentially boosting payouts for Saudi Arabia's government by billions of dollars. Bloomberg Saudi Arabia Bureau Chief Matthew Martin joins us now from Riyadh. Matthew, talk to us about the story. Why is Aramco changing its dividend payout when a good chunk of Wall Street and global Wall Street is saying oil prices are only going to go down from here?
Yeah, well, Aramco has been coming under pressure for quite some time to return more cash to shareholders. The investors who take up the small 2% stake or so, which is freely traded, feel like they're not rewarded enough. The dividend yield has only been around the 4% region for a long time, so that's not rewarding enough for those shareholders. And also the Saudi government as well is embarking on this massive diversification projects at the moment, and so it needs more cash as well. So I think both those forces have come together to encourage the company to do more in terms of returning more cash to shareholders, and we've seen it over the past year. Obviously, oil prices very high last year. It generated a huge amount of cash, and so now it's looking at being able to return more of that to those shareholders and increase liquidity in the stock.
Okay, and where does the money go? Who stands to benefit? This is about the Saudi government as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The government still owns 90% of the shares. It's forecast to have a small deficit this year in the government budget, so increasing the dividend is probably going to help cover up that deficit this year. There's also around 8% of the stock is now owned as well by the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and the Sovereign Wealth Fund, the PIF, has obviously been investing a huge amount of money domestically and internationally, and so having that income stream from this Aramco stake and these higher dividends now is going to help it fund all of that. So this is going to be a very good news day for the Saudi government and for the Sovereign Wealth Fund as they look at collect these bumper takings from Aramco.
Matthew, put this into perspective for our global audience here. You talked about just how good this is for the Saudi government. Why do they need this? Talk to us a little bit about the Saudi budget here.
Yeah, so last year the government had the first surplus in almost a decade. This year the government was forecasting another surplus. However, a lot of analysts have become a lot more skeptical about that and said that Saudi Arabia probably needs oil prices in the region of $80 a barrel or perhaps higher to be able to balance the books. The spending plans that have been announced on these various projects like NEOM, like the other tourism projects and other economic diversification projects probably run into the trillions of dollars. So clearly the government needs to be able to find cash where it can to be able to fund these things, because so far the foreign investment into those projects has not been coming. So I think this move that we've seen from Aramco in shifting the dividend calculation is all part of helping make sure that there's more money flowing from oil revenues into these entities which are funding economic diversification projects, which is really key for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as he tries to embark on this reform drive that he started.
Okay, Matthew, thank you very much. A long-running story then in terms of that diversification. Matthew Martin joining us from Riyadh. Coming up on the programme, we'll get back to today's markets. Ruqayya Ibrahim joins us, BCA Research Daily Insight strategist. How concerned is she about the drop that we saw in demand for credit in the US economy, on top of a tick up in sort of tight credit conditions from those who provide it? We'll talk about credit in the US markets, how that feeds into perhaps the Fed conversation as well. What does that mean for how soon or late we see cuts in rates from the Fed? This is Bloomberg.
the world of politics
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
to the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power, live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join hosts Anne-Marie Hordern
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
and Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Lines.
The door was open for regulators to do more, and that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
That really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure. With two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges. Listens next.
It was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture does.
The BOK is getting ready to make a decision.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. Here's what you need to know. U.S. banks reported tighter standards and weaker demands for loans in the first quarter. That was before some of the recent stress in the banking sector emerged. UBS is overhauling its top management team following the takeover of Credit Suisse. The CFO's being replaced, and Credit Suisse CEO Ulrich Körner will join the UBS executive board. And a crucial meeting at the White House today over the debt limit stalemate. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says he's not coming to President Biden's rescue with some sort of secret plan. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Anna Edwards in London. Anna, a lot to digest stateside, but of course the European session is going to certainly influence how the trade pans out here. Walk us through what we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some weakness coming through on European equity markets as we've seen a little bit of that weakening in US futures. We've gone down in sympathy perhaps here, but down by 0.6%. We've seen a more resilient start to the trading day. The London market was closed yesterday, had to play a little bit of catch up, tried to stay positive, but has succumbed to the downside. And most sectors now in negative territory. So we find ourselves down around 0.6% on the Stocks Europe 600. Here's the Swedish commercial real estate business, actually a large player in the commercial real estate business, SBB as it is colloquially known, and thankfully for those who cannot say that in Swedish. But the stock itself, really interesting, it's down by 11% today, and it's been seen as quite a canary in the coal mine for, well, the Swedish commercial real estate sector, but also the broader real estate sector in Europe as well. This is because it has quite a lot of floating rate notes that it needs to refinance in 2023, and of course, as rates have been rising globally, that becomes more expensive, in particular for this business, because it was downgraded yesterday to junk. Overnight, they then said that they were cutting back on the dividend, or delaying the dividend rather. So as a result, the stock drops quite substantially. Here's the euro down 0.2% at 109.83, kind of stalled around that 110 mark, haven't we, since we got that ECB rate decision. We had heard from Martins Kazaks at the ECB, and he's been saying that the central bank can continue to hike rates, even if we see not just a pause at the Fed, but a Fed that is cutting interest rates, which is an interesting thought. Whether we see that timing mismatch would be a really interesting market development. But for the moment, the currency not responding too much to that kind of thought process. Brent crude is at 76.39. We started last week, of course, Kriti, with a Brent crude price around 80, dropped down as low as 73, now back up at 76. A lot of volatility in oil prices.
Yeah, it's certainly something you are seeing stateside as well. And we'll start from bottom up here. For a radio audience, stick with me. We're looking at NYMEX crude. Anna just mentioned 76 on Brent. NYMEX at trading at a 72 handle. So still seeing about that $4 premium there. Still down by 0.8% stateside. And that really, again, speaks to the idea of the recessionary story. If you are worried about a recession in the States, it is going to show up in the NYMEX pricing. Certainly something to keep an eye on. But look, they're also factoring in the dollar, and that's really where you see it kind of unchanged today, despite the fact that yields are ticking lower. On the front end of the curve, two-year yield really testing that 4% level. We're at 3.98 there. Two-year yield coming back down. It's interesting, though, that you are seeing this bid for the bond market, even as the equity market sells off. And I think a lot of that comes, Anna, from the flow that you just mentioned in Europe specifically. Sentiment around the world souring today, whether it's the banks, whether it's the debt ceiling, whether it's the Swedish story in Europe. It kind of feels like the vibe, for lack of a better term, or to quote Austin Goolsbee of the Chicago Fed, is sell and pursue a little bit of safety.
We can certainly deal with vibes, can't we? Christy, let's move on to our next conversation. Ruqaiya Ibrahim joins us, BCA Research Daily Insights strategist. Ruqaiya, very nice to have you with us. So the vibe does seem to be fairly negative, certainly sitting here in Europe, down 0.6% on the Stoxx 600, Ruqaiya. Is this the debt ceiling narrative weighing on sentiment? And is it right that the debt ceiling weighs here? To some extent, we've seen stocks shake off concerns around the debt ceiling, whereas we've seen the short end of the Treasury curve actually pricing in some volatility, or at least being moved by this story. How do you see this playing out for markets?
Yeah, I do think that that's reasonable to expect some volatility on the back of the debt ceiling. I mean, unlike the 2011 and 2013 episode, policy polarization is much higher right now in the U.S. And what we're likely going to see is, even if we do ultimately avoid a crisis, there's going to be some brinkmanship in the lead up to it, and that's going to lead to some volatility, and that's justifying those moves. So I think that, you know, investors this time around should be paying attention to what happens in terms of the debt ceiling in the U.S. And like I said, that's going to lead to some volatility in equities, even if the limit is ultimately resolved.
And talking of volatility, Ruqaiya, we saw markets take a moment to understand what the SLOOS survey of loan officers, what that messaging was really all about yesterday. And it was really interesting to see, yes, there were some institutions that were dialing back the availability of credit to their borrowers, but there was also a really notable pullback in demand for credit at the time when we saw a lot of tension around the banking sector. So perhaps that makes sense. But what do you see as the sort of wider implications of a pullback in credit, either supply or demand in the United States?
Right, and remember, this has been going on before we even saw this March bank tumult. We've been seeing, you know, loan demand weaken. We've been seeing banks tightening lending standards even prior to that. So this is a continuation of this trend, and it's not really unexpected. On the one hand, we have the Fed continuing to tighten interest rates, and on the other hand, we are seeing this bank stress emerging. And so, you know, what we're likely to see as a result of this, even if the regional bank issues are resolved, is this continuing tightening of lending standards that's going to be a drag on economic growth. And that's really what we're most concerned about over a cyclical horizon. And, you know, I think what's also interesting from this SLOOS that came out is that banks also expect this to continue throughout 2023 on the back of, you know, economic uncertainty, a deterioration in the economic environment. You know, so this is going to continue to be a story going forward. And you know, it just ultimately reflects the fact that, you know, the Fed has been tightening policy so much this year. So something is ultimately going to have to break, and this is what we're starting to see some cracks right now.
Well, when you talk about something having to break, at what point does that turn into an all-out recession? I think from the market's perspective, from an equities perspective, that earnings recession is in the rearview mirror. But if you look at it from an economic perspective, we've been warning about the R word for, I want to say, 2 years now. How long is this going to drag out?
Yeah, what's very interesting about the U.S. economy right now is we're seeing this divergence between the service sector and the manufacturing sector. So the service sectors, and that's like very clear from the PMIs that came out last week, service sector in the U.S. as well as in other places around the world, including China, those are doing still quite well. They're in expansionary territory, whereas manufacturing is in contraction. And so this pent-up demand for services is continuing to support the economy, and that's part of the reason why we're seeing things like strong labor market reports, even though we've been worried about recession, and indicators have been pointing to recession for quite a few months now. You know, ultimately, it's very difficult to time a recession, and there's, you know, no way of knowing exactly when that's going to happen. But it's looking increasingly likely over a 12-month horizon, and that's our base case for remaining cautious on equities over a 12-month horizon.
So what's the trade then? What are you, if you are going to be cautious on equities, what do you actually buy here in a decelerating economically growth environment? It feels like the go-to has always been buy big tech. Is that the mantra that people should still be following?
Yeah, I think the IT sector is probably poised to do better than other sectors, given the fact that it is a growth, it's relatively defensively skewed, it's high quality. So that should help protect the IT sector over the coming 12 months. In general, we're favoring defensive sectors over cyclical ones, like, for example, industrials, materials, those ones we don't really favor. And in terms of, just asset allocation, government bonds are poised to do better than equities overall. So that's what we would be recommending in terms of positioning.
And in terms of European assets, the euro fairly range bound at the moment, around the sort of 109, 110 level, Rukaya. But we've heard from some at the ECB that they think the ECB can keep hiking even as the Fed not only pauses, but maybe gets to the point where it cuts rates. I mean, could you see that divergence in policy coming to pass? And how strong would the euro get in that situation?
I mean, the message from the ECB that we got last week is that, Christine Lagarde, she point blank said that, interest rates, although she does believe they're at restrictive territory, they're not sufficiently restrictive, which signals that, the ECB is most likely going to hike again in June and maybe again in July as well. Now, if that does pan out, we would characterize that as a policy mistake. It would raise the risks of a policy mistake in the euro area, which would be negative for risk assets in the Eurozone, because ultimately inflation is a lagging indicator and wages are a lagging indicator. And these are really the indicators that the ECB has been focused on right now. Whereas if you take a look at credit conditions in the Euro area, not unlike in the U.S., we got the survey for the Eurozone last week, and that also showed that credit conditions continue to tighten in the Eurozone, which reflects the tightening in monetary policy that we've seen in the Eurozone. Now, having said that, we don't expect the Fed to cut interest rates this year unless the economy is in recession. And so in that sense, I think that there is scope for investors to dial back the pricing and the interest rates for the rest of this year. That shows that, the Fed is going to cut interest rates this year. And that could actually lead to some support for the dollar relative to the euro over the near term.
Okay, thanks so much, Rukaya. Good to speak to you. Rukaya Ibrahim of BCA Research with her thoughts on the markets. Coming up, we'll work out how politics affects the markets right now. Congressional leaders are meeting at the White House today to try to solve the debt limit stalemate. Can they? Up next, we will speak with Greg Valliere, Chief U.S. Policy Strategist at AGF Investments. This is Bloomberg.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized, and so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order, and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1,
right.
So it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right?
Yes.
And making sure you have the right amount of people
yes.
at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know exactly what your staffing needs to be. So if you get the sales right, you can get the entire restaurant staffed perfectly. With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Golf's popularity is surging. That's been great for the LPGA. And CFO Kathy Milthorpe is focused on maintaining that drive.
The ability to be able to compete at the highest level and earn purses that are commensurate with their male counterparts is a mission that we're driving towards every day.
Watch Chief Future Officer Wednesday on Bloomberg.
I think it's ridiculous. It's always resolved, and not that it's 100% chance, but I think it gets resolved. I would suggest for those that are less concerned, similar to myself, that they buy a 1 month, 2 month Treasury bill at a much higher rate than they get with a longer term Treasury bill.
PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross there speaking with Bloomberg yesterday on the debt limit debate. His comments come as President Biden prepares to host House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, as well as other congressional leaders over at the White House today to try to resolve the impasse over the debt ceiling. Joining us now is Greg Vallier, AGF Investments Chief U.S. Policy Strategist. Greg, look, it looks like Wall Street, which for so long was brushing off the debt ceiling issue, is now starting to hold its breath. What are the odds we actually get some sort of deal after this meeting?
Zero. I don't think there's any chance there's a deal today. I think they could come out and say we're going to redouble our efforts. We're going to work harder. We're adamantly opposed to default. They might have some soothing rhetoric, but the idea of a deal, I got to tell you, I think that's weeks or months away before we actually do get a deal. I think they're going to have to kick the can down the road and extend this into the fall.
How is that possible, though, if we're talking about hitting the limit June 1st, I believe, if we do indeed go to the fall, as you say, what do the order of events look like? What do these next few months look like?
Well, same as before, I think. Lots of rhetoric between both sides, lots of alarmist talk about what a default would do to our economy, a lot of stonewalling. And I think an awful lot of speculation about Kevin McCarthy. Does he have enough support among his troops? He's on a very, very short leash, and I think that he doesn't have a lot of flexibility to ease up on the plan they passed a couple of months ago.
I mean, are you looking at a short-term extension then, Greg? Is that what it looks like to get us to the fall? Is that what we have to factor in here? In which case, I'm trying to think whether the market puts this to one side until the fall and then revisits it.
Well, I think the stock market would. As we've seen in the last few days, Treasury yields have gone up. But I think the stock market would probably be happy to see this doesn't become a crisis until the fall. And that might give them an opportunity to actually get a decent deal. But this, to me, means that it increases the cynicism and the frustration in the markets that we've got to go through this for such a long time.
And you actually put quite a high percentage chance on a default, Greg. Talk us through your thinking there.
Yeah, I've been at 60-40 that we get a deal since the winter. I'm still comfortable at 60-40. 40 is high. I mean, that's a little nerve-wracking to think there's a 40% chance of a default. I think before we get there, there's going to be one last look at a lot of gimmicks, not just kicking the can. But I think they'll look at the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which has a really intriguing sentence that claims that we have to pay our debts. They might even look at minting a $1 trillion coin. There's all sorts of regulatory action that could occur. So I think we've got to go through all of these gimmicks. And I would add, Congress is on vacation a lot. They're out for much of the rest of May. They're out for the second half of the summer. So there's not a lot of time. I think we get to Labor Day and then things really heat up.
Greg, I love that you mentioned that a good chunk of Congress will be on vacation, because now I'm wondering, in the meantime, as this is all sorted out, of course we're going to be on default watch, as you say. What about things like paying pensions, paying government salaries, funding for museums, the Smithsonian's, for example? How does that all play out?
Well, that's a big issue if we get to a drop-dead date and we don't get a deal, whether it's in June or whether it's in September. If there's no deal, then you have a lot of government spending frozen. And I think in particular, Social Security is going to be a big issue. I think the politicians are going to make it clear to senior citizens that they could be vulnerable, and that'll put pressure on Congress to do something.
when I talk to some investors about this, Greg, they describe it as fairly binary. You know, you ask, is there any point really in preparing for an outcome like a US debt default because of the impact that it would have? And they describe it as fairly binary, but the description you give is something a little more complicated than that, especially if some of the more creative, or you could call them gimmicks, as you suggest, if we go down any of those paths.
Oh, absolutely. I think it would be a bigger concern for the fixed income market. But let me just make this point. To my surprise, the stock market has not really been affected by this at all. The market has other things to worry about, Federal Reserve policy, things like that. But the markets, I think, still have a sanguine view that at the last minute, as we saw in 2011, we'll get a deal. I have a view that at the very last minute, if it looks like there'll be a default, the Fed would have to get involved. I think Jerome Powell would be aghast and very upset. He calls this a loathsome option. But in desperate times, you take desperate measures. And at the very last minute, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Fed get involved.
He did recently say, though, there's little they can do to protect the economy.
Say again?
There's little that they can do to protect the economy at the Fed. Jerome Powell said that at the press conference last time.
Yeah, and I think that the Fed knows that the implications of default are so horrible for global markets that the Fed would have to do something. Maybe they'd have to buy bonds that are imminently going to default. But that's way down the road. I think we probably wait until the fall before we get something that radical.
Greg, thank you so much for joining us. Greg Valliere of AGF Investments with his thoughts on the debt ceiling. Coming up later today, U.S. Representative Brad Sherman, a Democrat from California. That's a conversation we bring you at 1 p.m. New York time, 6 p.m. London. This is Big Bang.
So what is the best investment advice anybody's ever given you?
You don't need to have a good idea every day. So there's times to be patient and there's time to press.
What do you think is the most common mistake that investors make, the average investor?
I think it's FOMO. So buy high, sell low. You know, and the amount of damage that does the average investor is big.
Let's suppose I have an extra $100,000. What would you say that person should do with $100,000? To put it in an index fund or something else like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the average investor, buying an index, but buying and holding and just letting it compound is really sensible advice. I think the more trading someone tries to do, the more damage they tend to do.
Moment news breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
It would be, of course, a total disaster for Emmanuel Macron because he's been elected on this reform and he would have to basically start from scratch.
It definitely is an exciting day for Apple. First store in India, here in downtown Mumbai, a second one coming up in Delhi.
TK, we've got a lot to talk about.
Debt, China, and the shockingly cautious view the IMF has on the view 5 years forward.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
I think that it's hard to put your head around any narrative. Let's just be honest. We've had sort of a shift in, are we in some sort of stagflation fears moment? People were talking about that all day yesterday.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Anna Edwards in London with Kriti Gupta in New York. Now, let's take a look at what is ahead today. Before the US market open, we will get Fox. The focus for that report will be the impact, of course, on Tucker Carlson's departure and Fox's settlement with Dominion Voting Systems. What does that do to the numbers? At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, New York Fed President John Williams will be speaking to the Economic Club of New York. Airbnb and Rivian are among the companies reporting after the bell. And today's main event, US President Joe Biden is scheduled to meet Speaker Kevin McCarthy and other congressional leaders to discuss the debt ceiling. Although, as we were hearing from Greg Valliere, he doesn't expect a deal imminently then, Kriti, to come from this meeting. And I know that you're looking at some of the things that are moving more imminently in pre-market trade.
Yeah, on the macro front, everyone kind of staying a little bit frozen, to your point, Anna. But on the micro, a lot of movement. Palantir, for example, is one of the stocks that I'm watching this morning. PLTR for our radio audience is the ticker. Look, they came out with earnings yesterday after the bell, and they said their demand for AI is unprecedented. The shares moving about 19% in the pre-market. Anna, all they had to say was AI, that shot the stock up higher.
I mean, I was talking about a business here in Europe, Pearson, of a very different nature, but they were talking about AI and working that into their business. And yeah, lo and behold, that sent the stock higher as well. What about PayPal? We've had news flow around that one.
Yeah, PayPal's another major one. Look, they also came out with their earnings, and look, they beat them. You're already seeing this become a major theme where a lot of these stocks are beating their earnings. They even raised their profit outlook for 2023. Ordinarily, Anna, that would be a positive thing. Instead, the shares are down about 4% in the pre-market. They're saying that their margin outlook is actually coming in significantly weaker, so getting punished by the street there.
And the semiconductor devices business that is Skyworks, that seems to be making some news.
Yeah, Skyworks we know and love from being the Apple supply chain. It's one of those stories I love to see every time they have the iPhone demand story or a geopolitical story. Skyworks gets hit alongside Apple, along with likes of Cirrus, for example, or Qualcomm. So this is that chip maker that's down about 10%. Look, they matched Wall Street estimates, but they also missed their outlook. Now, look, this is a stock that's been under a lot of pressure since Apple announced that they're going to go in-house for developing their chips. But Anna, for me, this is extra interesting because we like to look at the likes of Caterpillar or John Deere stateside as these global bellwethers. But I would say chip makers like Skyworks turning into more of a global bellwether. They actually warned about a little bit of headwinds when it comes to not the Apple iPhone, but the Android instead. And that's where they're seeing a few hiccups.
Yeah, talking of global bellwethers, we heard from Komatsu yesterday in the same market as Caterpillar, of course, often seen as bellwethers for that part of the market. And they weren't all that positive on China, which is interesting, especially when you look at the where we saw the weak points in the Chinese export-import data overnight. It's been really interesting, though, the way that stocks have been pretty range-bound through the month of, well, certainly the latter part of April and into May then, Kriti. We've had maybe some positive earnings stories, or at least bearable earnings stories, in the face of negative expectations that have offset some of the concerns around the banking sector. Maybe stocks have been really quite surprisingly resilient through all of that.
They have, and it really all comes down to the E word, efficiency. And we heard it from the likes of Mark Zuckerberg, for example, saying this would be the year of efficiency and really rewarded by the stock market for it. And that's why the margin story is so important, because even though we're now talking not about bottom line growth, but top line growth, margins are still turning out to be the Achilles heels for a lot of these companies that are actually performing quite well.
Yeah, and it's all about some margin sustainability as well. We hear from some of our guests, not just what they can do now, but what they'll do in the future. That is it for Early Edition. Surveillance is ahead. They'll be hearing from Oppenheimer during the programme. Lots to talk about as we continue coverage of the debt ceiling debate over in the United States and get ready for CPI data tomorrow. This is Bloomberg.
forget a degree in finance. Go for a career in tech instead. That's the advice from the latest Bloomberg survey of professional and retail investors. Only 1 in 5 Wall Street professionals say high school seniors graduating this year should follow their footsteps and go into finance. About half say that Gen Z's best bet actually lies in the tech sector, and that's despite all those recent layoffs at companies like Meta, Amazon, and Google. Still, hiring trends paint a rosy picture for those with a background in tech. Industries ranging from auto to the federal government have jumped at the chance to recruit any laid-off tech workers. A degree in tech could set you up for a lot of potential jobs and a safety net if any of those jobs don't quite pan out the way that you'd hoped. Survey respondents also expressed concern about the long-term threat of AI. Think ChatGPT taking all of our jobs. For kids graduating from kindergarten this year, about 40% of investors said to go into healthcare. That way, when they come of age, they may be able to hedge against any potential AI-related job takeovers. Roughly 12% said Wall Street would be the right career given that pending AI threat. The AI concerns come despite traders themselves finding that current iterations of ChatGPT struggle with things like math and corporate earnings. But the idea here is that there's still plenty of time for AI to improve and to potentially threaten our jobs along the way.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, trying to open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg.
We're in this very broken play, a world of a series of not just serious, but quite unique and rather unprecedented disruptions.
I don't think we necessarily set a new low, but we could arguably retest those existing lows at some time before the end of the year.
Right now, we have 5 cuts priced into Fed fund futures over the next 12 months. That's a lot.
The market is underpricing the risk of the Fed remaining on hold for the remainder of the year.
Unfortunately, I think a mild recession is the most likely outcome.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on TV and radio alongside Lisa Abramowitz. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Your equity market a bit softer this morning on the S&P 500, negative by 0.3%. We're on Pac West Watch once again in the pre-market. That is down to about $5 a share in early trading. We're negative by more than 13% and barely squeezed together a day of gains in yesterday's session. Right now, $5.16. We'll come back to that in a moment, Bramo. We need to talk about the lead story later on this afternoon. 4 p.m. Eastern Time in the Oval Office, congressional leaders with the President of the United States.
And trying to dampen any expectations for that meeting ahead of time. We heard yesterday from Mitch McConnell. We heard yesterday from Democratic leaders, but in particular Republican leadership coming out and saying, we're not going to work miracles here. There's no magic bullet. And so basically saying, stop it with hoping we're going to resolve it today because it ain't going to happen.
There are other people in that room at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, but we all know it comes down to just 2 guys, right?
Correct.
They've got to sort it out.
And basically, at this point, this is the question. And Talib Singh of PGIM Fixed Income yesterday put it well, formerly of this administration, basically saying, at this point, politicians are looking for the markets to push their hand. They're waiting for the markets to freak out, have some massive sell-off, and then say, we had no choice. We had to have some sort of deal. The market's saying, we've seen this movie before. We don't want to do it. And so as a result, it's making it more likely that we reach the debt ceiling limit, that we actually pass it, that we enter default because there isn't this sort of pressure coming from markets. How perverse is that?
We're playing chicken with the S&P 500.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And very frustrating and very exhausting. And that's why a lot of people try not to pay attention to this. And I think the other reason as well, Lisa, they struggle to get an edge. What edge can you have around a story like this, going into a mess like this one later this June?
Absolutely none. And that is the problem. It is politics, and it is basically this game of chicken that we're playing, and we don't really know where the gravity really lies. What we will see later today is perhaps the nodes of some room for some sort of adjustment on either side, and whether President Biden comes to the table more sort of willing to negotiate, or basically saying a clean debt bill, clean debt limit, or nothing.
Have you got any confidence with these guys to sort this out before the ex-date? Have you got any confidence in Chairman Powell? According to many of you, you don't. This is a Gallup poll released today showing 36% of US adults say they have a great deal or a fair amount of confidence that the Federal Reserve Chairman would do or recommend the right thing for the economy. Lisa, 36%. We are talking record low stuff here.
Yeah, compared to 37% during her first year with the Fed in 2014. So very much a significant decline. I do wonder if this is a Jerome Powell issue or if this is an elected official issue, whether we're seeing in general a loss of confidence with all elected officials just more broadly. And you see that across the board with a decline in confidence that any party can deal with the economy correctly.
Did you not read the scripts that I distributed around the newsroom this morning?
Oh.
It's a Jay Powell issue.
Yes,
get on the same page, Bramo. It's a Jay Powell issue.
Look, I think that it's important, though, because it means that it's going to become that much more perilous for them to keep rates high if unemployment rates go up. Basically, if you start to see an economy that materially weakens and there's a lack of confidence in Jay Powell to start with, it makes their job that much more challenging just going forward. So I take your point, and I do agree. I just was in this poll, you could see all of the leaders just basically have no confidence
it's pretty low.
whatsoever.
We talked about Biden's poll, the Washington Post ABC News poll that came out over the weekend. If you're wondering where TK is, he's reading the slews. He's still working his way through them. Bramo is going to be back with us tomorrow morning. What did you make of that?
I thought it was really interesting, not the decline or the tightening in the standards, but the demand side. That's what I find most interesting, because that tanked at the fastest pace going back to 2009. Is this a confidence issue in corporate suites, C-suites across America, or is this a confidence issue by banks that they're going to get the money back?
And we're anticipating it's going to continue as well through the year ahead. We'll pick up on that story in just a moment. Just to get you up to speed on the price action this Tuesday morning. Good morning to you all just tuning in on TV and radio. This is what it looks like right now on the S&P 500. Negative 0.3%, barely put together a day of gains to kick things off on Monday. In the bond market, yields coming back about 3 basis points on a 10-year, 347.48. And hello, Bramo.
Wow.
Look at that. The euro, 109.82. We're negative 0.2%.
Fireworks over there. Honestly, it is interesting, though, that it's going in the direction that a lot of people weren't expecting, which is dollar strength. Today, the Fed speak that we get includes at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, Fed Governor Philip Jefferson. And then later this afternoon, New York Fed President John Williams. The Fed speak reignites throughout the week. Today, President Biden, as you were saying, 4 p.m. in Washington, D.C., is meeting with Republican leaders Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell. Democratic leaders will also be there, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. They have already dampened expectations, and yet perhaps we'll get the contours of what some sort of deal might look like. And today, earnings continue. Just to give you a sense, we're more than 85% of the way through this earnings season. And today we have a slew of oil majors, Duke Energy, as well as aftermarket Occidental Petroleum. I'm very interested in some of the consumer discretionaries, which we get Airbnb, for example, after the bell, because our next guest pointed out that 3 sectors are showing double-digit earnings growth in this earnings season, including consumer discretionary, which I find fascinating at a time when people are talking about a potential recession.
John Stolfus joins us right now, the Chief Investment Strategist at Oppenheimer Asset Management. He is constructive on this equity market. John, Marko Kolanovic at JP Morgan is not. And this is what he had to say to start the week. If rate cuts happen this year, it will either be because of the onset of a recession or a significant crisis in financial markets. Marko went on to say the gap between the bond market, equity market and the Fed is likely to close at the expense of equities. John, why do you think Marko's wrong?
Well, for one thing, I think when we look at the market seems to be very confident, both from the October low of last year on October 12th, as well as on a year-to-date basis. It seems to be very, very confident that cyclicals are of interest, growthier value and garpier growth are of interest. Your best performing sectors on the year-to-date basis are communication services, if we're at 23.16% on my Bloomberg, information technology up 22.7%, consumer discretionary up 14.56%, all outperforming the S&P 500, which is up 7.78%. Your worst performers are energy, financial, and the Utes, negative 2.57%. As you all know, I've been in the market since 1983, so that's every boom, bust, and recovery cycle since then, and there's no doubt about it. We've got a situation here where we're coming up with this debt ceiling situation that is significant. But the interesting thing about that, in our view, is we believe it would be political suicide for anybody who takes the United States over the cliff into any kind of a default. The last time that we had one of these that I remember we were headed to taking it to the limit with the politicians, I think it was Warren Buffett got on the financial on a financial channel, and he said, this would be the first time the U.S. would default in 230 years. This would be a highly offensive thing. I'm paraphrasing, but he said essentially, and all of a sudden, within 24 hours or so, as I recall, it was done. They came to an agreement. It was reported in a lot of corners around the market. Well, they kicked the can down the road, but guess what? We didn't default. Markets went up. We got through that.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the market is betting on. I think the market is also, and by the way, I understand what you're saying. Fed Chair Powell has a bit of difficulty in terms of his communication skills, ironically. I mean, but attorneys speak great to attorneys. That's part of his schooling. But sometimes when they speak to the general public, people don't understand them. But I think he's done, from having come from a position of being way behind the yield curve to now really having cut inflation just about in half with 9 cuts and most recently an additional 10. Let's see how that works. So far, so good. The economy is telling us plenty of jobs. Businesses, as you mentioned, Lisa, with those 3 sectors are showing resilience with double-digit earnings, okay, and others are waffling along a bit, but you've got an earnings season that is not devastating in a highly challenging environment, which indicates that businesses, having gone through the financial crisis, having gone through the pandemic, having gone through the post-pandemic, all the supply chain disruptions, all the political unrest in Washington that we've been living and the social problems in the big cities, all of this, and they're still, able to make money. And it's natural that earnings are going to decline some in a period like this.
Yeah.
But it looks like light of the tunnel is not a locomotive, but it's sunlight. But you got to run a gauntlet.
John, you're killing me.
There.
That's a 5-minute response to why is Marco wrong. Can you imagine if Marco's listening this morning?
What can I tell you? Well, you guys know
John,
me. You asked me a question. I want to give you detail.
And understandable, you've been pent up as you listen to all of the bearish proclamations, and you're just trying to basically get your point across, which is that all of these things are just wrong. But I do wonder what you make of the fact that there's been such a huge decline in demand for loans, the confidence in the C-suite, how that pairs just quickly with the optimism that you see in consumer spending.
I think what we'd have to say is that the businesses are getting very, very cautious in here in the near term. I mean, there was one point last year where I think there was one poll that showed something like 98% of CEOs thought there was going to be a recession late last year, at the beginning of this year. Well, so far that hasn't happened, and we waffled through it. And I think what it is when they're concerned, they don't fool around. They tap down right away, but they're prepared to ramp up again. And with an economy that is not analog but is essentially digital, you can ramp up remarkably well. It doesn't mean you're perfect. You can have all kinds of sluggishness moving ahead. I think we get moderate growth out of this thing, but on a relative basis, that's not so bad. And we'll be away from free money, which is what really got us into this situation overall. It was the pandemic, politicians adding, both administrations, a lot of liquidity to the system on top of the Fed. And the Fed's taking all the blame, which is very kind of them. But it's politicians, ultimately, it's the politicos. When we vote, if we don't like what they do, we should get on the phone and call their offices and have 5 of our friends tell 5 of their friends to do the same, and then maybe we'll get somewhere politically. But
John, this turned into a public service announcement. I love it. We're totally on the same page. Get on the phone.
Exactly.
Get on the phone.
Call your representatives if you don't like
John,
them.
thanks for getting on the phone for us this morning. We appreciate it. John Stolfus there of Oppenheimer Asset Management. I love that. Fed's taking all the blame.
Yeah,
call your
so
politician.
nice of them.
Get on the phone. Tell 5 friends. Get them to tell 5 friends. Sounds like he's running for office.
I know, exactly.
It's amazing.
He's got a band.
In the next hour, Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex. Looking forward to that conversation. Your equity market negative 0.3% from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Keeping
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell warns that he has no secret plan to solve the debt limit deadlock. Congressional leaders meet today with President Biden. McConnell says he told the president it was up to him and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to find a solution. At the same time, McConnell predicts the two sides will reach a deal and avoid a default. Vladimir Putin vowed to pursue his invasion of Ukraine, accusing the Kremlin's enemies of seeking to dismember Russia. Putin spoke at the start of the annual military parade celebrating the Soviet victory in World War II. He said that a real war has been unleashed against the motherland. In China, more pressure on the economic recovery that's already been called into question. Export growth slowed last month to 8.5%. Meanwhile, imports plummeted almost 8%. Economists warn that the strong export figures aren't likely to last forever. Shipments are expected to drop this year. Aramco will introduce an additional dividend, potentially boosting payouts for Saudi Arabia's government by billions of dollars. It comes at a time when weaker oil prices are pushing the kingdom's budget into a deficit. Aramco says the new dividend will be between 50 to 70% of the company's annual free cash flow. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai. Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching.
You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
I think we could see continued stress in the banking system broadly, but very much at the lower end as we work through some of these COVID excesses. I'm not sure that we're out of the woods, but I do think that the big booms have probably been heard.
Great to hear from David Leibowitz there, the global market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management. Kicking off your Tuesday morning. Good morning with your price action looking like this. Negatives by 0.36% on the S&P 500. Going into CPI tomorrow, PPI on Thursday, and a congressional leaders meeting with the President of the United States later on this afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern Time in the Oval Office. Looking at the bond market at 348.24, yields lower by a couple of basis points. Crude breaking down just a touch, negative 0.7%, 72.65. Lisa, we haven't talked about the import data out of China. Chinese imports breaking down and pretty severely overnight, looking at that information.
And this goes to something that we've been talking about. Has the recovery been entirely domestic with respect to domestic spending in China? How much is this actually going to trickle out to other economies? And this really does fly in the face of this idea that Japan and South Korea and some of the other regions are going to really see a massive spike up in economic activity as a result of China's reopening. Does that continue? And are we seeing that in oil?
Will Kennedy of Bloomberg joining us in about 30 minutes' time to have this conversation. Looking forward to that. Looking at Pac West and a pre-market, let's get those numbers on the screen for you. We look like this, $5 and about 20 cents in the pre-market at the moment. Yesterday, at one point, that stock was up by about 30%. Those gains faded pretty hard going into the close, Lisa. Now, I think we're all on the same page here. Once you get a name down to this kind of level, there's not really that much point quoting a percentage point move because you're up or down 20% with some ease.
But what we've seen is a lack of a recovery more broadly at the regionals. Yes, you see fluctuations, but it really is still deeply depressed. And yesterday's sleuth, to quote Tom, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, raised questions about profitability more than anything else to me. Yes, you are seeing tighter credit conditions. You're not necessarily seeing some sort of credit crunch yet, but you are seeing a lack of a profitability proposition on the part of banks.
Slews used to be this random thing that you'd talk about. You'd have to explain what it was. You'd come on air and you'd be like, yes, so there is this survey that the Fed conducts of senior loan officers. They give their opinions on what's happening with loan demand and lending standards, and people would just be like, yeah, whatever. Then it moved markets yesterday. Well, remarkable.
We said that about the University of Michigan inflation survey and how much that was going to potentially influence things. We've said that about every economic indicator that's become the hot data point, one after another, that suddenly is the data dependency that's a roving target to find what that data is.
You, Mitch, was always ridiculous. I don't know what Chair Powell was up to there. Gerard Cassidy joins us now, head of US Bank Equity Strategy and Large Cap Bank Analyst at RBC Capital Markets. Gerard, wonderful to hear from you again, sir. Can we start with the SLOOS, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey? Gerard, what did you take from that yesterday?
Thank you, John, for having me on. And the survey had not really major surprise, no major surprises. As you guys have been talking about, there was a tightening across the board in most lending sectors. The C&I, which is commercial and industrial loans, that tightening actually eased up a little bit. It was still tighter, but not as dramatic as it was 6 months ago. Commercial real estate still tighter, as well as on the consumer side. What's interesting, what really caught my attention was two things.
Lost the connection there. Wasn't sure what was happening there.
Yeah.
But they put me back on camera, so I assume that it's back to us.
Yeah, I assume
Gerard Cassidy of RBC Capital Markets in London. I think we've lost the audio connection to him.
Yeah, I just stopped hearing him. So we will try to reestablish that connection and get back to him. But what he was talking about, I know he wrote a note about this, about how consumer credit has actually increased, that in terms of demand and in terms of credit creation. Consumers are still borrowing, corporations not so much. And I wonder if this is just simply a result of who borrowed most during the pandemic. Corporations stocked up in credit, cheap credit. Consumers didn't so much. So at this point, you start to see a reversal in those trends, which really kind of are the push-pull that we see.
Some pushback from Andrew Hollenhorst on some of this yesterday, basically saying that this could have been a whole lot worse. Was this really worse than anticipated? Wasn't this just a continuation of the trend we saw in the previous slews?
I can't take you seriously. I can't take anyone seriously when they say sleuth after what Tom did yesterday. But I agree with you, and I did read that Hollenhorst idea. Basically, this is what Jerome Powell said, too. He said this is just a continuation of some of the credit tightening that we saw going back 6 months. To me, there is a shift. And to me, the fact that Gerard Cassidy is talking about how consumers seem to be continuing to borrow and companies don't raises this question. Are companies not borrowing because it's too expensive and they don't feel confident that they have the opportunities to invest? Or are they not borrowing because of some other reason, of something that they see in the economy that potentially is dangerous?
Gerard Cassidy joins us again from RBC Capital Markets at London. Hopefully they don't cut off the audio this time, Gerard. Let's continue that conversation on the slews. Lisa's mentioned the demand component of that report. Could you build on that, Gerard, whether that's something we should be somewhat worried about?
It's a good question. And John, as you pointed out, and Lisa indicated and mentioned, the demand was down not only for C&I loans, but for commercial real estate loans. Where we saw a slight uptick in demand was in the consumer side, but the commercial and commercial real estate loan demand continues to weaken as companies start to get a little more cautious about the outlook for their businesses, which is something that's very common at this point in the economic cycle.
Is that the right way to interpret it, Gerard? I mean, this is one of the questions as I was looking through the data. Was it that they are not confident about the future, or is it that companies already stocked up in cheap credit? They don't need that much more. They're actually getting plenty of revenues. Why take the expense of borrowing at these rates if they can just sit on their hands and sit it out? We saw this in some of the data in the first quarter GDP, that basically companies weren't making a move. They were actually being more cautious than consumers that keep spending. Is this data just a confirmation of that?
Lisa, that's a very good point. I would say it's a combination of those factors. One, as you pointed out, during 2020 and 2021, we had record DCM markets, and those companies have plenty of debt on their balance sheet and haven't used it all yet. But I would also say they are getting a little more cautious. And also the banks, as the banks enter this period, we have to remember, with rates being higher, it's more costly for people to borrow. So that's another factor on the commercial side. So it's a combination of those factors, as you pointed out.
Were you impressed by this, or basically mildly optimistic about the lack of credit tightening that some people were expecting to see in terms of a rapid decline in the willingness to lend?
I was, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because sometimes people get excited about the credit tightening. It's going to be a credit crunch. Not really. And the reason being, banks are in the business to lend, as we all know. And now they risk adjust that lending, and they may charge more for loans today, but they're not packing up their bags and not lending. They really have if they have real opportunities that on a risk adjusted basis, it makes sense to lend, they will lend. Jamie Dimon points this out all the time on his earnings calls, that they're in the business to help their customers in good times and in more challenging times.
Lend less, though, might be the trajectory from here, though, Gerard. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, definitely. You look at the loan growth, John, last year in the second half of 2022, it was double digits for the banking industry. We're forecasting this year we'll probably get 3 to 4% loan growth. So lending less is a very fair statement.
When you look at that report yesterday, just to put a bow on it, Gerard, would you say that's a feature of monetary policy and not a bug?
I think you're right that monetary policy certainly has influenced that. We know the Fed's balance sheet has grown so dramatically. Now they're in QT, and obviously they're shrinking that balance sheet, which is affecting the other side of the bank's balance sheets, which are deposits. So, yes, I think you're right that is certainly a factor there.
Great to catch up, Gerard. Sorry about the technical problems a little bit earlier in the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Out of London, Gerard Cassidy there of RBC Capital Markets. I promised you that note from Citi's Andrew Hollenhorst. This is what he had to say. Rather than a sharp credit crunch, the sluice is consistent with aggregate bank data showing a sustained, steady tightening of credit. That's his view.
Some people read that and they'll say Andrew Hollenhorst thinks that the market is completely underpricing the chance that the Fed's going to even raise rates further and hold them here for a longer period of time.
Andrew would tell you that.
Andrew would tell you that, yes. He would say that people have really overplayed the bank stress story, and this is just another example of it. Other people read this data. I've read other reports that say this doesn't even include the credit tightening that we probably have seen as a result of what the SVB and First Republic. So it really is a tale of how you want to read the data. We get the data, and then people explain it the way they want to.
So how long do I need to wait for this quarter? Is that like in August? Is that when I get the report for this quarter?
It's late, yes.
Great.
Yeah, February was the one from
super
fourth
helpful.
Quarter. Yeah.
Super helpful. Thank you, Bramo. Equity futures on the S&P, negative 0.4%. Coming up on this programme, Heidi Rediker of the Council on Foreign Relations on the debt ceiling debate. Congressional leaders in the Oval Office with the President of the United States, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll count you down to that event through this morning. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
We're investing in a lot of different capabilities and features that makes the in-store shopping experience that much easier, that much more compelling, whether it's price check, browsing inventory in this store, so that we can really make that experience as convenient and as simple as possible.
Convenient, simple, that's sort of what people have needed in the age of COVID. Is that here to stay, or do we go back when finally we all hope that the pandemic will be behind us in some way? Do our changing shopping habits go back again?
What's really interesting about retail in my 20-plus experience is that convenience never reverts itself. Now, the form of convenience has shifted, whereas, say, in 2000 to 2010, a lot of convenience was driven by more stores nearby. Now it's stores in addition to digital. There's nothing closer than the phone in your hand.
From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Anne-Marie Hordern and Joe Matthew, alongside Kaylee Lines, deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Live from New York City, welcome to the program on TV and radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Just getting some data from a survey. The US small business sentiment from the NFIB survey falling in April to the lowest level in a decade. That one comes back in. But here's an important piece of it. Loan availability. The survey suggests there was not a material change in credit conditions for small businesses in the month. In fact, the measure, according to our reporting here at Bloomberg, and thank you, Reed Pickett, for putting this together so quickly, the availability of loans actually improved somewhat. Now, bear in mind that it was at a decade low, Bramo, in March, but it didn't get worse. And I think a lot of people were looking to this survey for some information around that story. It didn't get worse, according to this.
What it does show is just this massive divergence that we see in what we see for the business environment for large companies and small companies. And this is just confirming it, which possibly is only exacerbated by regional banks withdrawing credit. But that's not the driver. And that's the interesting thing. There is something else going on that's leading to a decline in confidence.
Less than 1 in 5 firms said they're planning capital outlays. What do you make of that? They're not investing.
Well, so is this because they see some dark clouds in the horizon, or a recession coming? Is this something that they're seeing in the actual economy? Or is this just because the media put out these ideas of recession and they're too gloomy, and so they're not necessarily being optimistic
I sense from
enough?
the tone of yours you don't believe it's that.
I don't know whether that is the truth, but we saw this again, and going back to the GDP report, we saw a lack of confidence, a lack of investment, a lack of pulling the trigger on deals from some of the corporate executives, but consumers are still spending. So where is the reconciliation? What are they seeing that the rest of us aren't seeing as clearly, even though, yes, profits are declining pretty much across the board?
You've got levels and then you've got change. Only a net 3% of respondents said it was a good time to expand, which sounds absolutely dreadful.
Yes.
But it is better than the previous month, because the previous month was the smallest on record. Kind of tells you where we're at.
This goes, though, to the idea that it's still a tight labor market, so they still have to pay up for labor. Inflation is still hot, and people have less money to spend, especially on the lower ends where they've got less discretionary spending. You put that together, smaller businesses are going to be struggling a bit more.
Equity futures struggling just a little bit more here this morning. We're negative by 0.4%. Let's go through the price action for you. That's the S&P 500. On the NASDAQ, we're negative by 0.45%. Yesterday, really struggled to put together a day of gains. The banks really faded. Just to get you up to speed on PacWest this morning, negative in the pre-market, back down to about 5.30. Bear in mind, last Monday, 2 Mondays ago, this opened up as a double-digit name, $10. Got hammered last week, tried to make a comeback Friday into Monday morning. Their stories faded pretty quickly. Into the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, going into CPI tomorrow. PPI the day after. Your 2-year still just short of 4%, down 2 or 3 basis points this morning, 397.22. On a 10-year maturity, we're down about 2 or 3 basis points to 3.48. In the FX market, off the back of some pretty weak data out of China, you get some euro weakness. Euro dollar, a breaker 110 for the euro against the dollar, 109.80. We're negative 0.2%. Before we get to CPI and PPI, we've got to deal with this. President Biden and congressional leaders meeting at 4 p.m. this afternoon to try and break the partisan deadlock on the debt limit. Senator Mitch McConnell warning he won't come to Biden's rescue, saying this: they're assuming there's some secret little plan. The White House and the Speaker's teams need to sit down now and settle it. Joining us is Heidi Krivo-Redeker, Senior Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. Heidi, is there some secret little plan, and do you have it with us this morning?
Yeah, I come bearing the secret plan. I think consistent with what many of your speakers have been talking about. This meeting today is really, the best outcome is that they continue to talk and negotiate and open some, a little bit of daylight in the ability to carry on. Where this goes, there is no secret plan. And I think the most important thing that markets need to understand is that this is we're in uncharted territory right now, because when we've had these standoffs in the past, we haven't had such a polarized Congress and polarized politics. We haven't had such a narrow majority in the House, and we haven't had a speaker who's made a deal that we don't really know how much negotiating power he has. But he did just pass. He did just pass a bill, and it gives him leverage. So there is no secret plan. I expect after this meeting today, everyone's going to take to raw politics, going out to constituencies, whether it's business constituencies, whether it is going after fragile red states where you have veterans, fentanyl, Social Security checks. You're going to have a full blast on media about what's at risk here. And I don't think that the Republicans are necessarily going to budge. I don't think McCarthy has a lot of room to budge. So there is no secret plan.
So when you said markets need to understand, there is a question about whether markets are being held hostage by this negotiation, that basically, as we heard from Dalip Singh yesterday of PGIM fixed income, essentially politicians are waiting for markets to freak out, for the S&P to tank before they go to their constituents and say, we had no choice. Is that really what's going to basically have to happen before there's a deal?
So I think I would agree with Dalip that there needs to be market pressure. There needs to be something, and we already have. I mean, it's unfortunate that that's what we're looking to pressure politicians, but without that market signal, it makes it hard for McCarthy to go to the holdouts who are holding him hostage. And say it is time to do a temporary lift of the debt ceiling to get us through and get us a little bit of space to negotiate between, so that nobody loses face at the end of this.
This is incredibly difficult, because if the politicians are waiting for markets to respond, markets are thinking, we've been through this before and we're just going to lose our shirts. We're going to lose money and be on the wrong end of this if we play into this game of chicken, as John put it earlier, that Washington is playing with markets. So at what point is this just becoming circular before markets don't respond, and then there is no deal? It actually makes it more likely that we get some sort of default.
So the fact that we're talking in Washington about needing markets, and markets are and Wall Street's looking at Washington saying, you guys got to do your job. It shows you what a gap there is between DC and New York, and it means that we have it means that the system is obviously broken. It also means that we're putting out this picture on the world stage of the United States as being hugely dysfunctional and not a leader and steward of global markets and the global economy. The pressure needs to come, and whether it comes from outreach to constituents and particularly in fragile states or from markets, we need to have the pressure that gets us to a relief period, so you can align budget negotiations and debt ceiling negotiations, so that everyone can walk away with some face saving at the end of this. And we hope we get there. It's more likely to be in the fall than over the summer. But in the meantime, you're going to have a lot of politics playing out, and that is bad for It'll give you a lot to talk about.
We'd rather not talk about this, Heidi.
The story's not going to end just today after this meeting.
Heidi, you alluded to something really important. Whether this compromises the United States on the international stage going into the G7, do you think that's the case?
I think we have we lose credibility. We go in with a desire to project power, to project the strength of the dollar as the central reserve currency of the world that we use underpins our sanctions, our economic statecraft. We have the deepest, most liquid capital markets in the world. We have, I don't think we actually even have a threat to the dollar that is out there right now, except from our own doing. Our own, it's an own goal from all from every way you look at it. So Janet Yellen is coming. Her G7 meeting is cut short. We have Biden heading out to a G7 and Quad meeting at the leaders level later this month. This will all be background music to a president that wants to go out and talk about leadership, stewardship, responsibility, and at home, we're going to have this political morass of debt ceiling negotiations.
For a long, long time, the US had the luxury of doing questionable things. How do you think that luxury is no longer there?
So I think that this, our friends are watching us very closely. We're heading into a presidential election cycle. So our friends are watching us closely, but we're literally playing into the hands of our foes. Those who would be, we're handing the talking points to adversaries right now about the U.S. is losing its ability to lead the global economy, to lead the global alliances, and it's just the timing is very bad. It's at a time when we are really trying to reassert that leadership, and we're not showing it at home.
Heidi, appreciate your time. Let's catch up soon. Wonderful input and insight, as always, from Heidi Kriber-Rediker of the Council on Foreign Relations. For a long, long time, politicians in the US have had the luxury of doing silly things because markets ultimately forgive them. Because the Treasury market is such a different beast, Lisa, compared to the rest of the world, as we know.
And you've raised this question in the past when we've had debt ceiling questions. People have piled into Treasuries in this perversity that basically yields go lower. And it's the opposite of what you'd expect if actually the credit rating or the credit perspective seems to deteriorate. Does this time change? Is this time different with respect to people's willingness to buy Treasuries? I don't know. I'm not sold on this. I don't know what to think.
That's the ultimate stress test for me. Speak to a fixed income strategist, investor. We'll catch up with Robert Tipper PGIM, I think, in about 50 minutes' time. Ask him, if things get messy in the next month, will you buy Treasuries? And if he says, yes, I will buy Treasuries, then we've answered the question, haven't we? They have the luxury still of doing silly things down in D.C.
Well, yes, although people talk about the longer-term implications, which could potentially hamper the dollar's supremacy and a whole host of other issues, and whether, the U.S. loses clout negotiating. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that there's a bigger stress test.
I feel like we've done that conversation how many times over the last 10, 20 years?
We could keep having it.
True. No, I agree. We should keep having it. Just,
That hasn't stopped us before from having a conversation repeatedly.
At some point, it's different.
Correct.
At some point, it's different. And ultimately, every time we have this debate, that's the question we ask. Is it different this time? Robert Tipper PGIM coming up in the next hour. Looking forward to that. Equity futures negative here by 0.4% from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says that if Congress fails to raise a debt ceiling, it would have an adverse impact on the use of the dollar worldwide and would be an economic catastrophe for the nation. She told CNBC that the government would also need to figure out, quote, what to do with the resources that we do have. President Biden is meeting with congressional leaders today about the debt ceiling. The public's not showing much confidence in Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. According to a new Gallup poll, 36% of U.S. adults say they have a great deal or a fair amount of confidence that Powell would do or recommend the right thing for the economy. That's the lowest level recorded since Gallup began tracking public confidence in the Fed chair in 2001. In Pakistan, former Prime Minister Imran Khan has been detained. The former cricket star faces a number of court cases and was set to be formally indicted on Wednesday. That has to do with the allegations that he did not properly disclose earnings from the sale of state gifts from his time in office. Khan has called for early elections next year after getting ousted in April 2022 in a no-confidence vote. Goldman Sachs will pay $215 million to settle a long-running class action lawsuit on underpaying women. The case involved about 2,800 female associates and vice presidents. It was closely watched in an industry where women have long said that complaining of unfair treatment can derail careers. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority.
There's a dangerous shortage of growth outside China, and even it is feeling it from the rest of the world. That's in large part because investment isn't going into the right places. You have basically a misallocation of capital where it goes into a narrower and narrower group of governments in the advanced economies.
That was David Malpass, the World Bank Group president, weighing in on the situation with global growth at the moment. That line there, the dangerous shortage of growth outside China. There might be a shortage of growth inside China. The latest data on the trade front not encouraging, particularly import growth. Absolutely plunging. The broader market this morning, negative 0.3% on the S&P 500. Yields on a 10-year look a little something like this on a 10-year at the moment, lower by a couple of basis points. 3.48 on a 10-year. Right now looking at crude, negative 0.9%, 72.52 on crude at the moment. Bank of America had a triple-digit crude forecast. That got cut in February to 88. Just moments ago, cut again. They've cut their 23 forecast, Lisa, for Brent crude to $80 a barrel on what? A weaker outlook for global demand.
What the issue for me is, we're not actually hearing that. We're seeing that in the data, the underlying demand issues. I mean, take a look, for example, at all the people flying around the world. Take a look at all the people who are driving around. There isn't necessarily this massive decline in demand, and you're seeing that borne out in numbers. So is this an expected decline in economic activity that hasn't transpired? Or are people downgrading their expectations for crude because of the actuality of a lack of demand, particularly from China? I am not clear on this point.
Let's get to the quote. Here it is. The first order effect of reduced credit and further interest rate hikes is weaker demand. Will Kennedy joins us now, Bloomberg Senior Executive Editor for Energy and Commodities. Will, can we pick up on Lisa's question? And Will, great to see you, buddy, as always. Will, do you think this is about what we might see further down the road, or are you seeing a softening of demand right here, right now?
Lisa's point is a good one. We haven't seen any huge softening in demand as we look around the world. The point about planes is well made. Gasoline demand is strong in many parts of the world, and Chinese demand has picked up. I think there are a couple of things going on. I think there is concern about the economic outlook in the year ahead and whether demand growth will be as strong as people expected. There has been some weakness in diesel demand, which is an indicator that the industrial economy may not be firing on all cylinders. And finally, I think people talk a lot about demand, but we should also look at supply. Yes, we've had that OPEC cut, but it hasn't been fully implemented yet. And there's still little sign that Russia is following through on its pledge to cut 500,000 barrels a day. Meanwhile, the American shale industry still grows, albeit more slowly in the past. We get new oil from parts of South America like Guyana and Brazil. And when you put those two things together, the supply-demand picture does not look quite as tight as it perhaps did a few months ago. That said, there are lots of analysts out there who say it will tighten in the second half of the year, and this market looks oversold, but we'll see.
What do you think is driving that oversold? Is this basically a macro bet that people are using in macro hedge funds to make some sort of statement on future declines in growth that people in the physical market don't understand? Is that kind of the narrative that you keep hearing?
That does seem to be what a lot of people are saying. I mean, clearly last year a lot of macro investors used oil as a way to bet on inflation, and I think now people are using the same trade to bet on a slowdown, and that creates flows which aren't necessarily related to the real world supply and demand of crude oil, but more to people's expectations of the economy. And I think there's certainly some of that going on when we look at the data. That said, a lot of those people, it does seem that the positioning has changed and that maybe there is room for some upside from here.
Well, how fragile, and just to sort of build on that point, how fragile is market positioning right now based on the fact that a lack of credit actually means that production will be less going forward? This is a point that we've heard from JP Morgan in particular. Basically, think of the shale patch. They're not going to be producing more. A lot of oil majors are going to say, look at prices where they are. Why should we invest on producing more? And that will mean a tighter market later on.
I think that's exactly right. When you look at the fundamental picture for crude oil in the years ahead, be it second half of this year or into next year, clearly you have a picture where demand is expected to increase. We don't know how fast it will increase. It's always worth making the point that recessions tend to trim supply growth, but they very rarely, outside the global financial crisis or COVID, actually lead to a drop in total demand, just a weaker growth in demand. And at the same time, supply is constrained for all the reasons that you mentioned. People aren't investing as much in oil production as they used to. So the fundamentals do on the surface look quite strong, but clearly in the recent months something is not quite right in that transmission mechanism that many people had expected to see. I mean, it's worth pointing out, Lisa, that a lot of people have been caught, as you were saying at the top of the item with Bank of America, a lot of people have been caught wrong-footed by this oil market this year.
Well, are the Saudis happy with $76 Brent?
Well, the Saudis do not talk about prices. They do not target a price. It's always worth saying. So you won't get them to say they're unhappy. I think that the recent production cut that we saw from OPEC in April shows that they are not happy at price levels and current price levels, and clearly they got a bit of a boost and it's fallen all the way back to where it was. We see today in the Aramco news that they're looking to take more dividends out of Aramco and funnel it towards the state, and the Saudi budget deficit has edged into deficit on these weaker prices. I think the common consensus for people who look at Saudi is that really to achieve the economic things that they want to do, they're more comfortable with getting prices closer to $100 a barrel, and they're clearly some way away from that. So while you won't hear them talk about a price, I think it's reasonable to infer that they probably aren't happy with oil in the 70s.
Hey, Will, great to get your perspective as always. Will Kennedy out of London on the crude market. I think it's fair to say they're not happy with the 70s.
Yes.
So what next?
Well, so do they just simply cut production even more, leading to an even tighter market? Or is this something where they basically want to allow this to play out, shake out all the potential competitors who are getting lower prices and then come in,
Didn't they try that before?
Yeah. They did try that before. I don't know, but if they do cut even more, that even speaks to the tightness in the market later on that people are talking about even more.
Crude right now 72. If you are just tuning in, the latest move from B of A, the team at Bank of America, led by Francisco Blanch, looking at this now, a 23 forecast, so year-end this year for Brent, of $80 a barrel on a weaker outlook for global demand. This is their quote. The first order effect of reduced credit and further interest rate hikes is weaker demand. So this is for year-end. Year-end was 100. It came down to 88. Then the target's come down to 80. So a pretty clear direction of travel there, Lisa, into year-end for them.
I'm distracted right now, and I'll tell you why.
What by?
Because I'm hearing these things about the oil market, and then I read a story in the past couple of days about how airfares are rising at more than twice the rate of inflation, and you can't get tickets to a lot of the places that you want to go to. Double-digit increases in the cost of airplane tickets for many consecutive months.
And no pushback.
And no pushback.
No.
And so you think about this kind of demand, you square that and all of the vacation time, and how about consumer discretionaries and Airbnb, like all of these things that are like coming out. And then people are like, oh, but demand's going down and we're going to really struggle. I'm just struggling to square these things.
Consumer price tolerance is just absolutely incredible on this front. There's been no pushback. It's amazing.
I'm waiting for the pushback. I want the pushback because it's absolutely ridiculous. And yet, you know, if you want to fly, you still pay it.
And particularly on international travel. JP Morgan came out with a note yesterday, I think it was them, that upgraded the likes of the big players, American Airlines and those kind of people, because of the international travel component to those companies. The smaller airlines, the domestic front-facing ones, less enthusiastic about them. I think that's pretty interesting. International travel is nuts. TK sits there. You know when you and I are having a conversation and he looks distracted?
Yeah,
he's looking at flight prices.
I know, actually, sometimes he does.
All the time.
Yeah.
Just trying to gauge how much things are. They are increasingly expensive and there is no pushback as far as I can see.
Maybe that's why I was distracted by flight prices while I was sitting in this
chair.
Well,
you're in TKC because he's got it preloaded.
Exactly. So it's basically, you know, it is pretty distracting. But, you know, I wonder how much this is business, how much this is business travel, and how much this is actually vacation. And I wonder how much you're going to end up seeing these cabins just become, you know, most of it being business class.
It's happening.
I know. And then everybody else kind of sardines in the back, forced to pay more, experience less.
We're diversified. TK looks at United, you look at Delta, and complain about it often. I try and look at American. See what's happening, just to balance things out. I'm all about balance.
We represent
balance.
a lot of things. Did you see Biden yesterday talking about how he was going to make airlines pay for hotels?
I didn't watch it. Do you want to share with us all? What did he have to say?
I mean, just refunds for delayed or canceled flights, hotels, etc.
Totally on board with that. Great.
Mean, sure.
More of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was like obviously catering to everybody's frustration with the experience.
I think there is an inverse correlation between how well airlines are doing and how we feel about airlines. I think that's always the case. If airlines are doing well, you can just chart the stock price. I think you can get a decent feel for what the experience is like at the moment.
Wasn't that Alitalia's problem? The experience was amazing.
Alitalia's amazing.
Right, but...
You know, called Air Ita now. You ever fly Alitalia, honestly? Wow. What a menu. Just amazing.
That's exactly... How are they doing profitability-wise?
Well, I've got no idea, but they did go bankrupt, right?
There you go.
They've had some trouble. For good reason, because the food is so good.
Can I fly there?
The margins on the food must be tiny. Then you go to these other airlines and you eat that stuff. Wow.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
And you're one of the most fascinating entrepreneurs because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an entrepreneur?
Probably, yes. I think, which is a bit sad,
From
isn't it?
age, what, 5,
Well,
6?
maybe, I'm not sure. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so even though I probably can spell the word and still can't occasionally, it's sort of in my blood. But it's really fun starting a business. And fun growing a business. I feel it's a real privilege. And I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's fun.
And it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy and you started handbags.
Yeah, so I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 16, one of her old handbags, and I remember how it made me feel, and I think fashion is fascinating for the mood-changing, the confidence-boosting aspects, the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence, knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn, actually, and be surrounded by craftsmen who, I mean, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I mean, I watched the offshoring, I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, you know, proximity is going to be key.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
We're in this very broken play, a world of a series of not just serious, but quite unique and rather unprecedented disruptions.
I don't think we necessarily set a new low, but we could arguably retest those existing lows at some time before the end of the year.
Right now, we have 5 cuts priced into Fed fund futures over the next 12 months. That's a lot.
The market is underpricing the risk of the Fed remaining on hold for the remainder of the year.
Unfortunately, I think a mild recession is the most likely outcome.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg Surveillance on TV and radio. Alongside Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Your equity market on the S&P 500 negative by 0.3%. No drama there. If you want some drama, look to the regionals. Pac West is down and down hard in the pre-market, trading at about $5 a share. Last Monday, a week ago, double-digit name breaking down again this morning and struggling to squeeze out a day of gains in yesterday's session off the back of the SLOOS, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, which we apparently are obsessed with now, Bramo.
Yeah, and actually Bloomberg Intelligence came out and said that even though a lot of people said it didn't show that much tightening and the sleuths weren't exactly incredibly revealing, they did show that even though companies weren't tightening as much as some expected, very few of them were expecting to increase their loans or loosen their conditions. So they think that actually this was a more bearish or tighter kind of credit report than many people are giving credit to.
Little mini crises everywhere. I remember Mohamed El-Erian talked about that about 18 months ago. He said all these little fires just coming up everywhere. Banking's one thing. Here's one that we've started ourselves. The arsonists down in Washington, D.C. The debt ceiling drama later on. I think we can call them that, right?
Sure.
We just did. 4 p.m. Eastern time in the Oval Office, congressional leadership sitting down with the President of the United States, Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Mitch McConnell's going to be there. All fun and games. We're going to sort anything out later this afternoon?
No, I mean, they basically said that we're not going to sort anything out. Don't expect anything. This isn't going to be a silver bullet. People are going to be looking for some sort of wiggle room with negotiating on either side, how much Kevin McCarthy actually has a hold over the Republican Party. Same with the Democrats. My question just goes back to what we were talking about in the last hour, is the game of chicken, as you called it. And I'm very concerned about this idea that Wall Street's seen this before. They're not going to move. Why should they lose money on something that's basically a game for Washington to be able to go back to constituents and saying, look, we had no choice? At the same time, without that, are they not going to get a deal done? And this is a really big problem, to my opinion.
Playing chicken with the S&P 500. That's going to be the game that we're all playing over the next month or so. And right now, we're not seeing a big break on the S&P 500. The overwhelming consensus right now is this equity market wants its rate cuts and its growth too. And you can't have both.
And part of this is because there has been this game of chicken with all of the economists calling for recession for so many months that hasn't happened, and better than expected results. And all of a sudden, what do you end up happening is a market that doesn't want to budge. It's just basically sick of the game of chicken to try to price something in.
I think it's amazing to see Mike Wilson and Marco Kalanovic still on the same page. Still trying to get my head around that after last year where Marco was so bullish and Mike was so bearish. And then seemingly this year, they're both bearish, and they're saying essentially the same thing. Mike Wilson, Morgan Stanley, started the week. He said equities are priced for an optimistic and low probability outcome. Marco Kalanovic said this over at JP Morgan: equity markets and the Fed and the gap between them and the bond market likely to close at the expense of equities. And that's the issue at the moment. Can you really price, and this is what Mike was talking about, both rate cuts and durable growth? Can you have your rate cuts and your growth too? No.
The only way that you could have that is if you have immaculate disinflation. And the data, and what we will get tomorrow with CPI, will probably highlight you cannot. At least that's not what we're seeing. We're getting sticky inflation in a number of different metrics. So then when does it get reconciled in markets that still want to go up?
Let's talk about the market right now. Going down just a little bit, negative 0.4% on the S&P 500. In the bond market, shaping up as follows. Yields a bit lower here, Lisa. No drama. Down a couple of basis points. Your 10-year, a break of 350 at 348.24.
It's been an exhausting market. Honestly, I said that about 15 times yesterday. I said I wasn't going to say it today, and yet here I am saying it again. We get, of course, that meeting today. Earlier, we do get a host of Fed speak, including at 8:30 a.m. from Fed Governor Philip Jefferson, New York Fed President speaking later on, John Williams. How they talk about reconciling this gap will be interesting to me. That meeting does happen at 4 p.m., as John was mentioning. President Biden meeting with Republican leaders as well as Democratic leaders. How much do we get? Some signs that there are areas where they can come to some agreement, what the potential resolution could be, and really how much they really are looking to the S&P to force their hand, or whether there are some other tools they're going to use. And today, earnings continue 85% the way through this earnings season. I'm particularly interested in some of the consumer discretionaries, Airbnb, for example, Wynn Resorts, both of those shares surging so far this year, up more than 47% for Airbnb and 37% for Wynn Resorts. This increase in consumer discretionary spending is really one of the biggest question marks, in my opinion, given the fact that we see consumers still very much willing to spend, yet everyone's bearish on how the economy is going to do, the economy that hinges 70% on consumer discretionary spending or consumer spending in general. So trying to square this is really difficult and part of the frustrating aspect of this year.
It's still a high nominal growth world. I can sense you're frustrated.
Well,
you didn't need to tell us. You could just tell. This is what Savita Subramaniam said over at Bank of America. Q1 is tracking a 5% EPS beat. Surprise ratios are well above average. Guidance is strong. That's the takeaway from B of A.
Of course, on a very low base, but this is the truth, right? They're still doing okay. And you've seen a lack of confidence by corporate executives that isn't reflected by a lack of confidence in consumers who keep spending and now keep borrowing even more than companies.
And joining us now is Katie Kaminsky, Chief Research Strategist at Alpha Simplex. Katie, wonderful to have you with us on the programme. Can this market have its rate cuts and its growth too?
No, not at the same time. I think part of the reason we have a challenge right now is the equity market is way ahead of itself. And I would say that we have to follow the bond market and follow inflation. And this is why everyone's sort of treading water to figure out how quick is inflation going to go down. If inflation continues to go up, we need to watch the bond market because long-term cash flows dislike inflation a lot. So it's really going to be a question of, does the bond market go first and then does the equity market follow? And so I think we're much more concerned about bond markets than we are about the equity markets. We think we'll follow later.
So, Katie, are you still short treasuries?
Yes, the view is still short treasuries. I know a lot of people would say that March kind of definitely made that positioning challenged. But what we do see over medium to long-term horizons, given the long-term trend in fixed income, we've been in about a 3-year bear market for fixed income. We've consolidated for 6 months. honestly, if inflation stays sticky, inflation is the bane of bonds' existence. So we could see a steepener if people realize that long-term cash flows will be affected by higher inflation for longer, and a Fed that's on pause. Really, if we do actually have rate cuts, it would only be under a very bad scenario. So to me, that looks like not a very positive sign longer term for equities, while short term with mild inflation is okay.
Bearish on bonds. Is this bearish on longer term bonds or bearish on short term bonds, especially given some of the fluctuations and distortions we're seeing on the short end?
Well, I'd say it's been trickier on the short end. I'm much more bearish on longer term bonds, because if you think about a scenario with higher inflation, holding long term cash flows is not an ideal scenario. And so I'd say that really it's more medium term on the center of the curve that would be interesting. Shorter term bonds are really they've taken a lot of the moves if you think about how far they've come. So from our perspective, there's probably more movement available on the longer end of the curve.
We've been talking all morning about the debt ceiling issues and sort of what happens for investors as we get closer to that deadline. The real test we were talking about earlier will be whether people continue to buy treasuries if there is some sort of stress or concern about a default of the U.S. Would you think, or would you become less bearish on bonds if the U.S. does approach that deadline?
Well, think about it this way. I mean, I think the challenge with treasuries is all of this has created this massive unrelated risk. So you now have this massive risk that has nothing to do with the financial conditions, that has everything to do with politics. And I think why people are waiting is, I think, Lisa, you put it perfectly, is that we need to see consolidation of the trend. We need to see where the market goes as a result of this, because it's really, really unclear for us to determine what the ramifications of challenges with the debt ceiling really mean. It's very complex at this point. So I think we're all waiting to see what happens.
Just to drill down on that, though, Katie, to pick up on what Lisa's been talking about, do you believe this is still a buy Treasury moment, or is it different this time?
That's a good question. I mean, I think the challenge is why people were so bullish on treasuries was because they were concerned about the safety of their deposits. And it's really about following the money flow. And if people are nervous and they think that the U.S. Is not going to default, or there's not going to be any sort of challenges in the treasury markets, I can see that those have generally been the risk, the asset to choose in a safe haven environment. But if you look at some of these other assets like gold and platinum, they've really moved in this environment, which indicates that people are just not sure what a safe haven asset is under these conditions.
Well, Katie, I asked this specifically because you are short treasuries. And I wonder how painful that might be if we get to this situation where we carry on playing chicken with the S&P 500, things going in the wrong direction, and the playbook of the last decade, every time this happens, you buy treasuries. That's going to put an awful squeeze on you, Katie. I just wonder where you and the team have come down on that.
Well, to be honest with you, the signals in treasuries are very mild. And I think that's what you see across the board, that net, the view on treasuries is mildly short. So it's not anywhere in the same ballpark of the type of signals that you saw last year. And I think what that indicates is this is sort of tentatively the direction is weakness in bonds, but because of all the volatility and all the noise, that's not an extremely strong signal at this point. So I would actually consider that trends are in consolidation, waiting for the next big evidence that something is actually changing. That could be a bear market for bonds. Or, like you said, we could have a risk off and a recessionary shock that comes earlier than all of the economists are predicting, which is later this year. I think we really need a catalyst. Is the debt ceiling a catalyst? I'm not sure.
Katie, thank you. Katie Kaminsky there of Alpha Simplex. Short treasuries, but ultimately struggling to answer that question, Lisa. I think a lot of people are.
Basically, this market, it's like we have no clue. We have no edge. That's basically what everyone's been saying, because how can you predict and get in the heads of, Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, Chuck Schumer?
You can't.
I mean, honestly, take your pick.
I think getting an edge on a story like this is impossibly difficult, which is why so many people refuse to discuss it in any level of detail. It's just a bunch of scenario analysis. It's like a what if, and then what. And I was listening to Secretary Yellen yesterday, who didn't even want to engage in scenario analysis. So,
she literally said that.
What use is that?
Well, and at this point...
central bankers drive me nuts. Can I just say that about them?
Please.
So they always say things like, let's not deal with hypotheticals. And I wish journalists would push back against that, because they spend their whole life, their whole existence at these central banks trying to establish the reaction function. How do you convey the reaction function without discussing hypotheticals?
It's a great question.
And I wish people would just push back against that nonsense. Oh, it's like the ultimate cop-out, media training. You're asked a question you don't like about a scenario you don't want to talk about. I don't want to deal with hypotheticals.
But they should say.
But
the better question is...
It's literally your job as a policymaker.
It's a great point.
The prudent thing to do is to do a bunch of scenario analysis. Share it with the public.
It's a great point.
That's the rant over. Lisa Shallett's coming up at Morgan Stanley. She'll take over the rant on this equity market a little bit later. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world. With the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell warns he has no secret plan to solve the debt limit deadlock. Congressional leaders meet today with President Biden. McConnell says he told the president it was up to him and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to find a solution. At the same time, McConnell predicts the two sides will reach a deal and avoid a default. Vladimir Putin vowed to pursue his invasion of Ukraine, accusing the Kremlin's enemies of seeking to dismember Russia. Putin spoke at the start of the annual military parade celebrating the Soviet victory in World War II. He said that a real war has been unleashed against the motherland. Biotech company Novavax has plans to cut about 25% of its global workforce. The Maryland-based firm had a little under 2,000 employees at the end of last year. Novavax was one of the companies that geared up to make COVID vaccines after the coronavirus outbreak. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. Golf's popularity is surging. That's been great for the LPGA. And CFO Kathy Milthorpe is focused on maintaining that drive.
The ability to be able to compete at the highest level and earn purses that are commensurate with their male counterparts is a mission that we're driving towards every day.
Watch Chief Future Officer, Wednesday on Bloomberg. In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
We indeed have a rally.
We're talking a lot of dividends. We're talking income.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
It has to be done between the President and the House of Representatives, and the Republican House of Representatives, the Republican majority. I think a short-term debt ceiling increase would do a little bit of a cooling-off period. The President needs to engage in the political reality of McCarthy's ability to lead that House. The President needs to show leadership.
That's the line from Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana. Here's the line from Senator Mitch McConnell. They're assuming there's some little secret plan here. I love this. The White House and the Speaker's teams need to sit down now and settle it. There's no secret little plan here.
Yeah, not exactly encouraging. I'm waiting for the spin cycle for where everyone tries to pin the blame and the obstacles on the other party, because essentially, if this is political suicide, it's going to ultimately be a question of who they can pin this on. So I imagine that we will get a lot of, well, they're not willing to budge on this, and they're not willing to budge on this, and that's kind of what I'm expecting.
Looking forward to that this evening. That's going to be great, isn't it?
I can't wait.
Around about 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
Just wait.
Every single news network in the United States of America. It's like the blame tour.
Exactly.
I love the blame tour after a nice meeting. It's going to be great, isn't it?
That's literally the playbook here, is to basically try to pin it on the other party, for the other party to feel like it's politically suicidal for them to go more than the other party. It's almost reliant on that blame game, holding the public hostage, holding markets hostage. God, I love this story.
Holding Bramo hostage. Who's already, I mean, literally we're in the foothills of this mess. Like, it's just starting. It's just starting. And you're already fed up with it. Later on today, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, a meeting in the Oval Office between House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Republican leader Mitch McConnell, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, and the President of the United States. And AMH trying to bang the door down. She joins us now in Washington. Anne-Marie, how important is this meeting later on this afternoon?
It's really just an opening meeting, and you can expect that, given the rhetoric we've seen leading up to it, the red lines maintain for both the White House as well as Republicans in the Senate and in the House. So this is just going to be an opening meeting where I imagine the president is going to tell the Republicans they cannot hold the economy hostage. You heard what Secretary Yellen had to say over the weekend. She says what the Republicans are doing is basically a gun to the economy's head. And then what you're going to hear from Speaker McCarthy, and he's going to be backed up by Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who said there's no secret plan. He's going to say, in order to get this through my conference, I'm going to need to tie these two together, and I'm going to have fiscal cuts. And then what you guys are touching upon is really the important part. When they come out to the driveway, just behind the North Lawn, outside the Oval Office, this is going to be a battle for the airwaves. Which side is going to be winning in terms of public opinion?
So who is to blame? I mean, what's basically the argument? What are the lines that are being drawn for how they're trying to, frame the spin cycle that we're about to embark in?
Well, Speaker McCarthy has made it clear, he's done that so in 2 interviews with me, that he's been wanting, almost begging the president for a meeting on this. The president has said, show me a budget, show me a plan, and then we can talk. The president says he has no problem discussing spending cuts and fiscal reform, but he does not want to tie it with the debt ceiling. You heard from Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday, the president's press secretary, saying that this is a manufactured crisis, what the Republicans want to do. They continuously talk about how under the Trump administration, there was clean debt raises 3 times, and they want to see that happen again. They do not want to set a precedent. But the thing is, McCarthy cannot get that through his conference. And Jonathan, you brought up what he said about no secret plan, because many thought potentially Mitch McConnell and Joe Biden can hammer this out themselves. They did so in 2011. But then what McConnell said to Steve Dennis in this Bloomberg interview, I think was one of the more important lines, which was, we're in a situation now in the House of Representatives that is much more reluctant to enter into a deal than we had in 2011. And that is at the heart of the problem for Speaker McCarthy. He is not able to get a clean deal through his caucus.
The legal consequences of this are particularly interesting, not least because of the discussion around the 14th Amendment. But U.S. government employees are considering suing the federal government to continue to pay them, to continue to increase and make good on their obligations, because they believe that they are contractually obligated and they're trying to get ahead of a situation like they have been in the past where they didn't get paid for a couple of weeks. Could there be some sort of legal challenge to spending cuts that were already agreed upon by the government?
I'm sure there could be. And if there's the 14th Amendment use, even Secretary Yellen said that would cause a constitutional crisis. You can imagine that would also invoke some legal issues on the other side, saying that this is illegal to do and the hands of this are in Congress. So this can get very messy. I think one thing is important to note, that we have seen this movie before. Yes, it is different, and McConnell really alluded to that yesterday, but many maintain that none of these individuals, the Big Four or President Biden, want to see a default. So at some point, people still believe there will be a deal, and deals don't get done in Washington until the 11th hour.
The most interesting person in the room is always the quietest person in the room. And I just had a message about Mitch McConnell that I find pretty interesting, to be honest with you, Anne-Marie. Senator McConnell, yes, spoke a little bit, but to be honest with you, hasn't really stuck his neck out, has he, Anne-Marie, in any way, shape or form? Why do you think that might be?
Well, from the beginning, he said this is a negotiation between McCarthy and Biden. He did the last one, but the numbers are different. The House has control under the Republican leadership. He says that he cannot get anything through the Senate that the House Republicans are not able to sign off. So what he's doing is really sitting back and I think seeing as far as negotiations can go between Speaker McCarthy and Joe Biden. And what you really saw over the weekend is Republicans on the Senate side coalescing around Kevin McCarthy. 43 of them wrote this letter saying they will not vote for a clean debt hike. And then, of course, we had Mitch McConnell sitting down with our Steve Dennis saying there's no secret plan here in the Senate. It has to be worked out between the House leadership and the White House.
I'm always interested in how a reporter, correspondent gauges the consensus as it evolves. Do you get the feeling in Washington at the moment, Anne-Marie, that consensus is shifting towards some kind of short-term solution that kicks the can into later this year?
Well, as Mike McKee always quotes, in Washington, when you run out of land, build more land. So this is a potential. We have seen this before. I think one big issue with this is potentially there are going to be these House Republicans who, if there's a short-term agreement, and then obviously they need to have a longer-term agreement, that would be at the end of the year 3 votes on raising the debt ceiling. And for some, that is politically toxic.
AMH, great to catch up. Anne-Marie down in Washington, D.C. It won't get solved until the 11th hour. The problem with all of this, of course, is we don't know what the 11th hour is. We think we've got some idea of where it lands. That X date could be as early as June, could be as late as the end of June. And as a policymaker, you've got to be conservative about these things, right? You've got to come in earlier just to make sure that, you don't hit the date on accident.
Basically, the fact that Janet Yellen said June 1st means that it's probably closer to June 30th is basically what you're saying.
Precisely.
Which is, I think, what markets are kind of counting on, which is the reason why you haven't seen the concern. You asked a great question about Mitch McConnell and how he's been so quiet. And I think about the political liability at a time when the Republican Party is coalescing around former President Trump as the likely candidate to run against President Biden in the next election. And sort of this discomfort and unwillingness to really tread into the morass of the different sides and the polarization within parties that you see on both sides. If they don't have to tread into that, why are they going to?
Why get caught in a mud-slinging fight?
Exactly.
Everyone's going to look stupid. Seems to be the takeaway from the messages I'm receiving this morning.
Which makes perfect sense at a time when you just want to stay clear because there's no winning here. Everyone's going to look pretty bad after this.
How many more months have we got of this?
What's this? Are you talking about the election cycle? Or are you talking about debt ceiling
I'm talking
debate?
about this specifically. This might go another, 6 to 8 weeks, possibly?
I'm still really struggling with this idea that they're waiting for Wall Street to respond, that they're waiting for the S&P to fall before they can take action.
Not new. Do you not remember when President Obama said, basically encouraged the market to respond?
I remember that.
To the mess.
Yeah, I remember that. I also remember, the idea that the Fed was using the market to kind of send a message to also be the transmission mechanism. Is the market now the transmission mechanism for political wrangling in Washington, D.C.? At what point do people get sick of being used as that mechanism and then that mechanism kind of dampens as a tool?
It's highly irresponsible to play games with financial markets. Highly, highly irresponsible, but if that's the game, I guess that's the game, and we need to pay attention to it. Robert Tipper, PGIM's going to join us shortly. He'll weigh in on this situation in the equity market at the moment on the S&P 500. Near session lows, negative 0.4%. That meeting with congressional leadership and the president taking place in the Oval Office at 4 p.m. Eastern time. After that, the focus is going to shift to CPI in America tomorrow morning, then on to PPI the day after that. Futures softer, lower, negative. Yields down 2 by a couple of basis points. We're down to about 3.4824 on a 10-year. And in the FX market, a break of 110 on a euro against the dollar. Euro dollar 109.75, negative 0.26%.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized, and so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order, and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1,
right.
So it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right?
Yes.
And making sure you have the right amount of people
yes.
at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know exactly what your staffing needs to be. So if you get the sales right, you can get the entire restaurant staffed perfectly. With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
The moment news breaks, no one covers the world like Bloomberg.
It would be, of course, a total disaster for Emmanuel Macron because he's been elected on this reform and he would have to basically start from scratch.
It definitely is an exciting day for Apple. First store in India, here in downtown Mumbai, a second one coming up in Delhi.
TK, we've got a lot to talk about.
Debt, China, and the shockingly cautious view the IMF has on the view 5 years forward.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Live from New York City, welcome to the program this morning. Good morning to you on TV and radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, and here's the price action on the S&P 500. If you are just tuning in, welcome. We are negative by 0.4% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, struggling just a little bit too. We're down by 0.5% on the Nasdaq 100. Futures a bit softer. In the bond market, yields a little bit lower through the curve. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, down somewhere like 2 to 3 basis points across the curve. On a 2-year, down about 3 to 397. On a 10-year, down 2 basis points to 348. The next stop for this market, of course, the negotiations around the debt ceiling. We all can't wait for that. Then on to tomorrow morning, US CPI, 8:30 Eastern time. Then on to PPI the day after that. Bramo, it's exciting stuff, isn't it?
I'm actually,
really is.
I'm more excited about CPI and PPI, certainly, than the debt ceiling debate, which I think it's not really hidden how I feel about that discussion. To give you a sense of what's going on in some of the specific names as we do get the rolling earnings come in, I want to talk about 3 different stories. The first, margin compression. The second, artificial intelligence boosting all. The third, job cuts being rewarded in the market. PayPal, margin compression. That is really what you see. They warned that the margins aren't going to grow as quickly as people expected. Those shares down 5.5%. You're seeing a similar kind of trend within the financial services industry more broadly. Palantir just had to say artificial intelligence demand was out of sight, off the charts, incredible. Those shares up 15.4%, given the fact that that is the hot moment, ChatGPT, and your shares go up, sort of like blockchain in another era. And then what you see over at Novavax, the vaccine maker, saying that it was going to cut around a quarter of its workforce, also having some pretty negative prognostications, and those shares up 7%. So how much is this basically rewarding job cuts as being the way to cut to some sort of profitability or increased profitability? It's sort of 3 snapshots of themes that we see throughout the earnings season as people try to adapt and adjust in this new era.
You're sitting in that chair, aren't you?
I'm really
Is that
sitting
why you're
here.
using that phrase?
Oh yeah, I'm going to
adapt and adjust.
I'm going to look at airline tickets and I'm going to adapt and adjust, and we're going to.
You're going to be data dependent.
Always.
We miss TK. TK's going to be back with tomorrow, and until then, Bramo's going to do impressions of TK.
Sleuth.
Subtle ones. Sleuth. That was a good one.
Thanks,
too.
I appreciate it.
Tomorrow, US CPI. Key data point, of course, for the Federal Reserve. Robert Tipp of PGIM weighing in on that. The markets have already priced in a fairly aggressive easing cycle. He goes on to say, suggesting some upside risks for long rates. Credit spreads are likely to remain range-bound thanks to strong investor demand, allowing the spread sectors to continue registering positive excess returns. Pleased to say that joining us now is Robert Tipp, Chief Investment Strategist, Head of Global Bonds at PGIM Fixed Income. Robert, we talked about the 11th hour. Someone corrected us very quickly and said it won't be the 11th hour, it will be the 11th hour, the 59th minute and the 59th second. And Robert Tipp, maybe that's the case. When we get to the 11th hour, the 59th minute and the 59th second, if it gets messy, Robert, are we buying or selling treasuries?
Right. Well, in the short term, I think you're buying treasuries, right? It'd be a risk-off event, and there may be variations in how the curve deals with it. It could be bad for the back end of the curve. The long end could underperform. but in a flight to quality, treasuries usually do well. We saw that in the SVB crisis, and we've seen it in past debt crises in the U.S. before. And I think that would be the case this time as well. I think it's worth keeping in mind, though, that 12 to 24 months down the road, unless we happen to be right at another debt ceiling debate, I don't think this is going to matter. I think it is extremely important in the short term how it gets resolved, and it may be of epic proportions if you get certain kinds of outcomes. Some that are widely envisioned, and some maybe less so. But 12 to 24 months from now, I think the basics, the risk here, alluding to your curve, which is expecting rate cuts, is that we may have evolved into a different kind of secular environment where the growth is not so much so debt driven, and that as a result, growth continues here, and we end up seeing the Fed holding or doing more hikes and getting some upward adjustment in the belly of the yield curve.
Interesting. So, Robert, 2 time horizons there and 2 things to unpack. Let's deal with them separately. Let's deal with the first one, the short term. Do you and the team think this gets solved anytime soon? The debt ceiling gets addressed? And what informs that view? What do you look to, Robert, to get that idea?
Sure. Well, I think the easy part is that it's in nobody's interest to cave early. Everybody wants to show that they negotiated up until the very last minute. And the system, in a way, is in place. The United States, this freak of nature with this messy system that's been, ultimately very successful, is designed to prevent any one idea, any one party, any one group from getting too much power. So it's very hard to move anything forward or stop anything. This is going to go right down to the last minute. I think what'll be interesting, in a way, though, is if Joe Biden goes for a power play of sorts, ends up being kind of a sleeper in the sense of continues to say, this is the best budget that you could pass, and all of the spending, all the taxes, these are the best policies that you could come up with. You need to have the borrowing capacity. And if they do not give him a clean increase in the debt ceiling, that invokes the 14th Amendment, goes ahead and makes the payment. And the worst case scenario would be that then, the government is sued effectively. I'm not a legal expert. And either it's upheld or it's shot down. If it's shot down, well, then every time you come up against the debt ceiling, you have to get it raised. But on the other hand, if it's upheld and prioritization of principal and interest payments is allowed, then this thing is gone forever. In a way, that's a loss, in that it allows profligate increases in debt to GDP to continue ad nauseum. But in terms of traders and anxiety, it would be a big win.
Well, this is something that Jenny Allen has called a constitutional crisis, should it be invoked. So it's not necessarily what they want to have happen at a time when they do not want the legal challenges and they want some sort of consensus. Let's put that aside for 1 minute, Robert, and get your sense of how this is going to work if the market just sits on its hands. Are you concerned that a lack of reaction as everyone waits for the 11th hour, 59th minute, and 59th second to make any kind of moves will mean that this actually will not get done in time?
I think that you are going to see an increase in anxiety as the balances run low. And, if there's an accidental default, you will see a drop in stock prices, a drop in yields, and a widening of credit spreads. But I think that the economy is pretty resilient to those kinds of shocks. I mean, whether you're looking at October 1987 and the stock market decline then, whether you're looking at the volatility surge in 2018, the economy is not derailed by those incidents of volatility. And most like the current cycle is the increase in interest rates, say in 1994, quick Fed rate hike cycle, a lot of volatility in the markets, economy powers through that. So again, I think 12 to 24 months from now, this is not going to be a major economic event. It could, though, in the short term, be very jarring for the markets.
Well, how do you play that? I mean, is it frustrating for you? Do you feel like you're being used as a pawn, as a market participant in Washington's games, or is this a good trading opportunity where perhaps you can get ahead and have an edge?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of each. I think that in the CDS markets, in terms of the term structure there, I mean, people are paying real money to protect against a default in the short term. And, there could be a trade to do there. But I think as an investor, everybody has their edge. And I would think, for investors, their edge may be in assessing what's the 12 to 24 month environment, how are fundamentals dramatically differently priced from where they should be. And I think right now is one of those environments where the market is heavily biased towards pricing in a recession. And having a more optimistic view is going to be the best approach. Tactical trades on the debt ceiling, I think you can do on the margin, but should not be a major aspect.
Did you buy some Apple debt yesterday, Robert?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on
I didn't expect you to.
Trades. Yeah.
But you can build on it a little bit, Robert, if you can.
I think the market here, is supportive. Here. It sees yields as having traversed the range of the last 10, 20 years, and yields are attractive. And I think some of the inversion of the curve, the demand for corporate bonds, the fact that spreads are supported in the face of what people think is going to be a recession is indicative of the fact that people need yield. And that the market is well supported and that you're likely to see spreads, the range that we've seen over the last year is going to hold.
Robert Tipp at PGIM, diplomatic at the end there. Thank you, sir. Robert Tipp on a credit market, constructive. Looking at Apple yesterday, so as I understand it, just the way this story evolved through the day, Bramo, based on our reporting, is that the order book was huge, tons and tons of demand, and then they tightened things up and demand kind of faded a little bit.
That basically there was a real-time pricing where Apple was like, let's push this and see how far we can go because you guys wanted this so badly, here you go. And then people said, wait a second, when we're looking for income, we're actually looking for income. And at a certain point, we're just going to draw the line. So what you are seeing is that, yes, there is a ton of demand, but they are exacting a price that investors would like the income. And if it's not there, they're not going to buy. And that's an interesting distinction. It's not a free-for-all. It's not a food fight.
It's not the market that it was a couple of years ago.
Exactly. It's not 2013, 2014. This is a different environment where people are prioritizing income.
Or even the post-pandemic years when the Fed just sort of buried rates and was buying bonds every month.
It's the same thing. I mean, it's basically the same story. Basically, when the Fed is supporting the market and when they're putting that bid in and they're putting their thumb on the scale, people don't care as much about income because there is none elsewhere. Now, all of a sudden, that equation has changed. And I wonder whether Apple selling this bond deal, it's not actually that much. $5.25 billion is nothing for them. So is this basically a test to understand what the level is for them to tap and to sort of have access to this market, but not a real financing?
It's kind of like the AVMH deal from a number of weeks ago.
Yeah.
When you get these really great companies with fat margins, great profits, and they don't issue that much debt, and they come to the market, like, when was the last time Apple came? August?
Yeah.
Last year? Similar amount. What can you learn from it?
You can learn what the almost risk-free rate is, basically what the corporate rate is for the highest rated and most highly sought after paper is. Basically, what's the line in the sand in terms of income on corporate debt?
We're finding that out slowly. Finding out as well from the SLOOS. Just wanted to fit in the SLOOS.
I know.
The Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey that came out yesterday, that things are tightening up and demand is weakening too. But as many people have pointed out this morning, it feels like that's a feature of monetary policy and not a bug. Wait for the next one.
Okay, so is it really a problem if it's just gradual? Is it make a big difference if it's all at once or if it's gradual? And some people are saying yes, and other people are saying just wait for it. It'll, it's all at once, suddenly, quietly, and then all at once.
Citi still sees hikes in June and July.
I mean, the CPI tomorrow, it's expected to be hot.
8:30 Eastern Time tomorrow morning. Neil Dutta joins us at 8:30 Eastern Time this morning. We'll catch up with him in about 50 minutes' time from New York City. This is Bloomberg.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says that if Congress fails to raise a debt ceiling, it would have an adverse impact on the use of the dollar worldwide and would be an economic catastrophe for the nation. She told CNBC that the government would also need to figure out, quote, what to do with the resources that we do have. President Biden is meeting with congressional leaders today about the debt ceiling. The public's not showing much confidence in Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. According to a new Gallup poll, only 36% of U.S. adults say they have a great deal or a fair amount of confidence that Powell would do or recommend the right thing for the economy. That's the lowest level recorded since Gallup began tracking public confidence in the Fed chair in 2001. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell predicts that Congress will keep funding Ukraine's defense. That's despite growing calls from some members of his own party to reduce or end the aid. McConnell has called on President Biden to speed up shipments of high-tech weapons to Ukraine. Ryanair is betting big on the travel recovery that's picked up pace in recent months. Bloomberg's learned that Europe's largest discount airline is close to placing an order with Boeing for about 150 737 MAX 10 jets. Now, Ryanair is Boeing's biggest customer in Europe. And Under Armour keeps struggling in its turnaround effort. The athletic gear maker fell after its full-year earnings missed estimates. Under Armour warned in February that a buildup in inventory would lead to more promotions across the category, and recovery would take longer than expected. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
So what is the best investment advice anybody's ever given you?
You don't need to have a good idea every day. So there's times to be patient and there's time to press.
What do you think is the most common mistake that investors make, the average investor?
I think it's FOMO, so buy high, sell low. You know, and the amount of damage that does the average investor is big.
Let's suppose I have an extra $100,000. What would you say that person should do with $100,000? To put it in an index fund or something else like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the average investor, buying an index, but buying and holding and just letting it compound is really sensible advice. I think the more trading someone tries to do, the more damage they tend to do.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges.
Britain's next.
It was going to keep bringing World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture does.
The BOK is getting ready to make a decision.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question. Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
I think that the market is underpricing the risk of the Fed remaining on hold for the remainder of the year. We're pricing in cuts for the second half of the year. If we can get past the regional banking crisis, I don't see any reason for the Fed to jump into cutting rates in the second half.
Subhadra Rajappa there, the head of US rate strategy at SocGen on the great rate debate right now. The question that Lisa and I have asked all this morning, can this market have its rate cuts and its growth too? And there seems to be some pushback against that, Lisa. I think you gave the one exception, and you're right to point it out. The one thing that can get this done is the so-called immaculate disinflation. If we can get that, there's a reason for the Fed to back away, and obviously that happens without growth getting hammered.
The likelihood of that is pretty much nil, which is what a lot of people keep pointing to the data, which we get tomorrow and then on Thursday, which should show a stickiness to the inflation. But to me, this is the main question, and this tension is not getting resolved month after month, which is, are we going to see massive rate cuts in the face of some massive crisis, or are we going to see rates that are much higher with no rate cuts for a substantial period of time, which is going to torpedo certain equity valuations, and these polls are not getting resolved.
If it's because, quote, a massive crisis, that doesn't sound like a reason to buy stocks, does it?
But that's exactly right. So that's the reason why you're seeing equities rally. It's sort of a confusing conundrum that people have. Everyone's talking it down, and then more people say, look, you guys have been bearish forever, so what makes you think you're going to be right now?
PacWest not rallying this morning. That's one to watch in the pre-market. A move of about 60 cents now. Works out to about 10% of the overall name. That's trading at about $5 in the pre-market. Lisa, we're down almost 10% in early trading.
And if you look at the KBW index, it just hasn't recovered. I just keep going back to that, even though people are saying it's over. It's, everything is stable. You're seeing deposits stabilize. Now it's a profitability question. At what point do we say it actually is over? And can we move on to really discussing the fundamentals?
KRX, the regional bank index, has just been there bouncing along the bottom for 2 months now.
Exactly.
2 months, can't get a rally.
Is this a profitability question? Is this basically people waiting for the next shoe to drop with another one, especially with commercial real estate? I know I am sitting in this chair, so I'm going to bring up commercial real estate too.
Sure.
Which is something that people are very concerned about.
Too. I have noticed that. He likes to talk about that a lot.
He tracks the buildings in different cities and then sees anecdotal declines in specific ones and then says, the sky's falling. But it is in certain sectors, but in others it's not, which is the reason why it's a bit difficult to get your hands around.
TK's dashboard, like squirrels running around. Commercial real estate. What else is on there?
Airline tickets. First class to Europe, to around the world.
Or
wherever.
Asia somewhere.
Or Asia. There also is, of course, the TOTS and scores and like the clips.
Buzzwords.
Yeah.
Adjust and adapt and stuff like that.
And then, of course, bow tie, scrolling.
He scrolls through bow ties. Is that what you're suggesting? TK. TK. Bramo. He scrolls through bow ties. Nice.
I don't know. I'll do some more investigating.
Speaking of buzzwords, if you want to get a bid in your stock right now, you hold an earnings call and you just talk about AI. And the problem that I've got with that at the moment is that I've got no idea if it's just a tech bro BSing me or whether there's actually something fundamental to the company here and there's a reason to buy the name.
I think you're not alone. I mean, how about Microsoft? They come out, artificial intelligence is going to make us Bing all the way home, and we're going to take over.
Over my head,
and we're going to take over, and we're going to eat Google's lunch. And then other people say, well, actually, Google's in a great position, and they just didn't do a good enough PR job, and that's the reason why their shares didn't pop a lot. I don't think anyone really has a sense of what's going to give someone the upper hand, because a lot of the technology, the neural nets underpinning this, have a lot of question marks around them that even the professionals cannot really answer.
Zombie roll-up. My Bloomberg's lighting up now. People are coming up with TK phrases. Mandeep Singh joined us now, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, can you help me understand what's happening with AI and help guide us all? When there are these earnings calls and these executives talk about the benefits of AI and how well positioned they are, how well positioned are some of these companies, Mandeep?
Well, so I would look at it in two different ways. One is you have to look at the companies that are enabling the infrastructure, the chip companies, and we can talk about valuation, but there is something underlying that is enabling this AI wave, really cloud capacity, the processing capacity you have, and the latest chips we have. And some of it has to do with the other aspect of it is the data side of it. How do you train these models? I think a lot of companies are realizing, they didn't have the IP on the data sets that they're training these models on. So clearly there is value in terms of leveraging, AI in terms of what we have done over the last 5 years with machine learning. And this is the logical next step. But in terms of the applications that will be really disruptive, we don't know that yet. And I think every CEO right now wants to leverage this, but they obviously are trying to figure out, what is the best possible way to monetize this technology.
Palantir Technologies came out and said that demand for its new artificial intelligence tool due this month is, quote, without precedent. In response, the shares surged 21%, even though we don't have exactly a concrete sense of what that exactly was going to mean. Now the share's up about 17% pre-market trading. How do you gauge, Mandeep, whether something is real or simply just a new fad on Wall Street?
Well, so I do want to use my infrastructure versus application lens. I think infrastructure revenue will be more tangible in the near term, simply because that's what will help you build these applications. In terms of what will get disruptive, whether it's search or anything on the software side, only time will tell, because the efficacy of using that software or using those search results is yet to be determined. Although I think the initial response is, yes, this is something better than what we used to have. And if we are able to weed out the noise, then people can see it driving productivity. So I won't call everything is a bubble, but in the case of like Palantir, for example, they are a very specialized software. It's great for, doing fraud detection or maybe detecting cyber attacks, but it's not a solution that you can roll out to thousands or millions of customers because it can be customized so quickly. So the fact that they are talking about AI is too soon to me. Yes, they are investing in it, but I don't think they're at a point where they will be able to monetize it anytime soon.
Mandeep, just to get your sense on the whole machines versus humans kind of debate, because a lot of people are wondering what limits there should be on this. And we've heard from a number of tech executives that they are concerned about unfettered use of technology and theory, frankly, that people don't understand if they try to extrapolate it out, what it will mean. What do you think the likely outgrowth of that will be? How many sort of self-imposed restrictions on the development of some of the sort of more nuanced artificial intelligence, the sort of more human-like aspects, and how they will be implemented?
I mean, the best way to frame it is look at, how the internet content is consumed. And there are safety issues around it, and you put guardrails in terms of who can access, that type of content that may be nefarious or, is not something you want your kids to be exposed to. And over time, these things develop. I think regulators will probably be late in terms of, putting those guardrails. But I do think, from a productivity standpoint, you can see how, if you can enhance somebody's learning. And that's where, the bad aspects got highlighted first, that it could write a kid's essay for college. But what about if it enhances learning? And that's what I think Khan Academy has talked about. And there you could see value in something like AI, being that personal assistant for a student. And so I do think, use cases will evolve, and yes, you have to focus on safety, and the regulators will come in eventually. But like with any new technology, you will see the disruptive aspects first, and then you put the guardrails.
Students need personal assistants.
I knew you were going to pick up on that. Of course, exactly. I was thinking, well, can I have one? But yeah, they're going to get personal assistants to do what? I mean, that's really the question. Are they going to get personal assistants to write their essays, or are they going to get personal assistants to sort of get the information that they need to write said essays? And it will be more of a critical thinking exercise? Does this widen the divide between people who are, I don't know, it raises a lot of questions.
Mandeep, thank you. Mandeep Singh there. When Mandeep talked about it writing an essay, said we highlighted some of the bad things. What's bad about that? All this is going to highlight is how pointless some of these things are that we get taught at school. That's all it highlights.
Okay, hold up. I have to help with some of these situations and these, this is
how do you intend to help? Go on.
Okay, I mean, just at a personal level, as a parent of a offspring that have to write essays that have alleged that others are using ChatGPT to write their essays, there is a concern and there is an importance just in the development and critical thinking and organizing thoughts of being able to research information and to be able to concisely put it together in some sort of coherent document. That is what ChatGPT does for people. So they lose the exercise of doing that, which I do think is useful. That said, could you then open up to questions that are more qualitative, that are more difficult and more nuanced to write? And how quickly can they do that before ChatGPT catches up? It raises a lot of questions. I mean, with a personal assistant, what are they assisting in?
We're on the same page on the critical thinking skills, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's important. I want that.
I agree. But there are so many other things that you get taught at school, which are just utterly pointless.
I mean,
I'm happy to outsource that. If I was a kid, I'd just be like, that's productive.
A calculator.
Good on them. Good on them.
So I notice in a couple of drugstores, even in my area, which is not the poorest area in Washington, D.C., it's a nice upscale sort of area. When I want to get razor blades, you have to go to the front of the place and ask somebody to unlock it. Why are you locking up razor blades and other things that I might want to buy?
Yes. So, this is a national problem. And, this isn't, random theft. This is organized crime. And, state legislation has put guidelines on, how much the theft that you can steal before you're convicted. So it's a $1,000 limit. But we have been partnering with other retailers and sharing our camera feed. I know some of our partners here from Walmart are here, but we're all part of an organization that's coming together that says if we can put our camera feed together and tell that person has been in our store and their store, and the numbers are higher than 1,000. So we've been able to impact these theft rings most recently.
What are the things that are unlocking key the most? What are people trying to steal the most, other than razor blades, I guess?
You know, I will tell you, it started at razor blades because that's such a high ticket item, but you know, it's a lot of cosmetics, but really what happens is that they take advantage of what I would call the elbow move, and they just come in and swipe a counter. And so it's just a matter of categories now.
From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Anne-Marie Hordern and Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
We're investing in a lot of different capabilities and features that makes the in-store shopping experience that much easier, that much more compelling, whether it's price check, browsing inventory in this store, so that we can really make that experience as convenient and as simple as possible.
Convenient, simple, that's sort of what people have needed in the age of COVID. Is that here to stay, or do we go back when finally we all hope that the pandemic will be behind us in some way? Do our changing shopping habits go back again?
What's really interesting about retail in my 20-plus experience is that convenience never reverts itself. Now, the form of convenience has shifted, whereas, say, in 2000, 2010, a lot of convenience was driven by more stores nearby. Now it's stores in addition to digital. There's nothing closer than the phone in your hand.
The tightening of credit conditions in the wake of the bank failures is going to be a very big deal.
The bank ecosystem that the United States has is internationally unusual. America has a lot of banks.
There's going to be this enduring tension where pretty decent news means earnings don't collapse.
It's going to be very hard for a meaningful decline in yields from here on as well. So it's going to be one of those situations where yields remain range-bound.
The market has shifted its focus away from inflation and back to growth.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
If you're serious about occupying that chair, you've got to bang the keyboard and clear your throat. All right, repeatedly. But at the worst possible time. At the worst possible time.
I'm trying. I don't know. I don't think I can keep this up.
Never hear him clear his throat when we're off air. That's just super smooth. From New York City this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Just needs to be heard. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on TV and radio.
Can't do it.
You should just record it and press play. Equity futures on the S&P 500, negative 0.4%. With Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. TK back with us tomorrow with a full array of sound effects. Going into CPI tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern Time. Then on to PPI the day after that. A little bit later on this afternoon, we're all focused on this meeting between the President and congressional leadership in the Oval Office, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. The debt ceiling showdown. But ultimately, you speak to people who are well connected to this story, Lisa, and they will tell you the same thing. They don't think anything happens today.
There's no way that anything happens today because they need to wait for the whole debate to drag on long enough to be able to have political cover to say we did our best. And so this is a reason why the market isn't responding. And yet we've been talking about it all morning. Politicians are waiting for the market to respond. So this is going to be fun.
Rose-tinted glasses in the market. You get the best of all worlds. Durable growth, rate cuts, robust earnings in a high nominal growth world. It's pretty decent stuff, isn't it?
In fairness to the equity bulls, they've been largely right, especially if they've got in on tech. And so at a certain point, they could say, all right, you doomsdayers, you can keep going with all of your discussions about what's going to happen, but it hasn't been working, so neener, neener. And I mean, at a certain point, there is this frustration that's percolating out where it just isn't necessarily, the logic isn't playing out in markets the way it traditionally does.
Nina. Okay. Lisa Shallett joins us now, Chief Investment Officer at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. I've got no idea what that was, Bramo. Lisa, thanks for being with us. I won't ask you to translate, Lisa. I will ask you this, though. Just how frustrating is this market, Lisa, when you look at things like all the rate cuts that are being priced, yet at the same time there is this feeling that we will continue to live with durable growth?
Yeah, so look, I think there are a lot of conundrums in this current market. And I think that probably the single most frustrating thing is the benchmark at this point. You know, most institutional investors, most retail investors define the market as the S&P 500 index. That index, as we know, is up almost 8% year to date, up 17% from last October's low. But certainly for the last, 4 or 5 months, a huge portion of that move, at least, since January 31st, has essentially come from 7 stocks, the mega cap tech stocks, who led for most of the prior 13 years, what we, I think affectionately nicknamed the FANGs, or FANGs M plus whatever. I think what has been frustrating is that underneath the surface, a lot of the indicators that are flashing recession have crushed the cyclicals. We've seen the devastation of the regional banking system as the Fed has raised rates and as the implications of tightening have begun to show. And yet there's that benchmark, supported by that heavy concentration at the top, chugging along, when below the surface, there seems to be, some pain and suffering and damage. Small caps in particular have been crushed.
So, Lisa, the question we've got to ask then is, can this persist? And if it can't, what would bring down some of the big tech heavyweights that have supported this market?
Yes, I think the reality is that in the short term, it can persist. Certainly as long as we're, kind of in this stalemate, I think, to your point, between, some labor market resilience, the power of pricing power, and some of the nominal growth drivers that can support some of those names. Now, ultimately, our thesis has been that, there are no companies that ultimately are immune from recession or significant economic slowing. And we don't think that this time ultimately will be different, even though it has felt that way at moments. So our best guess continues to be that there are some earnings disappointments out there. I mean, one of the things that folks have to digest is that the way earnings are modeled, it looks like we're on a hockey stick towards recovery over the next couple of quarters, with, this first quarter that's being completed representing a trough in earnings growth. And then we kind of get year-over-year earnings that are better and better every quarter until we get to 2024, where the market's looking for up 13% earnings. Now, we're still very close to peak economic growth and peak corporate profit margins. So that's going to be a feat to achieve those expectations.
Lisa, what would it take for you to throw in the towel and basically just say this time is different?
I think the fundamental issue for us is if we see a reacceleration in economic growth. If the consumer really does prove to be resilient, if the slowing that we expect to emanate really from the credit crunch does not materialize, if there's enough savings cushion, and we would probably see that in the next 2 quarters, where these earnings that look like a hockey stick recovery are achieved. If those earnings are achieved, then quite frankly, our thesis is wrong.
There's another aspect to this that some people keep bringing up, which is perhaps the largest companies are consolidating market share to such a degree and taking it away from smaller companies. So you could see small caps basically blown up, absolutely decline dramatically, which is something that we have seen in certain pockets, even as the large caps continue to chug along and chart really impressive growth. Do you expect that kind of environment, that's going to be the new reality for a while?
I think it is possible. Anything is possible. And certainly there are a host of these companies that have very, very dominant positions. But I do think that we're at a political point, a political moment where, the tolerance for, further big company consolidation does start to be debated as an antitrust issue in a way that perhaps it hasn't been, quite frankly, for over 40 years since the Reagan administration. And look, some of government inaction is what's gotten us here, and so what may break the logjam may be some attempts at re-regulation.
Have we done the debt ceiling yet, Bramo?
No, go for it.
Would you like to do that now?
No, go for it.
Lisa,
please.
stick around, please, just for 60 seconds. Lisa, the debt ceiling. When clients ask you about this, what are you and the team telling them at the moment?
The fundamental thing that we're telling them is, look, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when and how. On the question of when, what's critically important from where we sit is what will Janet Yellen do after she gets approval to extend borrowing. And what we mean by that is at what pace and what duration is she going to issue? Because if you're down to kind of a zero in the Treasury General, it's possible that in the last 4 months of the year, she's going to be issuing to the tune of $650 to $750 billion, which is a drain of liquidity at the same time that we may have some of these credit crunch issues where we're continuing to pursue quantitative tightening. So the first thing that we're telling clients is beware of the liquidity implications on the other side. The second thing that we're talking about is the how. It matters, to forward-looking expectations of growth in terms of what is cut. If that's what it takes to get a deal done, commitments to cut, what's cut? Are there rollbacks of some of the Inflation Reduction Act spending related opportunities, some of the infrastructure spending that is kind of in motion? Those things have to growth. And if we need to, take that out of the forward forecasts, that is going to dampen economic growth.
Lisa, wonderful response. Thank you. Lisa Shallett there of Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. In fact, that was fantastic. For people frustrated about talking about the debt ceiling, clip that and just replay it to anyone who asks you about it. The point on growth seems to be so important,
It
Lisa.
is important.
Where is the line on the amount of spending cuts the Democrats would be willing to accept to basically get the Republicans over the line to come to a deal? And will that lead ultimately to slower growth? And the other thing that Lisa mentioned there, all the different cross currents, the conflict there, the debt ceiling, what happens with QT, what's going to happen with growth, the credit crunch potentially.
Jag är jävla bra, man ska fejla
None
sig
of this
på.
is helpful to the cause around growth.
No. And I think the fiscal aspect actually is really important because even if
I
they
dag
don't cut the budget that much,
så ble jeg
this ongoing debate puts a cap on how quickly spending can be accelerated. The fact that it's such a huge election point, you have to imagine it's going to restrain fiscal spending going forward. That is really negative for growth. So if that's the case, do you really get this sort of perfect surge in growth the way that Lisa was saying would have to happen in order for prices to really be accurate? And yet they haven't come down.
4 p.m. meeting with congressional leaders and the President of the United States in the Oval Office a little bit later on this afternoon. Up next on this program, Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy on today's meeting on the debt ceiling.
Ska ha solbriller?
In just a moment. Terry's always great. from down in Washington, D.C. Up here in New York City, equity futures negative about 0.3% on the S&P 500, trying to bounce in the FX market 109 on the euro against the dollar 109.60, negative 0.4%.
Men hvorfor faller ikke Dagsen mer?
Out of China, not impressive. Softer growth potentially out of the world's second largest economy relative to the boom hopes of only a few months ago.
Hvorfor kommer ikke Dagsen videre ned?
Basis points, your 10-year 348.
Ned 0,38, skal være ned over 1%.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell warns he has no secret plan to solve the debt limit deadlock. Congressional leaders meet today with President Biden. McConnell says he told the president it was up to him and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to find a solution. At the same time, McConnell predicts the two sides will reach a deal and avoid a default. Vladimir Putin vowed to pursue his invasion of Ukraine, accusing the Kremlin's enemies of seeking to dismember Russia. Putin spoke at the start of the annual military parade celebrating the Soviet victory in World War II. He said that a real war has been unleashed against the motherland. In Pakistan, former Prime Minister Imran Khan has been detained. The former cricket star faces a number of court cases and was set to be formally indicted Wednesday. Now, that has to do with allegations that he did not properly disclose earnings from the sale of his state gifts from his time in office. Khan has called for early elections next year after getting ousted in April 2022 in a no-confidence vote. Aramco will introduce an additional dividend, potentially boosting payouts for Saudi Arabia's government by billions of dollars. Now, it comes at a time when weaker oil prices are pushing the kingdom's budget into a deficit. Aramco says the new dividend will be between 50 to 70% of the company's annual free cash flow. Global news powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa.
Skal jeg ta gevinst nå og gå på den igjen, eller skal jeg bli med ned? En jævla fight gevinst. Jeg er short herfra. Jeg shorta helt på toppen. Helt på toppen.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, China Open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Yes, I've been turned Maryland. He said that back in the day. So, yeah, you just take out and see.
There needs to be market pressure. Without that market signal, it makes it hard for McCarthy to go to the holdouts who are holding him hostage and say it is time to do a temporary lift of the debt ceiling, to get us through and get us a little bit of space to negotiate between, so that nobody loses face at the end of this.
As Lisa has said all morning, we're playing chicken with the S&P 500 down in Washington, D.C. That was Heidi Kribo-Redeker, the Senior Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. Here in New York City, your equity market is not blinking yet. We're negative by 0.3% on the S&P 500. Your bond market isn't either. Yields are lower by just a couple of basis points, down 2 basis points to 348, down about a single basis point on a 2-year, just short of 4%. Let's call it 3.99 on a 2-year yield. In the FX market, the euro against the dollar, euro-dollar, a break of 110, 109.64. We're negative 0.3%. The next stop, of course, on the data front, CPI coming up tomorrow morning, about 24 hours from now. Then on to PPI after that, and plenty of Fed speak, no doubt, in between. But at 4 p.m. Eastern time, it's a major conversation we've all been waiting for between the President of the United States and congressional leadership, including House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy, the founder, joins us now. Terry, you said this: we can expect some soothing, no default platitudes after the meeting later. Terry, anything else other than that?
No, I don't think so, John. I mean, I do think you're going to get a little bit of platitude. Without saying that they will absolutely not default. They'll say they don't want to. None of them want to. But they'll also kind of harden their positions, I think. Biden's position has always been that you can't cut spending at all, really. That's usually the Democratic going in position. You can't cut spending on domestic discretionary. And Republicans are going to talk about the need to cut back, in their view, modestly to fiscal 22 levels. So this gap is bridgeable, but nobody's really interested in bridging it yet.
What's the sort of over/under and how much they want soothing platitudes versus histrionic proclamations that the sky is falling to get the markets interested?
Well, if you can do both, that's optimal, I think. Yeah, they're trying real hard to get the markets interested, and so far the markets aren't cooperating. And to the extent the markets are cooperating, what they're seeing, I think, is the Republicans having done something, however imperfect, and whereas Biden hasn't done anything, which is why Biden now is bringing everybody to the White House to show that he too is actually interested in doing some sort of a deal, albeit without climbing completely down from the perch that he's not negotiating.
You said that there is a 30% likelihood of a default. That is the probability that you come up. How do you come up with these probabilities?
Well, how I view this.
Ja, bra profit, men har ikke tatt gevinst ennå.
This as being a 30 to 40% likelihood, the moment we're in right now, since last November. But fundamentally, is there a 1 in 3 chance that somebody makes a serious mistake here? Yeah, I think so. I think that's not, I think that's more than a trailing risk. And what is happening today, I think, will illustrate that, because to the extent anybody's looking at this moment and suggesting that there's going to be the beginning of a constructive path here, I think isn't reading the signals properly.
Terry, what is the one thing, the one signal, the one thing you can identify that would make you think that it could be different this time?
Well, if I'm wrong on the suggestion that they stick to their spending, the kind of their spending guns, and say, we're going to sit down over a period of time and work this out.
Hvorfor faller ikke mer på den jævla dagsen? Hva greia for noe?
On a particular date.
Det bare ned 0,3, liksom.
Then I'm wrong. But that's not at all what I'm seeing or hearing.
On the X date, we've heard as early as possibly early June. Terry, what's your read on that? How conservative do you think the Treasury Secretary needs to be about the so-called X date? How much more padding? Weeks, months? What would she do?
Well, I think she needs to be
as
transparent as possible, first of all. Second of all, I think she needs to avoid the mistakes that some prior Treasury secretaries have made, of both parties, frankly, where they surprise policymakers, whether it be surprise your own president or surprise.
Ja, men hvem det som kjøper, liksom?
There's going to be
Hvem kjøper her?
In the negotiations here without adding to it
the all-time high ever. Det er finanskrise, liksom. Det er jo helt sjukt.
Frankly, because then not only will that help negotiations, that'll help markets.
Terry, this is kind of related.
Du har ikke long, du, Prosecco. Du trader. Du selger etterpå, det. Du scalper.
Backing from the public in history, this according to a Gallup poll. And this poll also had the lowest confidence. If you take a look at all the politicians, whether it's a Republican or Democratic Party, pretty much across the board, as they looked at what's going on with the debt ceiling debate, is what they look at what they see as general dysfunction. How much has this become something that has been entrenched and basically just an accepted fact that there is a lack of confidence in public officials in Washington, D.C.?
Nå snakker vi.
I think it's quite entrenched.
Det helt hørt i huet at dette her skal opp.
For a long time, frankly. What I found interesting about the Gallup poll, by the way, is that if you combine all these numbers are pretty tight, by the way, but if you combine the kind of high to low confidence numbers, House Republican leaders come out best, but not by much. Then Yellen, then Powell, and the Democrats, Yellen, Powell, but Biden comes out the least, and that's not a good sign either. But what it ought to tell the White House is that there's an opportunity here to, frankly, enhance the president's own standing if he takes leadership on a deal.
Interesting. Terry, wonderful perspective. I enjoy catching up with you always. Terry Haynes there of Pangea Policy. Lisa mentioning some of the polls. More broadly, you're right, Lisa. It's not just the Fed chair, Jay Powell. It's pretty much everyone down in Washington, D.C. And there is a number for Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, 37%. So that's the lowest for any Treasury Secretary going back to Jack Lew. Jack Lew was at 20% in 2014. I mean, that sounds absolutely savage, doesn't it? 20%.
Yes, it wasn't exactly encouraging. Was he the one with a lot of circles?
The squiggle.
Yeah.
The squiggle.
Thanks.
The terrible signature.
I mean,
yeah,
I
never understood it.
I actually think it's better than mine, but I mean, it's very...
If you're going to sign bills, I mean, come on.
What? It just was a lot of zeros next to each other. But maybe that was his practice one. Maybe he wanted it to be the squiggle. I don't know. Anyway, that maybe was why he had undermined confidence. I do think it's an important issue, though, especially at a time when people are sort of rolling their eyes at this and saying, really, another debt ceiling debate? And I think that really speaks to the lack of confidence that people have in Washington, D.C.
Hardly a ringing endorsement of Congress. 38% of Americans have confidence in congressional Republicans on the economy compared to 34% for congressional Democrats.
I mean,
that's like lose-lose across the board.
Pretty much. That's exactly what we're looking for. And it's sort of a competition for who can lose least. It's not exactly a ringing endorsement of
Sums
the
up Washington, D.C., doesn't it?
I mean,
might sum up this meeting a little bit later on this afternoon.
Well, yeah, that's sort of what we're going to see is a lot of posturing after the fact. And,
there's no winners here. There's winners here, that's for sure, around this table, Bramo. You're a winner. Coming up at the Open on Bloomberg TV, this is what it looks like. Seema Shah of Principal Asset Management, Chris Mamani of Lafayette College, Aaron Cannon of Clear Harbor Asset Management, and, drumroll, we'll catch up with Henrietta Trace of Vader Partners. Looking forward to catching up with Henrietta around this debt ceiling nonsense, Lisa, going into this meeting a little bit later this afternoon.
Very cool. It'll be very cool to hear what she has to say. I also do wonder, with the politics of the moment, the fact that we are seeing this shift with big companies doing a lot better than smaller companies, and whether anyone addresses that. I was just looking at a story that big bank bonuses jumped 20% at regionals. People are getting paid that much less. And I'm watching this and I'm just thinking to myself, how are they going to keep employees? But this is just something that's going on more broadly. Smaller companies are losing out to bigger companies in a massive way. And this is going to become a massive political issue as well.
It's a stock market issue. Lisa Shalit said it about 20 minutes ago. Small caps, terrible, weighted towards the financials. Big caps, large caps, mega caps, S&P 500, weighted towards tech is holding up nicely.
But this, to me, raises a question. If you're an employee, you're going to get paid more at a big company. They're going to be able to withstand pricing pressure, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. It's an interesting moment for an economy that relies on the small businesses, and they have more political voice as well.
And you can contribute to that wonderful culture that exists at large companies, you know?
You're in a rare mood today. It's been lovely.
You've not heard about that?
No, what?
All the big banks that want you to come to work to contribute to the culture.
You love the
on
culture,
Wall Street.
don't you?
I think it's so important.
You wear a flag,
it's
hat,
so important
scarf.
to contribute to the culture and be part of the family. so important.
Until you're kicked out.
From New York.
Disgracing the family.
This is Bloomberg.
Halla! Det går bra. Jævlig motstander nede, da. Skal jeg flytte meg?
The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat waves in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year, and we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand.
Da skal det hele tiden, konstant.
To solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like
Da skal vi gjøre.
Your global business authority.
Jeg tror det. Ha det.
Business Week Radio. Live.
Ja, jeg synes tredje live her nå.
3 p.m. Eastern.
Ja, ha det.
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Messer and Tim Stanivek bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen
Ja.
on Bloomberg Radio.
Fyr, her står dagsen.
YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
Ja. Jeg så Dagsnytt herfra.
Welcome back. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz. Tom off. He will be back tomorrow.
Det fortjente jeg, for å si det
Here's
sånn.
the next thing, and here with me is Neil Dutta. We'll get to him in 1 second. In the markets, you are seeing a softer tone after, I guess, yesterday's SLOOS data, the senior loan officer opinion survey. However,
Egentlig burde jeg shorte mer.
this is really
Jeg har faen ikke så mye
difficult on any
penger.
given day. Interesting that we also got that optimism, small business optimism survey that came out earlier this morning that was disappointing. We are seeing a bit of a bid into treasuries, yields lower, 3.49% on a 10-year.
Hva var krypto da? Er det ned, eller?
Strength, euro weakness,
kryptodritten.
109.62. Crude softer, and this has been really a trend. We've just seen that incredible weakness as people gauge out what recession means, even if they're perhaps not seeing it in some of the fundamental data. Tomorrow we do get CPI data where we're going to be taking a look at inflation. Do we have to start being worried about inflation again and the prospect for the Fed hiking rates further, or are we going to see some sort of softening? And then on to PPI, a real question underpinning a market, especially as we get small businesses showing signs of stress and big businesses reporting better than expected earnings and a consumer very much willing to spend. Putting these two things together, one of my favorite economists ever, Neil Dutta, joining us now. I always love hashing this through with you. He's head of U.S. economic research at Renaissance Macro. I want to start there. What's going to win here? The consumers who keep spending and now are
Du, jeg shorta som faen I går, jeg.
pulling back spending and being more conservative.
No, I think the consumers will win. Historically, the causality goes from consumers to businesses, right? So I think the the issue is that, companies have been preparing now for several quarters for a recession that hasn't yet arrived. And I think they're moving further away, they're further offsides on growth. And, if the consumer continues to hang in there, there may be a period of catch-up that happens where they have to restock, adjust their CapEx budgets, post more openings. So I definitely, to me, it's also, Lisa, as you know, it's really about what is the consensus pricing in, and then what is the likely outcome, going to be, and then you try to pick your battles as wisely as you can. And, to me, the consensus right now is expecting a recession to start really in this quarter. I mean, June, Q3. I mean, the Bloomberg News consensus, I think, is for flat growth in each of the next 2 quarters. And I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't seem like that's going to happen. We had a strong auto sales number for April. It looks like core retail sales will
Trader, Dachsen har faen ikke noe ordentlig motstand i det hele tatt for langt nede i dass her. Har du sett det?
Okay, taking a step back, let's tease this out a little bit.
Okay.
You said when you're talking about how the consensus, is the consensus of a survey of economists, or is the consensus what's priced into stock valuations? Because they're 2 different things, and they haven't been agreeing with each other.
Well, look, I mean, the bond market's also out there pricing in rate cuts, and I think, like 200 basis points
Fy
worth of
faen,
cuts.
vi kan jo ramle til helvete.
That's hard to see in the context of a strong economy, right? So, or even an economy that's treading water. I mean, people clearly expect some weakness in the economy. I think, with respect
Nå har han null motstand. Dropper den her, så dropper den noe så jævlig, da.
But yeah, I mean, I think you can make a case to say that the outlook for stocks is somewhat ambiguous, right? I mean, if recession risk gets priced out, that should be good for earnings, but at the same time, that probably leaves the prospect of the Fed, future rate hikes still on the table, which could weigh on stocks.
What would we have to see tomorrow for the CPI report to shock this market, to say, wait a second, we have to start thinking about the Fed staying at 5%, possibly going up to 5.50, more than rate cuts, which are being significantly priced in?
Well, I mean, I do think that there's scope for some upside surprises on inflation. The question is whether the Fed is going to lean into that by continuing to hike over the summer. I don't think they will. I think that they probably take a pause.
Hello, baby.
We have, essentially, they're captured to some extent by events, right? I mean, regional banking issues, obviously, there's still an issue there. We also have the debt limit negotiations. So there's things out there that they can point to kind of keep them away from hiking over the summer. But ultimately, I think if the inflation numbers stay relatively we're clearly not growing below trend, right? The unemployment rate is not going to rise as much as the Fed expects. Right? We're at 3.4%.
Nei, de har ikke Tesla-verksted. De må fikse bilen.
Now in the end of the year. I don't really see anything in the outlook that justifies that kind of a move. So you could be coming back in September talking about maybe they're revising down their unemployment forecast, maybe they're taking up GDP, and that could, push them towards hiking.
Men ta så ring Tesla-verksted. De har den der et eller annet sted.
It's incredibly difficult to even know what's happening right now because the signals are muddied.
Ja, men be Øyvind gjøre det.
I love the argument, but I do see that, for example, the senior loan officer survey, to me, even though perhaps nothing was that surprising with credit tightening, we did see a huge drop-off in demand. Again, the C-suite confidence factor, not there, or else not willing to pay for the credit. And when you look at optimism among business executives, and anecdotally, they say we are very concerned about what's coming down the pike, about inflation, about how much we have to pay our workers, about our squeezed margins. So how do you pair these ideas with the strength that we're seeing in the overall kind of numbers that we're getting out of these sort of regular surveys?
I mean, CEO confidence and business confidence more generally has been quite sluggish pretty much since last June. And companies have been slowly cutting back CapEx. Inventories have been a significant drag on growth over the last year. So, and consumers have been, their confidence has been pretty weak also. But ultimately, to me, it's what are they actually doing? Companies are still hiring people, right? I mean, these depressed businesses, they're still going out and hiring 200,000 people a month, every month, for the last 3 months. I mean, the hiring rate is basically stable at around 4%. You haven't really seen, right? So there's a disconnect between how people say they may feel about things, but what they're actually going out and doing. And I'm more concerned about what people are actually doing.
Although you do see that businesses are not engaging in mergers and acquisitions. They're not doing capital expenditures, which directly goes into economic trajectory. They're not pulling the trigger on things, right? Which has been one of the things, the reasons
well,
why we
some
haven't
things
seen the
will get
loans.
clipped, Lisa, in a higher interest rate environment like M&A. But, I mean, you talk about CapEx. I mean, Boeing orders are going up, right? Boeing production's going to go up. That's going to be a huge tailwind for transportation equipment, right? I mean, those are capital goods. Those are big ticket purchases. So, but again, it's not that the economy has to be booming here, right? So there's this sort of, there's this expectation that, GDP needs to be like 3%. No, it doesn't. I mean, the issue is, where's the consensus thinking it's going to be, right? And to me, look, the Fed's forecast is 0.4% Q4 this year. That's highly unlikely, just given what we have on hand for the second quarter.
We're talking about the short term, or the relatively
Hello.
near term in terms of growth continuing. Longer term, there is this question of whether we're bringing forward growth, especially in light of what everyone loves to talk about, the debt ceiling debate, which we've been talking about all morning, and this question of whether they're going to be cutting spending going forward. How do you sort of pair the short term versus the long term? The short term optimism in ongoing strength in the economy versus long term, perhaps sluggishness?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right. I mean, that's, I think my primary, disagreement with the consensus is really over the timing, right? I mean, I don't see a recession as imminent. I don't see one as likely at any point in the next, let's say 12 months. But the Fed has told us that they believe a period of below-trend growth is required to quell the inflation issue. So that's where the caution comes from. So I think if you want to be honest with yourself, ultimately there's going to be some kind of economic slump that's out there that the Fed will try to engineer to bring inflation back towards its target. If you really believe in the soft landing at this point, you need to be hanging your hat on two things. Number one, some kind of a productivity boom that brings unit labor costs down, or the Fed basically accepts a higher rate of inflation. And I don't see either as a baseline expectation going forward. So again, it's about the momentum in the economy right now. To me, that doesn't speak to a recession. But as I said, the Fed still believes that below-trend growth is required to quell the inflation issue. So to me, that leaves, you have to kind of stay cautious. I mean, I know it's sort of it's a difficult environment, I think, for investors, because it's hard to be sort of sustainably optimistic on equities here, right? So I think that's part of it.
Kom igjen da, din jævla dags. Kom deg ned.
Your thoughts on the debt ceiling and what we're seeing and the excitement
Get down.
you expect in markets as a response?
I mean, that's sort of a bit, I think we're going through a very public and open negotiation from both sides politically. Whether the deadline's actually June 1st or not, I think the House Republicans have done what they needed to do. I think the administration is doing what they need to do, and I think ultimately there'll be some sort of negotiation that resolves the issue. I mean, to me, it's a binary thing, right? I mean, you either go over the cliff or not. I suspect they won't.
Man må bryte ned, trader.
And if they do get to a point where they're prioritizing payments, I mean, that'll be an opportunity.
Jævla bra fett, Tor.
Because, I mean, basically, you're basically forcing a
Kommer ikke de klokken 15:30?
So you don't think longer term, and this is where I wanted to go, that this will reduce the U.S.'s ability to borrow cheaply and the ability for the dollar to be used globally in sort of the
What's the alternative? What's the alternative? No, I don't. I mean, this is just...
Bare folk kom opp hit da, en liten tur før den går 9, trader. Før den går ned. Men det fallet her er voldsomt, altså. Hvis det detter her nå, så faller det noe helt jævlig.
As an economist?
No, the most fun time actually was when the job was a lot easier in the period immediately following the financial crisis.
Okay.
Right? I mean, because back then it was everyone was looking for a recession literally every, it's around the corner 2 years away, and it was never really in the cards for that entire cycle. And pushing back on that was actually quite easy, and the data easily bore that out. now it's actually quite challenging because there are so many mixed signals, and I prefer a much easier job than not. So
I think a lot of people would agree with you. Neil Donna, thank you so much. Renaissance Macro Research, we really appreciate it. Truly highlighting some of the uncertainties as we parse through the push and pull of different aspects of the economy, suffering through very different cycles or experiencing the upturn of consumer spending. They continue to fly. They fly a lot, which is what we're going to be talking about next. Helene Becker of Cowen will be joining to talk about the airline industry and how much people are continuing to go there. In markets, you are seeing softness here as we head into the trading session, led in part by some of those regional banks, some of those areas that have been beaten up as people try to tease out the next potential catalyst.
Keeping you up to date with news from around the world with the first word, I'm Lisa Mateo. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says that if Congress fails to raise a debt ceiling, it would have an adverse impact on the use of the dollar worldwide and would be an economic catastrophe for the nation. She told CNBC that the government would also need to figure out, quote, what to do with the resources that we do have. President Biden is meeting with congressional leaders today about the debt ceiling. The public's not showing much confidence in Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. According to a new Gallup poll, 36% of U.S. adults say they have a great deal or a fair amount of confidence that Powell would do or recommend the right thing for the economy. That's the lowest level recorded since Gallup began tracking public confidence in the Fed chair in 2001. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell predicts that Congress will keep funding Ukraine's defense. That's despite growing calls from some members of his own party to reduce or end the aid. McConnell has called on President Biden to speed up shipments of high-tech weapons to Ukraine. A big acquisition in the mattress business. Tempur Sealy has agreed to buy a controlling stake in Mattress Firm in a cash and stock deal valued at about $4 billion. Mattress Firm has more than 2,400 stores across 49 states in the U.S. It's owned by South Africa-based Steinhoff International Holdings. And Under Armour keeps struggling in its turnaround effort. The athletic gear maker fell after its full-year earnings missed estimates. Under Armour warned in February that a buildup in inventory would lead to more promotions across the category, and recovery would take longer than expected. Global news powered by
Vi liker risky Prosecco.
analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized. And so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order, and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1.
Right.
So it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right?
Yes.
And making sure you have the right amount of people at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know.
Lurer på å gå litt live her på TikTok. Jeg er Shadowman, altså. Faen meg.
With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter.
What do you think is the most common mistake that investors make, the average investor?
I think it's FOMO, so buy high, sell low. And the amount of damage that does the average investor is big.
Let's suppose I have an extra $100,000. What would you say that person should do with $100,000? To put it in an index fund or something else like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the average
Elsker å høre dumme mennesker prøve å leke smartere.
Buying and holding and just letting it compound is really sensible advice. I think the more trading someone tries to do, the more damage.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. Klovn.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. Your equity market negative, down about 0.4%. The countdown to the open starts right now.
Huh?
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading.
Nei, jeg skal nå.
This is Bloomberg, the Open, with Jonathan Ferro.
Okay. Nei, vi har...
Live from New York, coming up, Biden meets McCarthy approaching a debt ceiling deadline. Banks report tighter lending standards and weaker demand as public confidence in Fed Chair Jay Powell sinks to a record low. We begin with the big issue. Square this circle.
You've got an incredibly resilient, durable economy.
The U.S. economy has proven a lot more resilient than people thought.
Meanwhile, estimates for the year have actually gone up.
And markets are pricing in 3 cuts for this year.
There is some positioning for rate cuts.
A couple of cuts by year end. I think that's reasonable.
The Fed, which does no interest rate cuts this year, and the market, which I think is going to be right, and we're going to see interest rate cuts this year.
I don't have a huge grumble with market pricing at the moment.
I just don't think, you know, the markets have it right.
The equity market is way ahead of itself.
To have the Fed cutting interest rates, to have inflation be well under control, and then to also have earnings basically come in at 220 and the economy continue to grow.
The equity market wants to have its cake and eat it too.
We can't have our cake and eat it too.
I mean, it's the most wishful thinking that we've ever heard of.
Joining us now to discuss, Principal Seema Shah, alongside Krishna Mamani of Lafayette College. I've been asking this question now all morning, Seema. Can we have our rate cuts and our growth too?
Absolutely not. You know, I think the market is being very optimistic here. To get rate cuts, you have one of two scenarios.
Nei! Skal du rydde?
Nei, du var ikke ute i dag!
Kødder du?
Du var ikke ute i dag!
Fy faen, du har sjuk i huet.
Unlikely in the near future.
Skal du rydde?
You have a financial crisis. Now that seems
Skal du rydde? Jeg tror ikke du skal rydde. Du skal ikke
taking
rydde.
that into account, it seems very unlikely that you're going to get rate cuts this year.
2 quotes, 2 strategists. Mike Wilson starting the week over at Morgan Stanley saying this: the equity market continues to expect the best of both worlds, rate cuts and durable growth. We view the likelihood of both of those outcomes playing out in concert this year as low.
Det som en andre taler der.
If rate cuts
Firkant av huet og hår.
it will either be because of the onset of a recession or a significant crisis in financial markets. The gap between
Klipper eller barberer?
equity market
Du har ikke med hår å klippe, altså.
is likely to close at the expense of equities. Krishna Mamani
Du har jo ikke det. Og du er mye fetere når du har litt mindre skjegg også, sånn som du hadde forrige uke. Ja, det mener jeg. Oppriktig. Det gjør du faen ikke. Nei, du skal begynne å spise normalt. Det skal jeg solgt. Hvor er den dritten du fikk fra Bali? Det er jo ingenting. Det er jo ikke nok til en uke engang. 2 uker. Hvor mange har du? 4 uker. I Norge koster det mye mer. For en sånn, apoteket 260. 120. Fed's different. Inflation will calm down while the economy continues to grow.
Inflation was quite high. It is coming down. It hasn't come down now. That's the regime that is going to be in place. And that's really not a bad regime for equity markets.
So, Krishna, I hear from you
Første bud pleier å spise.
once more that you believe the pain trade for equities is higher. Is that still the
Får
case?
av mat, liksom.
I think so. I think we are in a trading range. That is, it's kind of hard to see how, even if we get to 4,500, how you sustain it. But I think the pain trade is on the upside. Definitely not on the downside. I pretty confident.
Jeg har fått fikset skjermen på den telefonen, da.
Seema, how do you counter that
Jeg har fått
argument
fikset skjermen på den
that we live in a high
telefonen.
nominal growth world?
Nå har du fikset den.
Negative earnings for months and quarters now, and we have to keep pushing out this story. What's the pushback against this?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to take the other side on this. So look, yes, if you look around today, things look pretty good. Consumers are clearly spending. The labour market is incredibly strong. But you just have to look at the
Skal vi gå short
senior
nå,
loan
eller?
officer survey which came out yesterday showing there is tightening of lending conditions. It's not falling off a cliff by any means. But that tightening in lending conditions will lead to job losses. There's a very, very close relationship between the two.
Shorta
So
mer.
we are expecting things to get worse. It's not going to be an imminent recession by any means. It's not just 3 months away. We're looking a little bit further out.
Hvor er fryseren?
So it does mean that you could
Ja, jeg bare rydder hele
a
kjøleskapet.
fairly random rebound in the next
Ja.
couple of months if there's no
Ja, men rydd det, kast det. Bare få det ut i søpla. Du vet at vi har en egen søppelgreie på det? På mat. Bare legg alt oppi der.
We've been range bound for months now, all year. 3,800 to 4,200. That has been the well-defined, tight range of the year so far. Seema, you heard what Krishna had to say there, that ultimately he believes that the pain trade is
Shorta på nytt nå. Galskap.
Still married to the
Satt i
view
system.
we retest the lows of late last year.
Yeah, we are. As I said, things look good right now. But if you look at any leading indicator, it's giving a fairly clear signal that there is recession down the line. So whereas last year we were talking about rates, we talked a lot about inflation, this year is really about the growth story. And that growth story will deteriorate, but we're looking at it in the second half of this year. So for now, and we could be talking about this for
Tyskland går faen ikke ned. Futurene bare faller og faller og faller og faller og faller og faller. Og Tyskland går fuck all ikke ned.
But until then, I think the story is a little bit more of a range-bound one.
Let's talk about the data right now. Mike McKee joins us to talk about the SLOOS and the Small Business Sentiment Survey, Mike, that came out a little bit earlier this morning.
Yeah, the small business survey is interesting, John, because it showed the biggest decline, or the lowest level, put it that way, in about a decade. The number comes in at 89, which is the 16th consecutive month below the half-century average of 98. But you can see these numbers here show the conundrum that the economy, as a broader sense, has. The pessimism is obvious for small.
Det noen som snakker nå, eller? Så du får en sånn opptur her uten noe som helst grunn?
More have job openings. More think it's a good time to expand. Fewer are raising selling prices, and fewer plan to raise prices. You look at credit needs here, and you talked about the SLOOS. Only 2% say their credit needs are not being met. 30% say they're fine. 59% say, well, we don't have to borrow right now.
Og det Fed som prater da.
It's hard to say that the economy is giving us any straight signals, so you wonder what the Fed is going to make of something like that. Tomorrow we get the CPI. That's really going to influence a lot of people, but we're not expecting a whole lot of changes there, although, again, the small business owners think that their prices are going down.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. Looking out for CPI tomorrow morning, 8:30 Eastern Time. Day after that, PPI. Let's talk about this small business survey. Mike McKee talked about...
Hele Europa ned med 1%, mens DAXen ned 0,36. Det henger ikke på greip.
For small businesses on the month. Now, I should say that, of course, the previous month
Det faller mye mer.
So I'm not sure that's a great base to begin with. But
Da blir du bandet, din narkoman.
How much weight you'd put on something like the NFIB Small Business Survey? How much weight you'd put on the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey we got yesterday afternoon?
Well, so, if you kind of think back on things, nobody would have cared
Lusfør, gå og vask kjøleskapet.
Except for the banking crisis that you're having. So, let's be clear about one thing. There's more
Du skriver faen meg som det inbred da.
in the corporate bond market than happens in banks, especially in regional banks. So I think relying on that too much is probably not the right thing. I would be far more worried about the outlook if credit spreads were blowing out, and you see no sign of that. So I think people are pessimistic, rightly so. Inflation experience has been quite painful for a lot of people, but I don't think you see anything in the data that indicates that there is a recession imminent, whether it's employment, consumption, even construction, housing. If housing can't come down, how do you get a recession?
Are you suggesting then that rates need to go higher, Krishna?
Well, rates are quite high. We have raised rates 500 basis points. I think what I'm suggesting is the Fed has done made the right call, which is pause and let's wait. And if things are probably going to slow down, but they won't get into recessionary territory. And I think their pausing and extended pause at current levels will probably end up being the right decision.
Seema, ultimately, I sense from you that you believe all roads lead to an equity market that's lower from here, regardless of whether this Fed needs to cut on bad news or hold because the data's good.
Yeah, exactly. Look, it's a fairly nuanced position at the moment. We don't have an imminent recession. We have a recession which is a little bit further down the road. We have a market, an economy which looks very strong. Inflation is sticky. It's still elevated. It's coming down. Now, with the Fed, it seems likely to have paused, but actually, I wouldn't take off another 25 basis point off the table. I think it would be a policy error.
Turbo
But given
eller?
how data dependent they are, and
Hva
given
med
the strength
turbo?
of this labor
Sitter og
market
treder her nå.
data today, I think there is still a possibility that there will be one more hike come June, or maybe a little bit later down the line in a couple of months. Either way, both situations don't look very promising for equity markets.
Krishna, you talk about the pain trade being higher.
Vegas går
Can you
frem
tell
mot
me, is that the
påsken.
tactical
Det tar
call?
alt
Over
framtid,
what
Ole.
time horizon are you thinking about that call?
Oh, well,
Hvilken bil kjører du?
100%.
Kjører en Tesla?
And it is more a reflection of the pessimism in the market far more than any economic driver. I think at the core level, we are in a range-bound market. And if we get to 4,500 or something close to that, 4,500 is a number that I pulled out of the air. But if we get there, we probably won't stay there for too long.
Seema Shah, Krishna Mamani, they're going to be sticking with us. Looking at an equity market right now on the S&P 500, there's negative 0.5%. Let's get you some movers. We can do that with Abby. Morning, Abby.
Good morning, John. And let's take a look at some shares that are popping sharply higher. And one of them is Palantir. The data analysis company has highlighted unprecedented demand for its AI tools. They also beat, but they're providing limited visibility into the guidance. So some analysts are actually a little bit wary there. Novavax, the fiscal year forecast is better than estimated. They've unveiled some positive vaccine data in addition. They've also talked about cutting 25% of their workforce. Those shares soaring up 27%. PayPal holding for the other side, down 7.3%. Their first quarter beat, but the second quarter guide is lackluster, especially operating margins. And then finally, speaking of lackluster, Lucid Group, their first quarter revenue numbers missed. Their guide to the low end of the production plan highlights a sluggish start of the year. That stock is also down by about 10%, John.
Abby, thank you. Coming up on this program, the regionals back under pressure.
You look at the loan growth, John, last year in the second half of 2022, it was double digits for the banking industry. We're forecasting this year we'll probably get 3 to 4% loan growth.
Det er røde tall på TGS, det er røde tall på 1GS, det er røde tall på hele Oslo Børs. Det er ikke noe annerledes på TGS. Jeg tror TGS kan være sånn over 13 kroner. Det er ikke noe annerledes på PGS. Så det er så! Skal vi se her, short. Se. Jeg har shorta herfra, 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 herfra og herfra. Jeg shorter som faen. Og jeg tjener penger nå. Nå må den... Hva faen er musen nå? Her er musen. Nå må den gå i blå snart da.
Because you have a very famous hairdo that I've asked you about before, but to some people they may say, well, Ken, where did that hairdo come from and where has it gone? Because right now it seems a little different than what I've seen before.
Yeah, it's growing out a little bit, David, but COVID, you know, I ended up with hair going...
PGS kommer ikke til å gå på dette markedet som brosjene. Jeg solgte 1/3 av alle PGS-menn i går.
Very loyal person, and I used to have hair down to my waist in my college and my hippie days before that in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And I had it cut off in the summer of 75, and I've gone to the same person, now a grandmother many times over, who was a young gal cutting hair in Amherst, Massachusetts, and I still seek her out, and I finally just said to her, you know, COVID's enough of a change that I ought to be able to do something new.
Trader om å bryte ned her nå.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry,
Hvorfor solgte PGS? For jeg så det skulle ned. Jeg solgte 2/3. Nei, 1/3 jeg solgte. 1/3. Og la oss se at PGS går også fortsatt ned. Kanskje ned mot, hva faen er, 6 kroner kanskje? Tror du NPC slår forventningene deres neste går også bort? Det litt usikker på, for det var en ganske rolig vurderingsrot. Det var derfor interessant å kjøpe nå, da. Den har vært veldig død.
Banks are in the business to lend, as we all know. And now they risk adjust that lending, and they may charge more for loans today, but they're not packing up their bags and not lending. They really have opportunities that on a risk-adjusted basis, it makes sense to lend. They will lend.
From double-digit gains back to double-digit losses, PacWest failing to hold on to that rebound rally and dragging the regionals down with it. The Fed's senior loan officer survey those concerns, signaling tougher lending conditions and falling demand. Routine coverage starts right now. DC alongside Shanali. Shanali, what did we learn
Så det primært nesten bare på teknisk analyse, og så det fullbare ved siden av med primært teknisk analyse. På indekser. Aksjer fundamentalt.
And what we know is the rate of change here is pretty normal in the wake of Silicon Valley Bank's failure. Now, when we take a look at this, yes, it is tightening pretty meaningfully. However, we're also taking a look at demand falling pretty dramatically as well.
Nei, jeg ikke ferdig. Det noe som skjer nå, så kan jeg hjelpe meg ferdig.
In their data set going back to 1995.
Ja.
This is commercial real estate loans, and the largest drop off there is in multifamily
Jeg sitter her nå.
There is also tightening standards within different categories. Non-farm, residential, and construction loans remaining the tightest category when you look at overall demand for loans. So you are seeing people not really wanting loans as well. There's a little more data here that I think is worth looking at, not just the SLUs, but also the small business survey that came out this morning. It shows you a lack of serious fear that we have been hearing from only 2% of businesses their borrowing needs were not satisfied.
Null stress.
Only about a fourth said they were paying a higher rate on their
Heldig med nytt hjerte. Kjøpte du tilbake med PS? Nei, Eirik. Jeg har ikke kjøpt den tilbake ennå. Jeg tror den kan falle litt mer, så jeg skal kjøpe tilbake snart. Hvor gammel du, Miror?
This time yesterday, we were looking for a bounce in PacWest. Katie Lines, no bounce at all. It faded going into the close, and this morning, what are we down? About 8%?
Er det plussdag? Ja, Knut Eirik.
More than 8% in pre-market right now, John. And as you say, yesterday when we attempted to continue the rally of Friday, it really didn't last very long after opening 30% higher at when the bell rang on Monday morning. PacWest only ended the day 3.7% higher, and it's undoing all of that this morning with this loss of now roughly 8%. That's bleeding through to some of these other regional banks as well, the likes of Western Alliance down 3.2%, Zions and Comerica under some pressure as well, really just building on the pressure we already have seen this year. Remember, PacWest remains down more than 70% year to date. Western Alliance and Zions have each lost more than half of their value, and a lot of the concerns that really drove that move haven't necessarily fully
Pris ned 3%. Ja, EMGs ned 3%. PGs ned 3%. Masse som er ned 3% i dag. Tusen hjertelig, Knut Erik. Nå sitter jeg med litt kontrakter nå. Det ser sånn ut. Jeg har en veldig liten posisjon, for jeg har ikke så mye. Jeg bygger opp alt på nytt.
Among the regional banks, of course, we saw a big uptick in volatility in March with the initial failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature. Things calmed down in April, but have picked back up in the last few weeks as, of course, we have added another bank failure to the list, John.
Katie, thanks for that.
So they were short the market.
Katie Lines. Let's get to that board again. Year to date, the regionals. Look at this damage. Just sit on those numbers. PacWest down 74%. Chopped it in half. Down 54%.
Nå er jeg på CNBC.
This has come in the last couple of months. Just over the last 2 months, Zion's down about 50%. Comerica.
Hvor lenge har Shadow vært med? Jeg har vært med nå i 1,5 uke, så jeg vet ikke hvor lenge det varer. Jeg tror det varer 3 uker.
Bank behavior did not appear to change
following the
emergence of regional bank stress. Seema Sharp, can you put those two things together for me? When you look at moves like that year to date, the senior loan officer
short.
Was that as bad?
Jeg er short. Jeg har solgt.
Well, I think it's difficult to answer that because Powell had already given us a clear hint of what to expect from this survey, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been, right?
Jeg har shorta solgt herfra. Så jeg tjener penger på at det faller, da. Det er det betyr, da. Så jeg vil at den skal falle mye mer ned. Så nå går den også pluss. Nå går denne pluss. Jeg tror det skal falle mye mer. Og så har jeg forskjellige charts og sånn her.
this market at this stage when they have so much hanging over them. And then they have some fundamental problems, which is really that they need to attract deposits in. And unfortunately, they cannot afford to do that. So their
For jeg
fundamentals
synes
are well
Tyskland
clear, and together
henger
they're
etter
creating
alt.
very, very
Det er
tough
ikke noe på
problems.
stell på
Seema,
makro.
what would make you a buyer of
Så
this
dårlig
sector?
ut.
Some of these names
Tyskland
on
er på
screen.
all-time high. Verste makrotallene
I
siden
need
andre
to see some
verdenskrig.
kind of
Inflasjon
co-intervention by
i
regulators.
taket.
Some fundamental change in the market coming in from policy makers, not from the
Arbeidsmarkedrapport.
fundamentals.
Ræva.
That's what we need to see.
Dritt,
And at
egentlig.
this stage, it looks fairly absent.
Jeg har shorta akkurat
What
nå,
would that be,
Eirik.
Krishna?
Eirik,
Change of
jeg har
deposit
shorta akkurat
insurance,
nå.
something else, a rate cut.
Tenk
What
om
would
ikke
it
når PGS falt i dag.
So let
Det er helt etter
me
boka.
come at it slightly
Jeg solgte
differently. That
PGS
is,
i
without
går,
talking about specific
og
names,
skal
I
kjøpe
think
tilbake
regional
nå snart.
banks right now are very similar to
Holder du over når
where
du
home
åpner?
builders
Ja,
were in 2008.
tenker det.
That is, the fundamental picture for them is extraordinarily bad.
USA kommer til å åpne brannmøte, og da bruker du som plattform. Nå bruker jeg bare TV365. Jeg brukte metatrader i går, og der tapte jeg penger, for det var så dårlig spread.
This cycle ends. So I think talking about FDIC insurance,
Ja, det gikk jo. Jeg solgte noen PGS for opp 9%.
but at the margin. But I don't think it will
Jeg holder
change
PGS.
the
Jeg solgte
dynamic in a
PGS
meaningful way. This is a market,
for
this is a
2
sector
dager
that
siden,
is
når den var
probably
opp
trending
9%,
down,
og så
and likely
kjøper jeg
trend
inn.
down until the
Så jeg sitter med 2/3
the
fortsatt.
whole down trade, if and when it arrives, ends. You know, if you look at home builders, they didn't
Så jeg har bare solgt de jeg kjøpte
March of
forrige uke.
09, which was the bottom of the market. And in the interim, first quarter of 08, they had a massive rally, and people were running around saying that they are back. That's just not the case, and I think it'll be the same situation with the regional banks for some banks.
Trader, nå jævla motstand her, altså. Eller støtte, om du kaller det det. Jævla støtte her.
Home builders problem was our problem back in 08.
Han kommer liksom ikke ned her. Han må bryte ned.
Are they a problem for all of us now?
Well, so again, the problem with the regionals is all of our problem because
Han må bryte
it's a
der.
tightening problem. That is, deposits grew massively, and as deposits grew, they didn't curtail deposit growth. They took in, as they're supposed to. They took in all the deposits.
Det kommer til å gå fort.
Assets, on the asset side, the
Katteblod
only
må
thing they
kjøpe,
could
ja.
buy fast
Nå
enough
bloder det i
was
dag.
reason mortgage
Kjøper ikke noe
bonds.
langsiktig.
And
Ja,
then
bare
Fed
det.
tightened. So now we know where we
Du bare
are.
sitter på.
And this is going to
Ikke
be
trade
some
på sånn.
time.
Sitt på,
So
rolig.
why would stocks rally against that backdrop, Krishna?
The stocks are rallying
Hvor
because of
sikker er
short
på
squeeze.
norsk
That is,
tryne?
when something has come
Relativt
down
sikker.
almost 60,
Kjøp på norsk
70% or
hydro.
50%,
Langsiktig,
you
ja.
have
Kjedelig
days where
case.
things are going to
Hva
go
tror du
up
om
a lot.
oljeprisen om et år?
The
Langt over det
situation
der.
here, however, is if you're a short, yes, you short cover, but do you give up? No. You basically reestablish that short at a higher level.
Seema, we rallied through March, we rallied through April. What do you make of that?
Incredible. I mean, look, it's also, you have to look under the surface. This isn't just, this isn't the broad index really outperforming. These just a couple of handful of names, and that's, I think, a really important takeaway here. Is from the surface things look fairly strong. We can talk about market rallying, but under the surface you can.
Ja, USA åpner opp om 6 minutter.
We do expect that to continue. The bigger question I think is really going to be about tech leadership.
Burde jobbe på nettbutikken min, eller stikke ut med gutta? Jobbe.
Hugely.
Du kan stikke ut med gutta når du har tjent penger.
Seema Shah, Krishna Mamali, to the both of you, thank you.
Halla, Blonder Willoughby.
On the S&P 500 shaping up as follows. For the equity market, futures negative through most of this morning. Right now we are negative 0.4%. Coming up the morning calls and later, no room for error. Why better than expected earnings have to tread carefully. That's the view.
USA åpner opp om 4 minutter. Jeg fikk aldri hjerteinfarkt og hardtakt og kan få penger. Tanken Nordic Mining langsiktig. Sorry meg, det er et case som jeg ikke synes ser noe sexy ut. Det er sånn der make it or break it opplegg. Jeg synes ikke mining er noe sexy i det hele tatt. Vi rekker noe nå 350 på sommeren. Hva ligger den akkurat nå? Ja, det kan fortsette. Jeg liker i løpet av sommeren, kanskje.
you're so intimately linked to the future of the UK. What are you seeing when you go to branches?
Nå jeg på lavkarbo, det som aldri, fy faen som jeg bare lot alt dø ut. Er du slapp av?
And is continuing to be very strong, so I think we're seeing
det en kule i Rana Gruber, nei Rana Gruber var ikke sånne selskaper i Nei, de selskapene jævla skumle, for det så ekstremt opp og ned. Nå tror jeg ikke noe går opp på slik etter hvert, og så selger jeg for å se noe. Ut mot høsten. Vi har tredje Nasdaq, og vi kjører leg day. Tredje Nasdaq. Du kan kjøpe ned bein og masse penger. Ja, må trene sånn litt der.
We can spend a lot of time talking to businesses and helping them plan and deal with it, but it is
low carb funker bra da.
And it's not something people have had to operate in for a long time.
Nå venter jeg på at USA skal tryne, og da tjener jeg penger. No mercy. Så det anfaller å beholde, jeg kan ikke anfalle noen ting, for jeg ble fulgt med på et finanssystem. Jeg kan si hva jeg ville gjort. Jeg ville beholdt PG, så jeg kunne skrive noen stunder. Jeg ville ventet litt med å kjøpe Tesla eller kjøpe noe. Jeg hadde ventet litt.
5 minutes away from the opening bell, equity softer, negative by 0.4%, bouncing around these levels.
USA åpner opp om 4 minutter.
That's the price action. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Mizuho, cutting its.
Hvordan går det med de der matchene dine av blondebriller vi? Har du matchet mye nå på TikTok? Sånn der kamper, hva faen er det på? Er det ikke jævlig risk å holde etter åpne? Jo, jævlig risk. Hallo Albert. Grattis med ny låt, gleder meg til å høre den.
Forecasting a notable slowdown of weakness in the US trucking cycle. That name is down 1.4% to 220.52. Coming up, the regional banks resuming their
gleder meg til å høre låten nå, Bert. Det blir fett. Vil du kjøpt dollar nå? Ja. Så vi har solgt dem ut mot høsten.
Over the last hour or so, up 2 basis points on a 2-year and back through 4% from New York.
Nå skal vi lage en låt da. Så lenge jeg er shadowband, så skjer det jo ikke en dritt da. Den siste videoen min på Mordersjøk, den har blitt sett av 200 personer og sånt nå. Av 83 000 følgere. Jeg er bandet så spruter etter da. Og da takker du tap i trening. Ikke noe stress i det tatt. Når du er god da, så vet du at du kan tape litt, så det er ikke noe stress. Du tjener inn igjen. Det er verre hvis du ikke er god, for da vet du ikke om du noen gang kommer til å tjene inn igjen. Jeg treffer på nesten alt jeg gjør, så da er det greit. Det har ikke alt vært sånn. I starten så tappte jeg jævla mye penger. Det var det. Men det var ikke mine penger da. Det var kundene sine penger, så det var ikke sånn. Så det var litt annerledes. Prøvde fortsatt for de rike gutta. Jeg var der et stad, jeg. Jeg er der av og til. Jeg gidder ikke sitte her hele tiden. Hvor du kan begynne å lære, følg med på meg. Hadde jeg sittet i USA nå, så hadde det kostet deg skjorta. Prøvde fortsatt for de rike. Ja, det gjør.
Why does everybody want to be a consultant, and what are all these consultants doing?
Well, David, I think that we actually
USA åpner opp om halvannet minutt.
Consultant, because sometimes consultant seems to imply that we only give advice, and when you look at what Accenture does, we're really different than a traditional version of a consultant. We're really about relevance and results, and that's what is driving our business.
Tanken blaks, opp, ut mot høsten etter sommeren. Det er ikke sesong. Men jeg tror det begynner å slappe om 4-5 ukers tid. Hva skjer, Helene? Er det Helene på 16 år?
And so when you think about like how long does it solve things, a lot of it starts with, you know, the company being willing to set aggressive goals. And so what we are trying to do now is work with our clients to work differently and to work faster.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world
Akkurat nå bare trailer jeg, særlig på TikTok, til moro skyld.
decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and
Mens jeg
sustainable
trailer.
path forward to revitalize the nation.
Yngste dame du kunne gått for.
Corporate giants, policymakers and pioneers tell us how they're
Yngste, hva mener
doing
du?
just that.
Yngste dama.
Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Hva tenker du på å være sammen, eller noe annet? 10, 9, 8 kommer til å smelle opp på den her.
You do not want to miss this story.
Tanker om XXL opp 20% i dag, og det selskapet må gå konkurs. Ja, det er veldig merkelig. Jeg har ikke sett noe på det. PG går ned i dag. Hvorfor? Er det bare PGS, eller er det hele Oslo Børs? Er det hele Oslo Børs, eller er det bare PGS? For da ble jeg veldig usikker. Er det hele Oslo Børs, eller er det bare PGS?
Then on to tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern Time, CPI in America, day after US PPI. Going into all of that, equity futures right now, negative 0.4%. There's your opening bow, switch on the bond market, yield shaping up as follows on a 10-year, virtually unchanged now. Lower through most of the morning, turning around in the last 30 minutes, the last 60 minutes or so, back to about 351.29.
RCCL kan gå mye mer. Jeg vil høre Oslo Børs. Der har du svaret ditt. Hvor er det shorttex? Se, nå tjener penger. Så nå. Nå faller det, nå tjener penger. USA åpner nå. Når det faller der nå, så tjener penger.
Negative 0.4% on the S&P 500, on the Nasdaq softer, lighter, lower. Negative by about 0.5%.
Og da tjener jeg det der nå. Nå er jeg oppe i 4000 nå. Det er ikke så mye, men jeg har ikke så mye penger. Jeg må begynne rolig.
We remain focused on advancing our strategic priorities while operating with discipline in what remains a dynamic environment. Abby, some corporate speak for you to process there.
For sure, there is lots of corporate speak to process there, John. But relative to the stock, down nearly 9%, its worst day in about 14 months, and it has to do everything to do with operating margins. They actually put up what some analysts are calling is a
Nå faller det ned.
Beating, and essentially the output even accounts for the beat. But operating margins for the year 2023, they're bringing in by about 25 basis points. So it's interesting. That's not a huge.
Må bryte ned da, trader. Det har ikke brytt ordentlig ned.
Like analysts, investors not liking it. JP Morgan though saying it's more a matter of optics because if you break down that operating margin to the lower end of the scale, that it has to do with their unbranded checkout. That comes with a lower margin. So it's the dynamic between unbranded checkout and branded checkout that once that is fixed, that it's going to create a better operating margin. On the other hand, Credit Suisse downgrading shares, so it takes two to make a market. This stock stuck in a range between.
PG står stille et moment. Det faller i dag, gjør det ikke det?
Stock's down 9%. Abby, thanks for that. Abby mentioned that Credit Suisse downgrade. They downgraded it to neutral after the earnings. This is what the
Hva mener du det, trader? Mener at du skal ned eller opp?
Continued margin pressures throughout 2023.
Skal du ned eller opp?
Macro backdrop, along with increasing competitive
Ned eller opp? Jeg tror du skal ned.
At this time.
Ja, der er vi enige.
Ringing endorsement, is it? PayPal down by 9.4%. Another stock to watch, Nikola, the EV maker, announcing plans to exit Europe after reporting a wider than estimated Q1 loss right in the following. Manufacturing and energy are capital-intensive businesses, and we need to remain focused where we have competitive and first-mover advantages. Ed Ladler joins us now with more. Morning, Ed.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan.
Ja, vil du gå løs på Nasdaq nå, eller vil du gå på DAXen? Jeg vurderer å flytte ut fra DAXen og på Nasdaq. Jeg vil holde DAXen. Det er bedre likviditet på Nasdaq, da. Du slutter å prate tiss nå. Hva er det nå?
On the strategy and also the outlook for this year. The call is in around an hour's time. We don't yet have any firm guidance, but remember going into this quarter, Nikola had said it was going to build just 300 trucks this year, split across the battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell. The emphasis is shifting to hydrogen, focusing on the fuel cell powered trucks.
Jeg blir jo banna for det legger så mye rart.
But we did not get a new range for the year. One important thing to note though is that
Jeg har 80K i PGS, dropper litt, tenker å kjøpe med sin default-øyne. Jeg kommer til å gjøre det. Jeg solgte en tredjedel av PGS-ene mine, solgte jeg forrige års.
So that it can in the future produce fuel cell trucks more quickly than they had planned. the impact of that pause isn't clear in the context of guidance for this full year. Remember, at its peak, this is a company immediately following its June 2020 listing by a SPAC that had a market cap greater than Ford. We're trading at 93 cents for the shares right now, John.
Wow. There were some bubbles out there at that time, but wow. Ed, thank you. That stock is down about 5%. Turning to the retail sector, Under Armour delivering a disappointing outlook as persistent inflation continued eating into margins. The CEO said this: 24 will be a year of building for the brand, positioning us to drive better sales growth in the United States. Kelly Lyons, that name is down by more than 8%.
Short Nasdaq.
Yeah, right now on pace for its worst day since last September and at its lowest level since November, John. So rough day for the stock, now down about 8.5%. After that guidance did come up well short of expectations.
Hvorfor henger det seg? Jeg får ikke gjort noe.
Between 47 and 51 cents per share. Even at the high end, that's well short of the 62 cents a share that analysts were looking for. And they're guiding for revenue growth of flat to up slightly. The street was looking for growth of 3.7%. The issue here, John, is one we have become quite familiar with when it comes to retailers, and that is inventory. Inventory in the fiscal fourth quarter rose 40%.
Jeg må restarte PC-en for alt henger seg. Det er bare hvitt. Alt er bare hvitt.
Some of its peers in working that down. And what we know is when there's too much supply and not enough demand, that means more promotions, and those discounts do weigh on margins. So the company's new CEO, Stephanie Linnartz, clearly has some work cut out for her. And one analyst over at BMO Capital Markets, in a note after these earnings this morning, is saying the burden of proof now really lies with management execution, John.
Kelly, thank you. Movie recommendation: Air, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Very cool for anyone who might want to watch it at the weekend. Kelly, thank you. Let's turn to the financials, away from the sportswear clothing makers. PacWest leading the regional banks lower after a brief respite. The team at Goldman saying this: in the near term, stress remains in the system with concern that weaker equity prices and wider credit spreads could lead to further deposit instability. Shanali Basak, they don't make it sound good, do they?
They don't make it sound good, and the market is following, John. When you look at PacWest shares, not only have they taken a real beating this year, they are trading at 26% of their book value. Banks trading below their book value, we know, are seen as burning money in the market. But when you look at their peers, Western Alliance, Zions, Comerica, all of those banks are trading at almost 60% or more of their book value.
Tok gevinsten på den ene dagsen, ligger nå short Nasdaq med bare noen få kontrakter.
Obviously, the stock lower today after just a tiny little bump yesterday. You could see that as short selling in addition to maybe a little bit of stability there. You have the bonds also trading very cheaply, down to 42 cents on the dollar. The bond market volatility has been really significant in these banks. They were trading at 70 cents on the dollar early last week. So when you take a look at it, both the stock market and the bond markets are telling you that they're worried about these banks and where they're going from here, especially as we know, if things were to go really south, both the shareholders and the bondholders are pretty much wiped out in a scenario like that. Now, we're not near that moment. We know that PacWest in particular is exploring strategic options. But those strategic options, as we know, are what put them on
Her pluss på shorten på Nasdaq nå også. Dette videre. Shorten mer på MR nå.
Other counterparties to get comfortable with what's going on with these banks.
Shanali, this name right now is at 570. Last Monday, it was a double-digit name at $10. In early February, it was close to 30. At what phase of this process, Shanali, in right now for names like this one?
Yeah, it's really hard to know. It was a lot clearer for the first set of banks, wasn't it? We knew that the pain came fast and hard. But even with deposits to stabilize at some of these firms, these longer, bleeding, existential problems, and you see it. By the way, you want to hear, John, just how negative the markets are on the banking system? Only 2 stocks in the KBW index are up on the year. So every other stock is in the red here. It's hard to get them out of that hole, especially when you're looking at a Key Corp, Zions, Western Alliance, all have different exposures to the market, some of which, whether you're looking at auto loans or commercial real estate, the market is still worried about.
These names trading lower in the first 8 minutes of the session. Shanali, thank you. They had been trading lower through the whole of this morning in the pre-market. Clear Harbour's Aaron Kennan seeing more pain as the banks try to resolve their issues running this. The medicine may have a bitter taste. In order to reduce risk, banks are poised to tighten lending standards in the coming months, further reducing credit availability. This is hardly good news for an economy already teetering on the edge of recession. Aaron, I'm pleased to say, joined us right now. Aaron, here's the problem. The stock market's up.
Jeg synes Nasdaq burde falt mye mer nå, altså.
Something like 10% plus
on the S&P 500, approaching double-digit gains for the year. Aaron, what's going right?
Well, you know, the earnings season that we just, you know, essentially have almost completely completed has looked okay. Estimates were about for 7 to 8% year-over-year decline in earnings, and they came in at -3%. And so the market has no reason to shudder on the heels of that news. The employment numbers remain really strong. The consumer
Du, det her faller jo faen ikke. Du må falle mye mer.
And so the narrative that we're going to certainly experience.
Jeg vurderer å ta gevinst nå, for det faller jo faen ikke. Det virker som det skal ned, liksom.
Side is, you know, with the move index, the volatility index for bonds still very elevated, and frankly, yields well below those levels seen in early March would suggest that the bond market is almost a little more concerned than the equity market about the prospects of a recession and perhaps the fallout from banks.
Jeg tar gevinst på Daxen, det faller jo faen ikke. Ute av Daxen helt.
A 5% EPS beat, surprise ratios well above the average, guidance is pretty strong. On stocks, this is something that Chris Mamani of Lafayette said about 20 minutes ago. He said we live in a high nominal GDP world.
Jeg er helt ute av Daxen. Daxen vil jo ikke ned. Det er ned 0,4 liksom. Hva faen? Når jeg er short Nasdaq.
Well, you know, when you're trading at 19 times earnings and you have unemployment that is perhaps the lowest that we're going to see in this cycle. You have the Fed on hold.
Vil jo faen ikke ned når jeg er på Daxen.
But perhaps raising again. It just seems as though the risk reward, and that's what we're always thinking about.
Jeg tok gevinst på Daxen. Gjorde det jævla bra på den. Jeg kan ikke skjønne hvorfor han ikke faller i det. Synes det er litt spesielt.
You look at net long positions, you look at sentiment indicators, they are low. So I think Krishna has a good point. That, you know, we're sort of climbing this wall of worry, but earnings growth is not accelerating, and so you'd be buying in at higher multiples if you continue to trade this up to that sort of 4,500 level from where we are right now.
And that disconnect that you identified between the bond market, the Fed, and the equity market, Marko Kolanovic at JP Morgan thinks that reconciles, closes at the expense of equities. Is that something that resonates with you then?
Well, it certainly feels that way, and I say that because, you know, the good news is employment remains strong. The consumer on the margin has remained strong, although we're seeing some signs of cracking when you look at, you know, the rise in credit card rates and the rise in revolving lines of credit, the delinquencies on the auto loan front. But those chickens may not come home to roost until maybe later this year rather than earlier, and so the Fed may not cut until the latter part of this year, maybe the fourth quarter into early 2024, history would suggest markets do not bottom until the Fed cuts after a tightening cycle. And so I think perhaps my friend over at JP Morgan has a point.
Det er ingen som har noe å si. Det er ikke litt spesielt at tusen ikke faller I det hele tatt.
To a recession we haven't had yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a challenge.
Jeg ute av Daxen.
The average cycle would suggest that there's odds of a 12.5% recession, 12.5% odds of a recession every year because we have a recession once every, call it 8 years. So even if you think there's a sort of 3 times the likelihood of a recession this year, it still suggests that, you know, the odds are we don't have one. And so that's why we're sort of in the soft landing camp. I mean, our debt to GDP levels are high. Fiscal stimulus is coming off from the COVID period significantly. We have a debt ceiling debate that is roaring with no real end there in sight, and so the uncertainty factor is rising on that front. I mean, I think that the risks of a recession are certainly more than that 12.5% average level, but are we in a hard landing camp here at Clear Harbor? Not right now at this moment.
I'll spare you the conversation on the debt ceiling debate, Aaron. I like you. Aaron Cannon of Clear Harbor. And thank you. That conversation's coming up next. Biden and McCarthy meeting face to face.
I will not raise taxes, and we will not pass a clean debt ceiling.
Whether you pay the debt or not doesn't have a damn thing to do with what your budget is.
That drama unfolding at the White House in around about 6 hours' time. We'll get the view from Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners and AMH down in Washington. Up next.
Ja, skal du ikke ned nå? Skal du opp nå, eller? Spiser ikke kjøttensjef. Kjøss, hva er det?
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
It would be, of course, a total disaster for Emmanuel Macron because he's been elected on this reform and he would have to basically start from scratch.
It definitely is an exciting day for Apple. First store in India, here in downtown Mumbai, a second one coming up in Delhi.
TK, we've got a lot to talk about.
Debt, China, and the shockingly cautious view the IMF has on the view 5 years forward.
Bloomberg, your global business authority.
MasterCard introduced PayPass, its first contactless payment system, in 2002, but the technology took some time to gain traction.
I would say we first invested in this many years ago. The adoption rate on this in the early part, even in markets like the UK, Canada, Australia, was fairly slow in the early part. The inflection point of when it really started to hit its stride was when it was used in the transit vertical. So what we figured is, let's get all the transit systems around the globe enabled for contactless technology. That will create muscle memory for the consumer who will like the experience in transit and will use it elsewhere.
How do you judge the revenue proposition for MasterCard with an innovation like that and the adoption and the pace of it?
Look, I mean, for us, we're agnostic as to whether somebody's using the chip technology or the contactless technology or using the mag stripe, which was the old way of doing business. We earn revenues which are quite similar across both of those. The revenue potential and upside for us comes from the fact that now more spend is being done on card-based forms of payment than was being done in the past. So we're converting that cash over to electronic forms of payment, which is where the incremental revenue comes from.
If contactless payments is the current revolution sweeping the payments industry, what's the next one?
I think pay with your smile. So, biometrics.
The difference between political gossip and policy and
Jeg gidder ikke ta gevinst her. Hvis det detter, så detter det så mye. Men det liksom, skal det liksom ikke ned nå? Er det ferdig, eller? Hva skjer her, da? Det går jo faen ikke ned.
that give you the edge in reaching policymakers on the Hill. When you're in the business of influence in Washington, information
Setter en liten short til
are the
her oppe.
currencies on which you rely.
Da får vi se om det faller.
You can act upon. The difference is Bloomberg government.
We were coming up on a debt limit here in June.
Yes, early June,
No one should assume that the Fed can protect the economy.
but these negotiations should not take place with a gun really to the head of the American people.
The president has ignored
Yeah,
it.
that's back to
I
us.
said, Mr. President, why don't we sit down and work through it?
It's Congress's job to do this.
I will not raise taxes, and we will not pass a clean debt ceiling.
Whether you pay the debt or not doesn't have a damn thing to do with what your budget is.
You know what happens with a compromise? We can get something together.
Let's get it straight. We're trying to hold the debt hostage to us to agree to some draconian cuts.
Debt ceiling drama unfolding in Washington, D.C. President Biden meeting with congressional leaders at 4 p.m. Eastern in the Oval Office, the first step towards cutting a deal to avoid default. The White House insisting on separating budget talks from
Jeg
the
kan
debt.
ta gevinst på
Speaking
noe.
of
Nei, jeg
Senate
gidder ikke, ass.
spending
Hvis det
cuts
faller,
to
så faller det så jævlig
the
mye mer.
ceiling. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell telling Bloomberg that he's got, quote, no secret plan to resolve the standstill. Anne-Marie joins
Jeg
us
skjønner ikke hvorfor det ikke faller.
from DC. Morning, Anne-Marie.
Good morning, John. Well, you just outlined the status quo in Washington, D.C. going into this high-stakes meeting. But we need to remember, this is probably the first meeting of many if there were to be a negotiation and there was to be a deal before June 1st or in the few weeks in the beginning of June, because Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says as soon as June 1st, that is potentially when we can have the X date. What you're going to want to know coming out of this meeting is anyone softening these red lines, most notably the White House and, of course, Speaker McCarthy.
AMH, thank you. Much more from Anne-Marie through the day on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. Look out for Balance of Power a little bit later with Joe Matthew, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't expect any major breakthroughs today. That's the view from Henrietta Trays of Vader Partners. She writes the following. Investors should expect each side to stick to their current talking points with no new ground broken. We're not expecting any material breakthrough on negotiations until late this week at the earliest. Henrietta, I'm pleased to say, joins us right now. Henrietta, thanks for being with us. Let's talk about process before we talk about substance. How much negotiations do you actually think is going to take place a little bit later?
Today, I'm not expecting much of anything. I think both sides will sort of reiterate their point. Press will be available to take pictures, and we've all seen that in the last couple of rounds here, famously seeing former President Trump and Speaker Pelosi going into a room together with Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell. It's basically all the same.
Så jävla bra.
Just with Biden and Hakeem Jeffries replacing those other two.
Nå hentet jeg en
handshakes,
jeg hentet en her
reiteration of their points. The one thing I'm really watching for is any indication that we're going to start tying this seriously to the federal spending bills. That, most prominently for investors, could be an early indicator that we're going to punt this entire debate into the late September period, which is the end of the federal fiscal year. So I'm encouraging clients to really focus on that narrative. Any mention of appropriations bills, fiscal year 2024, those are all buzzwords for, hey, maybe we just kick the can on this for a couple more months.
Lots of people are telling me it's important that Congress isn't really working this month. You have to pay attention to how little they're going to be around.
Jeg ute av Tyskland, jeg går ikke være med mer.
Honestly, I don't think so. They don't vote at the same time anyway. So I think, and in my experience now going back more than a decade, having 3, almost 4 weeks to hammer out a deal is plenty of time. This is all done by staff behind the scenes anyway. This is not something that you bring all
Jeg skjønner ikke hvorfor Tyskland ikke falt med mer.
This is a leadership decision as evidenced by today's meeting. So I'm hoping that staff gets together at a senior level later on this weekend.
Det ned 0,3 liksom. Det jo ingenting. Tyskland ned 0,3%. Det går til helvete liksom.
Then they go on recess, and then the House votes the following week, and then everybody departs for the Memorial Day break. That's plenty of time, and they don't need to be in office at the same time to vote. They're not in the same chamber anyway.
Reading the tea leaves, follow the staff, is something you told me a number of weeks ago. Henry, I think a lot of people in this market, and I'm happy to speak for them because they talk to me often about it, they're struggling to find an edge. They can't find an edge because they don't really know what to look for in these negotiations. They think it turns out the way it always turns out. It's not going to be different this time. Henrietta, how do you get an edge on how you read these negotiations, the tea leaves you look at, what you follow, and whether you ultimately think it's different this time?
Well, I really stick with the tried and true. I continue to talk with staff every single day. They're the ones who have a temperature on the caucus. They're the ones who understand which Democrats can vote for which alterations, which Republicans would prefer to keep the energy tax incentives. It's really just about connecting the dots to get the 60 votes in the Senate and 218 in the House. And staff is best positioned to do that. So I would encourage your watchers to focus on the moderate Senate Republicans. A couple off the top of my head would be Lisa Murkowski, Senator Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, Tom Tillis. Those are members who are going to take the lead here necessarily because they're the ones who are going to vote for it. There's no scenario where a Lindsey Graham or a Rand Paul votes for a
Jeg tok all gevinsten min på Dagsen. Tok all gevinsten her nede på Dagsen. Jeg ser at det ikke kommer ned. Og så shorta jeg Nasdaq hele veien her. Så det penger på Nasdaq. Men jeg synes det veldig, veldig sterkt. Jeg synes det veldig rart at det ikke faller mye mer. Jeg synes det veldig rart. Jeg synes det merkverdig at det ikke faller mye mer.
That's the same thing we're going to see again.
And I think we're
get many other examples of exactly that same dynamic. Democrats carry the water in the House side.
Short mer nå, motherfucker.
On the Senate side. So I would just focus on those members.
This is just getting started. I have a feeling we'll be talking on a daily basis very shortly. Henrietta Trays there, of Vader Partners. Henrietta, thank you. Wonderful to catch up.
Fordi jeg har baller, og jeg holder det jeg sier. Jeg ikke sånne TikToker som ikke gjør det jeg sier.
Well, we are looking at this decline for the S&P 500, low volume, but
nonetheless,
it is broad-based. Most S&P 500 sectors are lower, tend to be precise, led by real estate and materials, both down more than 1%.
Ordentlig penger. Go down.
Communication services up about 0.4%. What's interesting
Kom nå ned da!
5
Sånn.
days.
Mhm.
Tech,
Ja.
the biggest
Nå har vi
weight
penger.
to the S&P 500. Well, it's actually higher. It's not just
Jeg
tech.
kan ta
It is
gevinst.
the
Hva
entire
skjer med den
major
skjermen her?
complex communication services, tech, and
Hvorfor spretter den
discretionary.
overalt?
So go figure.
Skjermen min. Jeg kan ta gevinst der, der. Men vet du hva? Jeg skal ikke ta gevinst. Jeg er mer dere. Sammen skal vi ha dette her ned. Jeg skal ikke ta gevinst. Nei. Ikke faen. Vi skal ha den dritten her ned. Jeg lurer på hva Dax er nå. Den har sikkert gått i pluss. Den er 0,29 bare. Herregud. Folk er faen meg tjukke i huet.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
Jeg må kanskje krype til korset og ta noe gevinst.
And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot.
You know, in many ways, it's convention, right? Of the people that I don't see maybe once a year, and so it's kind of
Gjør du trader, eller?
Firm, our charity, our fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
Jeg må nok scalpe her også. Jeg får ikke lukka. Hva skjer her da? Faen, jeg får ikke lukka posisjonen min.
This is Bloomberg.
26 minutes into the session, trading just a little bit softer. Let's get straight to the trading diary. Fed speak picking up with Williams at noon Eastern. Then at 4 p.m, President Biden's debt limit meeting with congressional leaders. US CPI out tomorrow morning, PPI the following day, and another round of jobless claims on Thursday. Plus, the Bank of England's next rate decision. From New York City, that's it for me. Good luck for the rest of the trading day. This was the countdown to the open. This is Bloomberg.
Faen, hele driten henger seg hos meg. Kanskje ikke... Nei, jeg vurderer faktisk om jeg skal gå... Vent da. Hele driten henger seg hos meg. Der. Shorter der også. Jeg tror ikke... Vent da.
So many people recognize you because you have a very famous hairdo that I've asked you about before. But to some people, they may say, well, Ken, what happened? Where did that hairdo come from and where has it gone? Because right now it seems a little different than what I've seen before.
Yeah, it's growing out a little bit, David, but COVID, you know, I ended up with hair
Alt hang seg litt her.
down to my shoulder, and I finally realized that one of the things I had to do, I'm a very loyal person, and I used to have hair down to my waist in my college and my hip
There we go.
before that in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and I had it cut off in the summer of '75, and I've gone to the
Shorter på nytt nå, gi meg ikke.
grandmother many times over, who was a young gal cutting hair in Amherst, Massachusetts, and I still seek her out, and I finally just said to her, you know, COVID's enough of a change that I ought to be able to do something.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials.
Trader, vi må nok antageligvis bite surøpel og gå long her, altså.
You can enter phrases.
For det vil ikke ned. Dagsen går i grønt nå.
What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Det kommer sikkert til å gå bare opp mot CP-tallene i morgen, tenker jeg.
Was going to keep Reed World Cup. This is at 3
as the economic picture does. Is it be okay getting ready to make
Pepsi's Number Fever campaign in the Philippines has probably gone down in history as one of the biggest marketing disasters in history, mainly because of a human error that led Pepsi to print more winning caps than they planned. The resulting chaos caused riots, civil unrest, and even deaths. Reporting this story took over a year, and it resulted in me flying to Manila in the Philippines to meet unlucky winners and to find out exactly what happened back then in the 1990s. My name is Jeff Maish. I'm a journalist based in Los Angeles. I wrote the story for Bloomberg Business Week about Pepsi's Number Fever campaign. The Philippines is a really interesting country. It's made up of thousands of islands, and it's also a country that's very heavily influenced by America. American culture is everywhere you look in the Philippines. They're obsessed with Frank Sinatra music, for example. They love all things America, and that extends to their love for soft drinks, Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola. In the 1990s, it was everywhere. Pepsi and Coca-Cola were embroiled in what is now known as the Cola Wars. It was a fierce battle for market dominance. Number Fever was already a really popular promotion. It had been rolled out in America to great success. And so Pepsi decided to roll it out internationally, particularly in Asia. They thought it was the answer to their problems. They thought it could finally help them beat their biggest competitor.
898, I won! Look for the winning number in size source every
Det vil bare scalpe, altså, for det virker ikke som det skal riktig. Det virker som det kan bli sånn som i går, at du må bare ta mange små. Det virker ikke som det bare rett ned.
In 1992, that was a phenomenal amount of money. You've got to remember that in the Philippines at the time, the average monthly income was about $100. So $1 million pesos was wealth beyond anyone's wildest imaginations. Number Fever caught fire.
Så driver han og prater om den der pesos-driten sin igjen. Jeg er ikke interessert i det der, altså.
Parents were squirreling away.
Fuck det der, altså.
Of the Philippines was playing it. Number Fever boosted Pepsi's sales.
Hvor er CNBC i dag?
Problem is not guns.
People want a quick solution. The long-term solution here is to address the mental health issue.
While Democratic state legislators in Texas say the problem is obvious.
No, Greg Abbott, it's guns. It's guns.
That suspect have an AR rifle.
Law enforcement sources say this surveillance video shows Garcia opening fire on innocent shoppers Saturday. He was killed by a police officer, being hailed as a hero. Overnight, an attorney saying the officer is doing well, adding he's a brave servant with a gentle heart. Meanwhile, an outpouring of grief at a memorial for the 8 innocent lives lost. 3 of the victims, young children from 2 different North Texas families. 3-year-old James Cho killed along with his parents, Cindy and Q, his 6-year-old brother William, the only member of the family to survive. The Mendoza family losing 11-year-old Daniela and 8-year-old Sophia, their mother, in critical condition. The other victims, 32-year-old Elio Cumana Rivas, 26-year-old Ashwaria Tatacondia, and 23-year-old security guard Christian Lacour. And with those victims and their families in mind, we do want to bring it back to one more detail from those social media posts. Authorities telling us that in the weeks leading up to this attack, they say Garcia posted more than 24 photos of the Allen Premium Outlets, and they say he may have been monitoring this mall during its busiest times. Joe, Savannah.
Just heartbreaking there to hear about those victims. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
There are new developments this morning in the investigation into that deadly crash in the border town of Brownsville, Texas. 8 people were killed, some of them migrants. The driver has now been charged with manslaughter, and while a motive has not been determined, this comes as cities along the border brace for an influx of migrants. It's because a COVID-era immigration policy is set to expire later this week. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Brownsville.
Jeg tar gevinst, jeg gidder ikke bare sitte og vente.
Left this community completely stunned, and this all comes as tensions remain high along the southern border as Title 42 is now set to expire on Thursday. Meanwhile, here in Brownsville, 3 of the 10 injured migrants have just been released from the hospital, and we're now hearing from one of the victims for the first time.
An emotional vigil for the victims of Sunday's horrifying crash, as the suspect now faces manslaughter charges for ramming a group of Venezuelan migrants outside a shelter. Family members in agony as they learn their loved ones were among the dead. Gabriel Gallardo, one of the survivors, lost a
Ta gevinst ute. Tyder fortsatt med den ene her.
He says from his hospital bed.
Og noen her nede. Jeg kommer bare til å scalpe med triggere.
President Biden for help. George Alvarez is now facing 8 counts of manslaughter and 10 counts of aggravated assault. Police believe Alvarez lost control of his SUV after running a red light, plowing into the group, killing 8 people. Investigators have not ruled out the crash was intentional.
George Alvarez is a Brownsville local with an extensive rap sheet.
This man, who says he witnessed the crash, tells us the driver appeared drunk and yelled anti-immigrant profanities, though police have not substantiated that. They're still waiting for toxicology results.
How is this community doing right now?
They're shaken up. I don't think any of us have experienced something like this.
The migrant deaths come as tensions ramp up here ahead of the lifting Thursday night of the COVID border restriction known as Title 42, which is expected to bring yet another migrant influx. In just the past 72 hours, the Border Patrol chief says there have been more than 26,000 illegal crossings. Texas's Republican governor now deploying more specialized National Guard troops, while Arizona's Democratic governor is also planning to send in more resources.
We cannot manage this influx alone. Without much more robust action from the federal government.
Busloads of migrants keep arriving in northern cities and now are even pitting some New York suburbs against the city. Rockland County declaring a state of emergency, slamming New York City Mayor Eric Adams for planning to send several hundred migrants to hotels there.
It's a farce, and it will not happen on our watch.
Back here in Brownsville, several of the migrants we spoke to describe a dramatic scene where they detain the suspect until police arrive. Now, that suspect, George Alvarez, once again, is being held on $3.6 million. He has not yet entered a plea, and it's unclear if he has an attorney. Joe, back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much.
And now to the looming financial crisis here in the U.S. that could have an impact around the world. Congressional leaders are expected to meet with President Biden today to discuss the debt ceiling with hopes of avoiding a potentially catastrophic default for the first time in U.S. history. We'll have more on that meeting in just a moment from NBC's Kristen Walker at the White House. But first, we want to take a closer look at what is at stake. Here's NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung.
The debt ceiling concerns the amount we owe as a nation, and here's how much the U.S. Treasury has issued in debt, so think U.S. bonds and notes. And Congress sets limits, aka ceilings, on the accumulation of this debt. The current ceiling is $31 trillion, which we've already blown through. Now, it's important to note that the debt ceiling doesn't address how much we spend or where we spend. It's a cap on how much we're able to cover on bills we've already wrapped up. So what happens now? The Treasury says we can probably only keep the lights on through June 1st. After that, we might be unable to pay the bills, at which point we may have to start choosing where we can keep the money flowing. That means Social Security, Medicare, food stamps might be at risk. Then there's the risk of our reputation. The U.S. takes pride in its creditworthiness since we have historically paid our bills on time. Our credit rating as a nation could fall if we don't, and that would lead to a spike in interest rates as financial markets turn away from our government's debt. As a benchmark for borrowing costs, this could make it more expensive for all of us to get credit for things like houses or cars. And the ultimate concern here would be default, where the government starts to straight up miss payments on what it owes the many people, businesses, and governments owning U.S. debt. All the other things get worse in that case, so even higher interest rates, more ratings downgrades, more government program cuts. And none of this has happened before because Congress has moved to raise or suspend the debt ceiling in the last 78 times we've faced this. We'll see if that becomes 79.
All right, Brian Chung, thank you for that report. Very helpful.
Let's bring in NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker with more on this. Kristen, good morning. So as we mentioned, the president is meeting with congressional leaders today there at the White House. As Brian just showed us, there's a lot at stake. So what can we expect from this meeting? I mean, how likely is it we're going to see progress here today?
Doesn't seem very likely, Joe and Savannah. Look, this has become the highest of high stakes game of chicken. And so far, it's just not clear there's going to be a major breakthrough today. So here's the issue. President Biden has said he's not going to negotiate over the debt limit. He cites the fact that Congress has agreed to raise it without strings attached in many cases during the Trump administration when Republicans did not enact new spending cuts. But now Republicans say they won't do so without some cuts, something the White House has already shot down, at least as a part of this negotiation. So the bottom line is all eyes will be on today's meeting with pressure mounting on President Biden and Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to reach a deal. Not overstated to say both of their jobs could be on the line here. Of course, McCarthy has that narrow majority in the House. And of course, President Biden has announced he's running for re-election. So a lot at stake for everyone involved here, guys.
The clock is ticking. We're a little more than 3 weeks from that deadline. So where do negotiations go after today's meeting, do we think?
Boy, that's a big question mark, Joe. After today's meeting, I anticipate both sides are going to go back to see what they can sell to their respective parties. Something has got to give here. While we expect the White House to go into talks today, basically asking for a long-term extension, something through 2024, for example, our sources who are familiar with these discussions also say no one has ruled out the possibility of a short-term extension, potentially one that goes through the fall, and that times out exactly with the appropriations discussions. That would allow them to basically raise the debt limit and then have parallel negotiations about some spending cuts. But look, both sides seem really dug in at this point and unified, so it's not clear who blinks.
Det PC-en min som ringer, eller det nettet? Hallo? Vi må ta en prat, for jeg kan ikke få alle disse regningene hjem på spiss. De må komme på post jeg skal sitte. Og så det et eller annet alders, 8.000 til alders, hva faen det for? Alders? Aller media? Aller media? Jeg har aldri hatt noe med dere. Okay. Skal jeg ringe dem da?
However, and this is the big however, there's a big debate about the legality of that move, and even Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen herself warned it could be a constitutional crisis and that there's no way to protect the financial system, the economy, other than Congress increasing the debt limit. So this is really a high-stakes moment, guys.
All right. Thanks for the explanation there, Kristen. Appreciate it.
Well, Russia is marking the annual Victory Day, commemorating the defeat of Nazi Germany in the Second World War. The somber occasion remembers the millions of Russians who died during that conflict. Earlier this morning, President Putin addressed crowds during the military parade, which appeared scaled down compared with previous years. NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel joins us now for more on this. Hi, Richard. Good morning.
Well, it was very much scaled down. In fact, Foreign journalists, the few foreign journalists who are still operating in Russia, weren't allowed to go. Large crowds were kept at a distance. So Vladimir Putin was out celebrating Victory Day, but not on the same scale as previous years. It's the most important and solemn day in Russia.
Å, fy faen, hva er penger?
Over the Nazis in World War II.
Jeg lurer på om jeg skal ta gevinst og så shorte ned som bryter, selv for at jeg er med opp og ned 100 ganger.
Patriotic War. Today in Red Square, President Vladimir Putin says Russia is being pushed into another war by the West. In neighboring Ukraine, a country he invaded a year ago without provocation.
Нет, 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 бум-бум, нет,
And
нет.
encouraging Russophobia. The speech lasted 10 angry minutes, flanked by his few remaining loyal allies from Belarus and Central Asia. President Putin presented himself as the guardian of Mother Russia and, as he does now frequently, of culture. They destroy traditional family values, which make a man, all for the purpose of continuing to dictate and impose their own will, he said. But the celebrations in Moscow were
Han motstånderen ser ut, man skal ta gevinster underveis,
coming
ass.
just days
Så,
after an alleged
det
drone
henger seg
attack
hele
on the
det.
Kremlin that Kyiv denies carrying out. And as Russian troops on the front lines in Ukraine are pulling back to defensive positions and evacuating some civilians.
Jeg tror jeg må restarte PC-en her, for jeg får ikke tatt gevinst, liksom.
Ukraine's President Zelensky, in a move to further align his country to the West, changed the date Ukraine celebrates the defeat of Nazi Germany to May 8th, like it's marked in Europe and the United States. Like back then, evil has returned to our cities and villages. Although it is another aggressor, the goal is the same: enslavement or destruction, he said. World War II ended 78 years ago, but its shadow looms large today over the biggest conflict in Europe ever since.
Jeg må restarte PC-en, for det henger seg så jævlig her. Jeg får ikke gått ut av posisjonen mine. Jeg har tatt gevinst, masse gevinster nå, og så sitter jeg fortsatt med de shortene her, i vente at det bryter ned. Men jeg må logge meg av og på, for jeg får jo ikke gå veldig tregt her.
Which means it's time for Angie Lassman to come back with
Stopp
us
litt.
with your forecast. Hey, Angie.